On October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss, the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
Welcome everybody to a very special WinterClash day, Saturday. I'm Thalassic. With me, I've got
K9.
K9, that's right. Goats and Glory taking over the desk here. We are going to be bringing you all the action this morning for today's WinterClash. Try to figure out the seeding for 2025. The AFDL this year has implemented, or I guess this time has implemented a special charity incentive for the remainder of 2024. Donations will support the Pediatric Cancer Program at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. So type !donate in the chat for the link. Your generosity is very much appreciated. But as always, we are extremely excited.
Oh, it's going to be awesome
to see some dungeons. For those of you who are just checking in today, you have no idea. I don't know how you got here to this Twitch channel, but this is the AFDL. AFDL provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, and family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm so stoked. I cannot wait to see some keys. We got a good groups running today too, so it's going to be awesome. Yesterday we had some talented teams, and then today another group of talented teams. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, so we're looking at the current rankings. This is after one day of play. You guys can see we had some really, we had some teams who tried really, really hard. We've got Ukraine, the Ukrainian team up there. You can see they were able to get 15s almost across the board. They were able to time that 15 in City of Echoes and Dawnbreaker, getting a 13 in Miss. And then a little bit of a struggle there. New Zealand Defense Force, 13s across the board, and French Army of Air and Space. I'm going to go with Space, Air and Space there. Getting two 13s and an 11. So a great showing from yesterday, but I definitely expect today to be different.
What's that? Like, what do you mean by that?
I think today we're going to be seeing these teams. They have now been able to watch and see what the other teams have done. They're going to be able to see the meta, see how this competition is a little bit different from all the other competitions, right? It is a push style of play. The teams are given 3 keystones for the whole weekend, right? So for 5 hours today during the regulation play, they're going to be able to push these keys as far as possible. And now that they've seen what the other teams have been doing, I think these teams are going to be even more prepared. And I think we're going to see people pushing 16s.
16s across the board?
I think at least one team will do 16s, but we're getting right into it. You can see today we have a slew of amazing teams. So starting in that top left corner, you have the Air Force Gaming team. We'll tell you a little bit about Air Force Gaming. That's the official gaming program and competition hub for the United States Air Force and Space Force. Their mission is to help airmen and guardians of all ages, ranks, and backgrounds find common ground through video games, while also promoting mental acuity, fine motor coordination, and competitive excellence. So Air Force, definitely a contender today, but if I'm being honest, they're not who I'm looking at.
Who are you looking at then?
I'm looking at the Coast Guard, right? Coast Guard Gaming. Coast Guard Gaming is a military esports community with a passion for camaraderie, personal growth, and inclusivity. Composed of active duty reservists and veterans with over 1,000 active members, they harness the power of gaming to build lasting connections and promote the well-being of Coast Guard personnel.
That's interesting. Who do we have in the bottom left?
Bottom left, we have Marine Corps Gaming, and we know absolutely nothing about them.
What do you mean? Nothing?
Nothing. I'm just kidding. They're do you call Marine Corps, are they sailors? They're not sailors if they're Marine Corps. Corpsmen?
Grunts.
Grunts? Cran? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. We got Marines in the bottom left. I think they're going to do okay. And in the bottom right, we have our final group from today. United.
No, it's United.
XP.
It's United.
There's a K there.
They're not from the UK. They're United States veterans.
The United States veterans, but they're called United XP.
It's United.
United
XP. It's a silent K, like a knight in shining armor.
Never heard of it. But United XP is a charity that provides consulting, leveraging gaming tech, and gaming culture to charitable and community organizations that cannot afford professional consulting services. They help teams create positive social impact through the lens of gaming culture.
That's awesome.
It is. And now that we've gone over our 4 teams, let's talk a little bit about the different dungeons we're seeing here. So we can definitely see in that top left, we're seeing an Arakara.
I like it because it's kind of mixed up. We got the Arakara top left, like you were saying. Then we got the Dawnbreaker, the bottom right from the United. Then we have the Coast Guard and Marine Corps is running the Mist 5.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see with timing here how much of a difference there is between these two. So they are actually, I absolutely love when teams do this, at least at the start of the day. When we get both teams running Mist at the same time, we can see literally side by side which one of these two teams is faster. And that's what matters, right? Tell us a little bit about the competition today.
The competition today is all about speed. We want to basically go as fast as they want to go as fast as they can and complete as many dungeons as they can. So they're going to be starting at a 5. So at a key level 5, they're going to be going to push that to probably try to +3 it. So that way they can run it to an 8. And then after the 8, they're going to be trying to at least +3 that one, run it to an 11, and then we'll see from there. If they don't +3 that 11, they're going to be going to a 2. I mean to not a 2.
To a 2.
A 10.
A 10. If they don't +3 and 11, they're going to go to a 10?
If they don't +3 the 8.
Okay.
Then they're going to a 10. Then the 11's where it goes. I mixed that all up.
It's okay. So the way it works, guys, you get points based on the last one you completed. So if all of these teams complete the 5s, and we're really hoping they do, because that's like the easiest of easy today.
There's no way no one +3's a 5 here today.
Everyone should +3 a 5 is what you're saying.
100%. There's no way no one does.
If everyone +3's the 5s, they will all get 5 points. If they +2 a 5, they're still only getting 5 points. If they +1 the 5, they're still only getting 5 points. The speed at which you complete the dungeon determines the highest dungeon you can run next. So if they complete a 5 at +3, they're going to be able to run an 8 next time. If they complete it at +2, they'll run a 7. If I'll be honest, if any of these teams want to be competitive, they need to be doing this in less than 12 minutes. It's an 18-minute timer for a +3.
For all dungeons.
For all the dungeons. So
Arakara, Dawnbreaker, and Mist, it's going to be 18 minutes.
AFDL did something right here. They picked the 3 dungeons that all had that 30-minute timers to time it, which means they all have an 18-ish minute timer to +3 it. And so every single one of these teams is going to try to +3 the 5. But realistically, time adds up. You have 3 5s that you're going to run, one of every group. The difference between finishing it in 18 minutes and +3ing it and finishing it in 10 minutes is an 8-minute difference. If you do that 3 times, you're at 24 minutes. It's a whole extra dungeon. So what we want to see, if they're going to stay competitive, realistically, they need to be finishing this, not just +3ing it, but they need to finish this in roughly no more than 12 minutes for all 3 of these dungeons. Anyone who's taking more than 12 minutes on a 5 is probably not going to be the most competitive team.
Yep, I agree. I wanted to see today, not even on these 5s, 4 DPS in a tank. That would have been awesome.
4 DPS and
4 DPS in a tank. The strat, that would be awesome.
Yeah, 5 is not easy for those of you that are playing retail. However, it is extremely easy when you're playing on the tournament servers like we are right now. So on the tournament realm, you have the best of the best. They got the best gear, all the enchants. basically anything you could want, you got the best trinkets, all at the highest level. So everyone will roughly have about a 638 item level, anywhere between 638 and 639, based on what crafted pieces they get. So you'll see everybody is basically max eye level, doing the max amount of damage for their class. So if you see someone who's really struggling to put out damage, you know it's a player problem and not a gear problem, because they've got all the best gear.
The best of the best.
Yeah, like this should be. It's one of the things that makes this so much fun to watch, is that everyone has all the best gear. You can't say, "Oh well, I don't
have this trinket.
Exactly.
I don't have this set piece." Yeah.
Like, "Oh, I'm not in a mythic guild, so I don't have mythic, trinkets." No, you've got all the best gear. There's no excuse. If you're falling behind, it's because you're not as good.
Yep.
That's brutal, but it is what it is. And no one's telling me I can't say that right now, so I'm assuming I'm good to go. That was not too mean.
No, I think you just hit the hammer on the nail.
The nail on the head?
Nail on the head.
That's what
hammer on the nail.
No, you hit the
hammer on the nail. Boom. Never heard that?
You hit the nail on the head.
I think it's that one.
Look, production's agreeing with me. So let's go ahead and watch one of these, though. Actually, what would be really cool is if we could get both Mists side by side. Let's see if production could do that. If we get Coast Guard and Marine Corps side by side, just the two of them, that would be absolutely beautiful. So these are our two teams. We're getting a little bit of a zoomed in here running Mists. You can see they're almost neck and neck.
Yeah.
And the beauty of this is it actually doesn't matter what the timer on the dungeon says. If they've got 50 deaths, but they both finish this dungeon at the exact same time, they both +3 it, it's still a +3. And real world time is really the only time that matters outside of the plussing. So if they both +3 this and they finish at the exact same time, good on them. You can see that Marine Corps is a couple seconds behind. They're choosing to skip here. Really smart. I like it. Looks like they use the Demon Hunter skip and the Rogue invisibility to get past it. Taking no chances.
I want to see a big pull here. I don't want to just see this double. I think they pull that next pack too. I know there's going to be 2 Staghorns here, but there's no reason for them to just keep going. This is a 5. Things are just going to die so quick.
Exactly. And like we said before, with max item level on these characters, there is no excuse. Especially on a 5, you can be triple, quad pull. You could realistically pull everything on this right up before the boss and burn it down then. They don't do enough damage to you. As long as your healer's even decent, on a 5, you should be able to do it. Now, an 8, it gets a little trickier because you still want to +3 it. So you need to dial down some of the risks. But
not too much, though.
But not so much that you don't +3 it. Same with the 11. Realistically, we need to see if any of these teams are going to stay competitive. So we saw what yesterday's looked like. We got a couple 15s and a 13. Both myself and K9 on the desk here are going to be playing tomorrow for Goats and Glory. I can tell you right now, if they're going to stay competitive, they need to be +3ing some 11s.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw there was not a team that +3 or 11. I think Ukraine came close to it, but it was actually really close to it. But I think all around the board it was +2s on the 11s.
Yeah, which is good. I mean, +2 on an 11 is not bad by any means, but it already sets you up to be behind, especially if you've got teams that are planning on +2 in the 14s immediately to get to a 16. You really can't afford to get anything less than a +3 on an 11. But we're on a 5. And on a 5, you can see 5s are fun because you get absolutely massive pulls. You can see what your uncapped AoE, like how much damage you can do.
I love how the Coast Guard has a Fury Warrior. I'm a Warrior fan. I love Warriors.
Is that Fury? Oh my gosh, that is
Fury Warrior. And he is top of the charts too.
Yeah, we haven't really looked. Let's go ahead and look through and see what these guys have. So we have that's a Holy Paladin. No?
That's a prop paladin, man. Coast Guard. It's going to be a Shaman Heals.
Yep.
It's going to be a Frost DK. And is that a Destro Lock and a Fury Warrior. Then on the Marine side, we're going to have a Enhanced Shaman. It's going to be a Assassination Rogue. And that is a prop Paladin with a Disc Priest and a Demon Hunter DPS.
And we got the completion there by Coast Guard Gaming. So we're going to see if we can go back. There we go. Perfect. To the 4-man. you can see they are it looks like, first group to finish their dungeon. That's the first dungeon complete that we've gotten. Wait, is Air Force on their second dungeon already? They are. So Air Force is actually ahead right now as far as everything goes. You're absolutely loving this if you're Air Force. Again, all the dungeons take about the same amount of time. There's going to be a little wiggle room. Some of these on 5s only take 10 minutes versus 12. But realistically, every dungeon should take about that 10 minute. So you're definitely going to see Air Force is already pulling ahead there on the first or second mini boss here of Arakara on the 8.
I think it's just only not only just because of the dungeon choice, because Mist does have some parts where you can't really skip through, like when you have to jump down, when the little RP with the boss after you kill those thrashers right before. It's a little bit of time wasted, which that's why I don't like. I don't like RP in my dungeons.
I don't either.
But Arakara is just a straight pull everything, go as fast as you can, and dominate.
And Marine Corps' out, so that is really good on them. Not super far behind here. Probably about a minute and a half behind Coast Guard. And Coast Guard looks to be probably about a minute and a half behind Air Force. So we're seeing a little bit of a spread here right at the beginning of the day, but we're just getting started. We're but to stay competitive, they've got about this first hour 30 should be all 5s, 8s, and 11s. They could probably complete all of them.
I don't think it's
or
a probably. I think it's a
5s and 8s. Yeah,
I think it's 100%. They're going to be 3-chesting these 5s and 8s, and then when we get to the 11s, that's where we're going to see which team can +3 those, and then the ones that +3 those will be ahead by a decent amount.
Yeah, that'll be the difference maker for sure. I think the ones that are the teams that are able to +3 11 are going to be the teams that are competitive to take first seeding, and the teams that only +2 the 11 are going to be the teams that are fighting for that 4th, 5th, 6th seed. They'll be around that same time frame that Ukraine showed yesterday. And then if you're unable to do that, if you're unable to get the 13s even, you'll be in that same thing as, sort of France.
I'm just waiting to see, too, as well, like when we have United doing the Dawnbreaker. I don't think I saw any glitches yesterday on the Dawnbreaker. Anyone falling through the ships or anything? Because I was watching pretty closely. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm hoping today we see a little bit of something. Don't prey on people's downfall, but it's funny. Like, let's be honest,
funny.
It is funny.
It is funny. When your tank goes to land and he just goes right through the ship. And then every other DPS lands and you're just like, oh my goodness, what do we do? And your pally bubbles and tries to save everyone. Yeah.
Just a quick reset.
And it is, at the same time, on a 5, even if they 5-man wiped, you could very easily make up. It won't be as fast, but you'll still +3 it. And we're seeing that Dawnbreaker is actually taking quite a while.
What's the timer on that? I can't really see.
The timer's really hard. I think 13,
11. Yeah.
So they're still gonna +3 it most likely. Yeah, they'll most likely
they'll
+3 it.
+3 that.
But it's gonna be close. I mean, it's a lot closer than you would expect for a 5. But let's go ahead and watch. We've seen a miss. We've seen what the miss. Wait, did we? Yeah, we watched the miss.
We watched the
let's watch an Arakara. Let's see how. Let's check in with our leaders right now. See how Air Force Gaming is doing. Beautiful, great job, production. Shout out, guys. Behind the scenes, you guys don't always see what we, what's going on. But just gonna give a shout out to our behind the scenes production people. Specifically Chaos Creative. Chaos Creative is a production agency brought together by a team of passionate professionals who help gaming and esports communities take their events and content to the next level. Online, in-person, or hybrid, no matter what your event looks like, their incredible team can help you manage the chaos. Reach out on social media at Chaos Creative GG or go to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your big ideas to life. Shout out to Mary Elia.
Yep, said it correctly. Mary Elia.
Right. I said it right. And as always, got to give a shout out to Raider.io. Raider.io is huge for me. I know it's big for you, and it's big for all of us. Raider.io is the home of Keystone Masters and Heroes for beginners and pros alike, with guides and guidance and widgets and features that will enhance your gaming experience. Nice. Since its launch in 2017, Raider.io has quickly become the premier platform for PvE players in the game, tracking hundreds of millions of hours of Mythic Plus dungeons, providing global coverage of the race to world first, hosting and supporting multiple community events and tournaments, and creating original content. Raider.io also proudly works hand-in-hand with the Blizzard esports team on all MDI competitions. A true community hub. Raider.io has become a household name for World of Warcraft players.
It really has.
And now getting into it, guys, we are on the second boss of Arakar. They're making pretty decent time. 7 minutes here. You figure they'll have this boss down by the 8-minute mark. Realistically, they'll have about 2 to 3 more minutes to finish this dungeon if they want to stay competitive.
I mean, yeah, I guess you're right about the time saving with the 10 minutes to 11 minutes. You want to try to complete all the 8s, but a 3 chest is still a 3 chest. So.
It is. A 3 chest is a 3 chest. We're just looking at because there's only 5 hours to push these as far as possible. While he's right, a 3, getting it completed plus 3 is huge. The time really does matter, right? Getting this completed in 11 minutes versus 18 minutes could be the difference in starting that last dungeon or not. Or, if you wipe on that 17, getting a second chance at it or not. So I want to see these teams really, really push. The damage is looking really good from their Shaman, their Paladin. DK could step it up a little bit. Look, I am one of those people who I call it how I see it, right? Like, overall, he's doing pretty well. But on that boss, he could have got a single target up. And I want to see a little bit more damage from the priest, too.
Shadow Priest. Or not Shadow, the Disc Priest.
Yeah, the Disc Priest. Now, healers, you don't really usually care. I mean, it's important, right, the damage they do. But as long as everyone's alive, you think healers doing their job. But if you're pushing for time like this, you want that Shadow Priest doing 300k. There he is. Look at that. There he is. 500, 600k. That's exactly what we want to see from our healer.
Oh, he's going to hit a mill? He's close to it. He peaked at 900k.
Yeah, those big packs. He's pushing that 900k. That's really good on the priest there. That's what we want to see from these healers.
And it looks like they're just sending it down the middle. They don't care. They're just gonna go pull these flyers and go straight into this. I honestly could see them double pulling it, even though they will have the damage reduction from the big mob. And how are they looking on percentage as well?
They're good.
84.12. Yep.
Yeah, +7. So they're going to be fine on percent. I think the big thing here is just trying to finish this without any deaths, right? They've already got 1, but try to finish it without any more deaths. Try to make sure that they're able to keep this momentum up. Again, this is only an 8. Where the 11 is really going to be the make or break for these teams. But they're on time right now to finish at about, 13 minutes?
I'd say, give or take. Just depends. Depends on how fast they can burn this last boss.
I absolutely hate this, though. They are pulling this dude alone. I get it. It's an 8, though. Grab these orbs, pull them with the 2 enforcers. It's an 8. If this were an 11, sure, maybe you take it a little bit slower, but you want to be going for a time right now. And let's talk about this UI, guys.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Here we go. Let's talk about UIs for a minute, okay?
Here we go.
If you're going to have the weak aura to show you a fix, you don't want it at the top of your screen. You're not actually looking at that, so either move it somewhere you can see it easily or get it off your screen. It's just extra stuff. Same with all the buffs and debuffs in the top right. I know that's default, but realistically, if you're not actually looking at it, what's the point of having it on your screen? Just get it off. The party frames, I actually don't mind. I think they're pretty good. I like the interrupts. I like the player frame and the target frame. I like all of that. I don't hate the UI, actually.
I think this UI is better than my UI.
Yeah, this UI is actually pretty clean. I do hate all the buttons at the bottom. If you're going to have all the icons in the middle of your screen already to track cooldowns,
just hide the buttons.
You're using Bartender anyway. You can make it so that they disappear unless you're hovering over it. You shouldn't be going down there to click on a button. People who click on buttons on their bars at the bottom of the screen probably aren't pushing keys anyway. So a couple small changes, but overall, great job to Air Force Gaming at a UI that makes sense, is not bad.
Collecting these orbs.
It's just the quasi UI. It's the atrocity default. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. There's just some things that could be changed, right? Like, default is default for a reason, but there's just some stuff they could clean up.
I like it. I think it's clean, simple.
It is. I'm not saying it's not clean and simple. I'm just saying there's some stuff like you don't look at the affixes. I know everyone has the exact same weak auras, right, for the affixes. It just puts it up there at the top of the screen. Just move it. You're not actually looking way up there ever to see where the affix is going. Like, you could put it on top of your player frames on the left or underneath your interrupts there on the left, somewhere where it makes sense that you're actually going to see it. Like, it does no good. It's just nonsense. Same with the debuffs and buffs.
Boom! There's a dead boss there. And they're town porting quick as possible.
Yeah, 12-12. Really good, actually.
Yeah.
That's about what we want to see. That's it's pushing the long side there, but it is what we want to see. Let's go ahead and see what we've got going on.
We got the double mist still going and the Dawnbreaker as well. How are we looking on these mists? Is that 10 minutes on that mist from Coast Guard? And then is that 10 minutes as well for Marine Corps?
Yeah, Marine Corps and Coast Guard still pushing those mists. Let's go ahead and get into a Dawn. We haven't really watched a Dawn yet, so we can watch this 8. It looks like you can see they're on the first boss. This is still pretty good. We'll watch United XP. United XP, yep. So tell me about this dungeon. Explain it to me.
Dawnbreaker?
Yeah.
It's a pretty simple dungeon. There's not really any big pools. There's not really much that's too crazy. I know on the higher end, the higher keys, we like to bring a shaman because there's a lot of big AoE damage that comes out in this dungeon. But otherwise, it's all about your path, your pathing and the pools that you do in this dungeon, because you can make big pools happen, like the courtyard pool, the church house pool. But other than that, it's a pretty simple dungeon. I think it's just a healer check, this dungeon, really. They'll route and healer check, and that's about it.
Yeah, I agree. There's some mechanics, the making the orb go down the long path. But realistically, I think you're right. I think this is very a healer check. Okay, I apologize, Super Wolf. It is United. United.
Do we not have audio on this one right here?
No, I don't think we do. We'll ping production here, see if we can get some.
Fix that.
There it is. Watch your step. Okay. It might just be really quiet.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't have audio on. Maybe he just listens to his Deadly Boss mods or bigwigs.
Well, because we heard the bigwigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely infuriating, chat. But no, let's go ahead and go through the rest of this comp and see how they're doing so far. So we've got, this is an 8, which is exactly what we want to see, right? The 8 is a prerequisite. They need to +3 this in order to move on to the 11. They're running the Prot and the Ret. Absolutely love it. They've got the
BM Hunter, yeah.
BM Hunter and the
Feral Druid.
Feral.
I like the BM Hunter. I think BM Hunter is awesome. The mobility that it provides, it's so it just puts out DPS and is so mobile. You don't ever have to stand still. You can always move. Oh, that's a death. Oh, Feral just went down right there.
Immediate down too. Yeah, it looks like he ripped aggro, took a melee, and just went down. I don't hate Feral. I think Feral can be good. I think BM can be good. Oh, we're switching over.
Oh wow, they got 2 POVs. Perfect.
Different POV. I like it. I would say though, on this dungeon in particular, it behooves you to bring a DK.
Yeah.
I would really want to see maybe switch out that either the BM or the Feral for a DK. I love Prot Pally. I think the utility of Ret Pally brings is great. The fact that you can lay on hands, you can sack people, especially because this dungeon has so many different healer checks. I think it's really good to bring less squishy DPS. I think DK fits that bill.
I think all the dungeons today need to DK. Just for grouping and everything in general. I think just DK is broken.
DK is really good. I don't know.
Slappy hands. That's all I gotta say.
Slappy hands. Slappy hands.
That's all I gotta say.
It is really good. We'll have to see how fast they do. 1 death again. So on all of these dungeons today, right? We are not having any what is it called? Guile. Yeah, Guile. Zalatath's Guile. So even when they get past 10, there's no Challenger's Peril, there's no Zalatath's Guile. What that means is deaths are only 5 seconds. So death is not an end. It's not a killer, right? A run killer. If 3 of your members die, but you're able to, pull the run together and still +3 it, you still +3 it. So it's not a run killer. Getting 1 death on a feral, or why do I keep saying feral? It is feral.
The feral died.
Yeah. Getting 1 death is not the end of the world here. What's really going to matter is, are they able to maintain a pace that's going to get them to +3? Because realistically, you don't want your next dungeon on Dawnbreaker to be a 10. That puts you so far behind the curve already.
Mm-hmm.
You have to +3 it even to get to the 13. If you're only +2ing the 10, then you're going to get to a 12. You really need to +3 this. So I think they're still on track for it. They're about 8 minutes. What does that say? 8:42 into the dungeon. So they still have another 10 minutes to get through here. They got to complete this mini boss, 2 more mini bosses, and 2 more bosses.
Yeah, and I really liked how they didn't use the B-res, right? So, yeah, they did not use the B-res because they have the 2 pallies. The feral just boom, quick release spirit, hopped on into flight and just went straight back down and used those B-reses on the boss.
Yeah. Okay, and now it's my favorite time of the day. Oh, nice. Bracket is put up in chat, guys, if you want to go check out the bracket, see what everyone's doing, how everyone's doing. When we move over to the quad again later, we'll be able to hopefully get an updated scoreboard as well. We'll put that in there for you.
Don't forget !charity, guys.
That's right. So let's go ahead and talk about this UI. Let's talk about it, guys. Look, I'm a UI.
It's a lot of stuff.
I'm a UI fiend. I absolutely love that he moved the map to the left side. I am a mini map on the left side kind of guy myself. Absolutely love it. Absolutely hate the Blizzard art bars at the bottom. The bag bar, you don't need either of those. The frames are the player frame and the target frame are the default Blizzard. Hate those. Yeah, there's a lot on this UI that would actually makes my OCD cringe right now. This is very painful to watch, but you know what? They're still getting a +3.
I don't hate the UI. The only thing that bugs me is the party frames, the tanks on the bottom.
Oh,
I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, the tank's on the far bottom, so you have to look all the way down and move the mouse all the way down to click that or hotcast on that. I would have the tank on the top.
Yeah, I always do. Personally, I do horizontal, which I know is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do.
I like horizontal with the tank on one end and the healer on the other, so I can always go see the 2 that are the most important. This is another one of those. Yeah, I was just about to say. So this mini boss in particular is a real pain, and the reason being he puts out an orb. The orb shoots off in the direction of one of the DPS, so you have to aim it down the long distance because when it hits the end, it explodes. If you touch the orb before it explodes, you get a horrible dot. When it explodes, it does massive AoE damage to your entire party. At the exact same time, he's putting another dot on one of the players. So you've got a ticking dot on a player. If someone stands in it, they get a dot. That's going to kill them. And when it explodes, it does massive damage. So if you put it on that, which is why I like tankier characters. Mm-hmm. If you do that on a feral, you know what happens? You get this ticking dot, and suddenly he's at 50% health. The orb explodes, and he's dead. Doesn't necessarily happen for a DK or a Pally or a warrior. Just tank your people.
Yeah, and like I said, and you said as well, it's just a healer check. This dungeon is very healing intensive. And we see him, he's kind of running low on mana here. He's going to have to drink after this pull more than likely. He's at 15%. And they still have the rest of this courtyard, I do believe, because what's their percentage at? I cannot see that. 91.6. So they're going to want to be at 93. Prior to going up to the ship.
Yeah, they're good on percent. They're pulling this group right here.
Right here, and then they're just going to go straight to boss and aim backwards instead of courtyard.
They are running dangerously low on time. They got 6 minutes left to beat 2 bosses.
They do have lust still, though. I think. Unless if our top right is blocked, I can't tell if they have lust or not still.
What do you mean? That's not where it would be anyway.
Oh, yeah. There it is. It would be up there.
It would be right here. Debuffs.
Depends where they play. Mine goes to the top right.
All right, but this boss is amazing because he's sort of I can't think of the word. A combination of the mini bosses you fought. So he does a lot of cool things. He does a big hit on the tank, big circle. He does this super
pulse.
annoying pulse. He does the orb. And at one point, these are all going to stack in such a way that it's a big, does your healer, does everyone manage their personal defensives? Are you guys ready for it? Luckily, it is just an 8. So they've got time, right? They're going to be able to most likely finish this dungeon. They still have 5 minutes left, so barring any sort of major team wipe, and if they can do enough damage at the first half of this next boss, they should be able to +3 this, which we said before, it's a minimum to stay competitive. You have to +3 the 8. I don't think we see anybody get less than a +3 on an 8.
This one's going to be close, though.
Yeah.
Getting shot down perfectly. Great placement on that. And we have this terrifying slam that absolutely throws the tank. And it's nice being a warrior because I just charge back in there. As a paladin, you have to get on your horse and get back in the fight.
And the horse is pretty quick. The horse is pretty good. Every tank has a way to get back quick. It's just a matter of...
gets back quicker.
Oh, not quicker than DH?
I don't know, because I don't even land. I just charge back.
You just charge right back in?
Midair.
All right, they've got 4 minutes left. They've got 1 mini-boss and 1 boss to kill. But remember, this boss is 2-phased. So they'll fight the boss up here. Then you've got about, 30 seconds of RP?
30 or 40 seconds of flight time.
So they're running dangerously low here. They're going to need to really burn. You got your healer drinking. Smart. Gets his mana back while they're doing basically very little damage here. This dot can do a lot, though, if you stack them. So if you're standing in both of those pulses, does an absolutely butt-ton of damage.
Yeah, you said that right. And then the best part about it is, DK, AMZ, and all this for this. It's just DK. I think every group needs a DK, especially for Dawnbreaker with the grouping and being able to negate that damage right there that goes out. It's a must, in my opinion. But it seems like they're doing fine. Their damage is looking good, too. You got the Feral is going to be on top of the charts with 1.46. And they're going straight into the boss here. Let's see if they can phase this boss as quick as possible. You're going to have to get these bombs. So DPS are going to be grabbing these bombs, running it to the boss. And I do believe it's at 0.8. If you do hit the boss at 0.8, it kind of does a little bit more damage on the last phase. I'm not 100%. Is it 0.8?
I don't know, dude. I'll be honest. On an 8, healer should really be just grabbing one of these bombs. Let whoever's doing your most DPS, and let your healer grab it. BDK doesn't even have to move. Yeah, look, some classes are just better than others right now, especially in Mythic Plus, especially if you're trying to go quick, big pulls. Not bringing a DK is, at least at the higher keys, is going to be difficult.
Yeah, 100%.
You're going to need everything. I think you ditch the BM, maybe ditch the Feral, and pick up maybe a DK there.
Yeah, I mean, with these lower keys, the comp really doesn't matter.
It doesn't. You just want to do as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. And
so it's all about comfortability with these lower keys. Your best class, bring them.
Here we go. They phase the boss. They're going to now fly down. We'll see if anyone dies here. I hope not. Actually, you know what? I think it'd be pretty funny.
It's pretty forgiving. They're going to go straight down. They're right above it. It's going to be perfect timing. They're going to land there. And as yesterday said, it's going to be a little kickback break, right?
That's right.
Sponsor AFDL kickback. Kickback. I mean, they can kick back too. They're sitting there for like 30 seconds.
You just got to sit here. Let's see who does the most damage on the flyby here.
Yeah.
Where are those Air Force gaming folks at from Hothead? Let's see. We got some. We had some Air Force gaming fans in the chat earlier. We got some Coast Guard fans. I've seen some United.
Yep, there you go.
Fans,
United. That's right.
In the chat as well. We'll have to see here. The boss is coming down, and he's at 63%. So if you do it right and you get lucky, because I don't actually know how to do it right, but if you do it right and you get lucky, you can get him down to 61% before he lands. Still,
the lowest I've ever gotten is like 62.3.
Okay. They got 1 minute left, guys. They should be able to do this. He's already down to 61%. So they should be good to go. +3 on this 8.
Ooh, I don't know. They got 10 seconds left. Oh!
No, they had 45 seconds.
17:50, right? On the side?
Yeah, you see this right here? That's how much time they have left.
46. Oh, okay. So it's not 18 minutes.
No, it's 18:36. I told you that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Congratulations to United for completing their dungeon, getting a +3 there. Let's go back to our quad view. Man, perfect. Let's see if we can. Is it possible to pull up a scoreboard as well? See if we can get an updated. Production is just right there. They know exactly what we want. Here we go. So Air Force Gaming, and guys, whoever made that adjustment yesterday to add the stars, absolutely fantastic idea. Thank you for chat yesterday. Air Force Gaming looks like they've already +3'd the 8 Arakara.
Mm-hmm.
United has +3'd the 8 Dawnbreaker, and we've gotten that is a visual glitch, guys. The Miss, the Tierna Scythe, that is, there we go. Coast Guard and Marine Corps have both +3 the 8. So everyone's about even right now. We'll switch it back over to that quad view and see which one of them is actually in the lead. Who's the furthest in their next dungeon?
And this is where it's going to get interesting with this 11. Who's going to be +3?
That's a +3 11 right now on that Arakara. The Arakara is about to end. If we can just swap over to that really quick. I know we're in the quad view. We'll come right back, I promise. But they're on the final boss of this. And looking at time.
They're moving. 14:30 left. They need to pull one more pack after boss. It looks like they're at 99%.
If they're able to complete this boss in the next 3.5 minutes and get the 3 minutes and 18 seconds and get the percentage they need, they will be the first team to +3 and 11. This will put them, exactly where they want to be. Like we said before, not the deal breaker, but I guess the hard break between the average and the amazing teams here is going to be their ability to +3 and 11. Mm-hmm. And we see that Air Force Gaming coming out the gate, they got the +3. They got the +3. Not only did they +3 their 5 and their 8, they did those the quickest at any of the groups, right? They were already pushing ahead.
Oh, Tank got sucked in there. Oh, nice job negating that damage, though.
Absolutely. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, 33% left on the boss, and 1% left needed. There's not an easy 1% either. Those you can go up there and try to burst down a single guy, but there's so many of them in that group.
A little bit, yeah, but they're definitely +3 in this. I don't see. I don't want to jinx it.
I will. Cast or curse.
No, I don't want to cast or curse it, but right now they are looking solid. Got 16 minutes coming up. Boss is at 17% here. Just watch these poisons. Yeah, they are moving.
Disc Priest on this dungeon, absolutely amazing. That 300k damage is definitely helping them.
Single target on the Boomkin as well.
Yeah,
and able to proc the puddles as well from a distance. It's huge.
This is a really well put together team. I love that they also have the DK and the Shaman. Great, and the Prop Pally. Those 3 right now I think are almost must-haves. Absolutely love them on any dungeon. They're going to finish this. They've got about 1:30 to get the last bit of percent here. Should not be an issue. They'll run right up, I think, on the left side.
Left or right? Let's see.
Left side, yeah. There they go. They got about 1:20 to get the percentage they need. If they're able to get this percent, they'll be the first team to +3 and 11. Put them handily in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this will take them maybe 20 seconds, if that, to kill this.
You say that now. They could full wipe here.
No, there's absolutely no way.
There's a way. Like, it is possible. It's not like it's...
It is possible. But...
There it is. That was it, guys. And that is the +3 for the 11 Arakara. Phenomenal. So we were saying the 11 was going to be the hard stop between the amazing and the what did I say? Mediocre? I didn't mean that. The average. Yeah, I think the average team will be able to +2 and 11. Getting that +3 on 11 absolutely needed to vie for the top spots. Now we're going to see. I really hope they just keep going down this and they go to the 14, because I think to stay, if they want to play for first place, they're going to have to +2 a 14 now.
They're going to Dawn.
They're going to Dawn. Okay, right. I like it. Get all your 11s out of the way, then push the hierarchies afterward.
Yep.
Shout out to Air Force Gaming there. It looks like every other team is in their 11. So we have Marine Corps and Coast Guard both in their 11 and we have one of them has 8 deaths and one of them has 7 deaths.
Still, the timer's looking pretty decent. We have Coast Guard at 14. Is that 14? Yeah, 15 minutes.
They will not +3 that.
We have Marine Corps at looks like 13 minutes there.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that production. We'll go ahead and get a side-by-side view. So these are our two missed teams. So like we said, they really need to be able to +3 these dungeons. Man.
It looks like it's going to be a +2 for both teams.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now. 8 deaths and 7 deaths. It's going to be very difficult to come back from that, right? 8 deaths, even though they're only 5 seconds of death, it's still 40-second loss. Plus all the time running back and your DPS loss. 8 deaths is unideal. Now they'll still +2 it, right? They'll still be fighting for that, the same. If I'm going to break it out, right? Maybe I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Go ahead.
You love it when you start with that, right? Maybe I shouldn't do this. I'm going to break it down, right, guys? There's really like 4 tiers that we're going to see every team fall into for this seeding, right? There's going to be the lower tier, and they're going to be the ones who get to the 11s, and they're going to struggle with the 13s, right? We've seen a little bit of that.
Yep.
There's going to be that second tier, right? They're going to be able to get their 13s done. They're going to get to 13s across the board, maybe push a 15, maybe a 14. That's great. They're going to be vying for that middle of the pack-ish. Then you have that top tier, that second from the top tier. I think both these teams, Marine Corps and Coast Guard, are going to fall into that. We're going to +2 our 11s. We'll get our 13s done, maybe push some 15s, try to get 15s across the board. And then you'll get the top, which are what we saw, the +3 on the 11s. And they'll either +2 the 14, which will put them, around the same as I think that'll give them a shot at playing for first, the top seeding, or they'll +1 the 14, in which case they'll be playing for second place. I think that's going to be the real break. I think the top team at the end of this weekend will have at least finished 16s across the board.
Across the board?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Do you think you're going to see a 17 at all?
Yes.
Really? Okay. Which dungeon do you think someone's going to complete a 17 on?
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker? Okay.
Yep. I think we're going to see, I think before the end of the weekend, we'll at least see a 17 run. I hope someone finishes a 17. But, I think if any of these teams really want to be competitive, and again, this is only the first dungeon of the 3. Just because you didn't +3 and 11 miss doesn't mean you won't +3 the 11 Dawn, and you won't +3 the 11. So it's still very possible to +3 the other 2 11s. I think Dawnbreaker, all these teams, despite what people are saying, we've run on the test server ourselves. He's giving me evil looks here. I know he's going to give me evil looks when I say this. But
giving out the strats. Giving
out some strats. But you know what? It's day 2 at this point. If you don't know, you don't know. But yeah, we've run this dungeon a lot on our own, and we have found that the what is it called? The labyrinth has not changed once for us.
Oh,
look.
Oh, that's the strat. That's the main strat. You don't change.
It's not a strat. It's just it never has changed.
Oh, because we saw yesterday, everyone was doing the maze.
Everyone's doing the maze. It buys us maybe 10 seconds.
More than that.
Okay. Look, guys, these guys are all playing. We've been watching their maze runs. It's the same maze that we did. I think that these teams know it. At least these 2 teams have seemed to go through the maze pretty quickly. Although one of the teams was using the weak aura.
Yeah. I think yesterday we saw almost every team get set back on the maze. I think besides Ukraine.
Yeah.
I think Ukraine didn't get set back, but France and the Kiwis.
New Zealand,
yeah. They both got set back multiple times because of the maze.
And now we're looking at the timers here. So I think both these teams are on pace to +2 it. It's going to be it won't be really close. They're both on pace to +2 this dungeon, but you can see Coast Guard started much earlier. So they started a couple minutes before Marine Corps Gaming. So while they're both going to +2 it, Coast Guard is already making up some time just in the speed between dungeons. They're taking less time to, go to the bathroom and brush their teeth and get food and all those things that people do between dungeons. And I think that is coming out here where we see that they're already, on the final boss, and Marine Corps is still getting there.
And that time adds up at the end of the day. That might give them that extra dungeon to hop into right before the timer ends.
And like I said, if realistically we want to see these teams +2 maybe +3, but I doubt it, +2 of 14, run their 16s, and maybe get an additional 1 or 2 dungeons in. I think that's my hope at least. I think right now, the only team I think it can do it is Air Force.
For the dungeon that they did, we've only been seeing mist from Marine Corps and Coast Guard. So, maybe when they go to Dawnbreaker, they absolutely destroy that one.
It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. All I'm saying is I think Mist is the middle ground dungeon. I think Arakar is the hardest.
I think the 11 + 3 on Mist, the timer is close. I think that you need to know exactly what you're doing, have all these pools pre-planned, and really know exactly what route to take in order to hit that 18 minutes on Mist.
Yeah. Well, congrats, Coast Guard, finishing their dungeon, and looks like they're going to go right into the 13.
Love to see it.
Interesting. Man, I don't know how I feel about it. Like I like the idea of pushing the dungeon as far as you can, but as soon as if that was me and I did not +3 the 11, I'd be like, okay, let's get into a different dungeon and see if we can at least, because at that point, right, if you get down to the end of the day and you can do a 14 or a 13, you'd rather get the 3 points from a 14 than the 2 points from a 13. And I know there's going to be plenty of time for them to run it and try. I do love the fireworks. Shout out there. He was doing an amazing fireworks display yesterday. I got to duel him, actually. So he was in that bottom right corner because we didn't have a 4th team yesterday. I went in there and dueled him.
Did you win?
I beat him.
How close was it?
Not close. But I don't think he was trying to fight me. I think he accepted the duel and then tried to send off as many fireworks as he could. And I just kept hitting.
Took advantage of it.
100%. 100%. But let's go ahead and see. It looks like right now we can drop in on Marine Corps Gaming. As they finish up their Mist, just because it's almost done. They're on the final boss here.
I believe they're at 20 minutes there on the last boss.
Yeah, just trying to see. I can't tell. There we go. Man, production is great. Okay. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to +2 this dungeon. Again, if they don't +2 this dungeon, they are going to drop from that 2nd tier, remember I was talking about, down to that 3rd tier. That realistically they have to, at this point, if they want to be fighting for 3rd and 4th place.
And you see the percentage too; they're at 91% still.
Oh yeah.
So that's gonna eat up some time.
I don't actually know if they do this. They're at 80% on the boss. They still have 9% left in trash. They have 9 deaths, which means that they're not coping as well with the damage increase. From a 8 to an 11 is a big damage increase, right? You're taking a lot more damage. What's forgivable in a 5, what you can stand in a 5 and only lose a quarter of your health will now one-shot you.
Yep.
So I think they need to play a little bit safer probably. Maybe some of the pools were too big. We don't know. We weren't actually watching this one as tightly as we could have been, but they're at 60%, 2 minutes, 45 seconds left.
My guess is the Guardians. The Guardians gets everybody.
The what?
The Guardians.
Gosh.
Yeah, those guys hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those things where they're going to destroy your tank. And on top of that, if you pull aggro, they're going to destroy you. Ooh, okay. I liked it.
Oh, okay. Love to see it.
Yeah, casting from your character screen. Yeah, why? Let's not put that on a keybind. Big fan.
Well, he has to apply it to his weapon.
I mean,
yeah.
Sure. Oh, okay. You're right. You're right.
So he was doing that real quick, but I guess he probably just forgot to do it prior to the dungeon start.
Someone called him out? You think one of his teammates were like, hey, dude, you died. Don't forget to... Well, no, it doesn't go off on timer. Yeah.
I think it ran out.
It just ran out.
Time
I like it.
Yeah.
You should, honestly, guys, you're on the tournament realm. All of it's unlimited. Just put it on before every dungeon.
Yeah.
Just always apply it
before every dungeon. Cooldowns, boom.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. They're doing great, though. You got 1:45 left, 20% on this boss. They need to burn this guy down and still do 9% more in trash.
It's going to be close. I don't think it's doable unless if they pull this. They're going to have to pull more than one mob, too.
I think if I'm them, I send maybe a ranged DPS to go out and...
I think
Oh, one's dead.
Oh.
Yep, just brought back. They've had a couple deaths here on this boss.
Can we get a production to grab the audio from this?
Ooh, that would be nice too. Okay. Never mind, guys. We are not going to listen to audio, which is fine. We're just going to keep talking to you as they, it looks like, guys, if I'm them, I don't know if I take this. A +1, 55 seconds. They're going to run a 12. I mean, best case scenario, you plus 2 a 12 and you get to a
14.
A 13. Or no, to a 14.
Yeah, 14.
Maybe you do, I guess. Okay, different POV. I like it. We got some audio now. Much cleaner point of view, too. I like this guy's UI a lot. Big fan of this UI. They have 20 seconds, and you know that they feel it in their souls right now.
I could tell. Heart racing. They're like, we got to kill this as fast as
50
possible.
seconds. They're yelling, bird.
That's still not enough percentage.
Oh, it's not. No one's watching the percent. They've got to grab these guys. They have 2 seconds left. Guys, that's going to be a +1.
Oh.
And, I mean, you have to take it, right? It's 11. You do score the 11 points. You get to move on to a 12. Yep. But, unfortunately, that sets you so far back. Because no matter what you do here, like if you can't +2 at 11, there's no way you can +3 at 12. So no matter what you do, you're going to be behind on this dungeon. I think you just get off this dungeon now. You say 11's where we're at for now. Let's see if we can push. Dawn or Arakara, Marine Corps Gaming. That is unfortunate.
And it happens. Mistakes happen. I mean, they've been playing good all day so far. They've been playing well all day so far. So we'll see if they're able to switch up the dungeons and absolutely dominate and +3 that 11 like we saw the Air Force do.
Yeah. And okay, so I think if we, I'll leave it to production. Surprise us. Let's see which POV production surprises us we're going to. So let's watch somebody.
It's going to be Coast Guard.
Oh, don't give her an idea because now.
That's my guess.
That would have been my guess too because they're still at the beginning of their run. But we're actually going to sit here for about 2 minutes, and we're going to keep watching all 4 of these.
So we're
runs.
both wrong.
We were both wrong, guys. So, okay, looking at all 4 of these right now, Marine Corps, just like we said, they're going to go ahead and swap over dungeons. They're basically an entire – so not only did they not +3 or +2 that dungeon, they're an entire dungeon behind Air Force Gaming now. Mm-hmm. Air Force just finished a 5 Dawn.
Yep.
That means if Marine Corps starts the 5 right now, they have already 10 minutes, an entire dungeon behind where Air Force is. Air Force is definitely looking like the team to beat right now. +3 in that 11 has put them there. I think points until everyone has completed, a dungeon on each. Like I said, everyone should be able to get to the 11. Everyone's going to finish the 11. So we can expect that the minimum number of points a team gets is 33 points. Everyone will get to the 11. Everyone will time in 11. The question is, which teams will +3 these 11s? We've got an 11 going on for United XP right now, and I'm getting a timer check. It looks like 14-18. So it looks like they're not going to +3 that one.
And we have the 13 Mist going on from the Coast Guard as well. And it looks like they're at 4 minutes, that is, going into the first boss as well. So they're kind of moving.
Yeah, so for Coast Guard, it is what it is, right? A 13 isn't bad. It's definitely better than a 12, like what Marine Corps just got earned. However, if they're going to stay competitive for first place to get back up there with Space Force, they have to +3 this 13. And that's a hard thing to do.
That's a hard +3. I don't think that's doable, but I would like to see a +2 on that, get that 15, and then just...
And a 15 is good. A 15 puts them right in line with where Ukraine was yesterday. They're playing for that tier 2, that 3rd, 4th, 5th place in seeding, which would be great for them. Like that is not bad at all if they can +2 this 13. If they only +1 it, that is very unfortunate. I think for them right now, they know at a minimum they need to +2 it. To stay competitive for top seed, they need to +3 this. I think if you're Air Force right now, you're just enjoying life. You're on your 8 now. You just finished your 5. You're just coasted through the 8.
Yep.
Like you did what you needed to do on the 11. Like you could take it easy and wait for that 14.
Is that a Guardian Druid?
On
Air Force.
Air Force Gaming.
It was a Guardian Druid.
I like it. Doing more damage than the DK. Oh.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Yeah, you don't like it when they say it out loud, right?
we all saw it. We all knew it, but no one said it.
No one had to say it out loud. Yeah. All the teams are doing really well. We're seeing a lot of quick pace. seeing everyone's completed their 11s, which, like we said, was the baseline. So that is good to see. I am curious to see if any other team's going to be able to +3 and 11.
Oh, that's
today.
a death down on United. I think that is the tank down, or no, it was the
No.
Feral Druid.
Yeah, they do
Like
theirs
you said.
backwards, remember?
Yeah. Yep.
And that's exactly what I was saying. That I think that's the issue with bringing a Feral Druid. They're just a Feral Druid is like is kind of like a hunter. Their biggest defensive is going to be their health pot.
The hunters do have defenses though.
I mean, they have turtle.
Yeah.
Like they've won, and it makes them immobile. Like not immobile, but they can't do any damage, right? Like.
Yeah.
I don't know. If I'm looking at this, like it's one of those things where there's a lot of damage. Dawnbreaker is a very heal heavy. Right now, we're gonna see it. This orb's gonna go out. Hopefully, no one gets hit by the orb. The orb's gonna go out. The dot's gonna get on someone, and as soon as the dot happens, the ball explodes and the tank buster goes off, and everyone's at half health.
It's gonna be close. Do you think they +2 this? I don't know. 7 minutes left. Half the health left on the boss. They still have to go for the ship, kill the mini boss, and phase the next boss. Go to the next spot. That 30-second RP that
They'll
everybody
+2 it.
hates.
They'll. I think they're on track to +2 this.
Oh,
Did that hit him?
playing with fire. No.
That was
Oh,
so
the dot's going on
close.
The hunter. Get the hunter up. Oh no. Oh gosh, that was scary.
He bubbled. He that was so scary. Like if I'm watching that as a healer and I'm watching everybody's health just
He's yelling right now. That healer is yelling.
he's screaming at his team like
Defenses.
personal wall. Here's
Pots.
yeah. Here's the orb again. Now we're gonna see. Does anybody get hit by that?
No.
No. Nice.
That was clean.
Man. Yeah, if I'm looking at this right now, I'm thinking we need to pick it up. This boss
he's out of mana. He's at 2% mana left.
Ooh.
1% now.
Okay.
Boss should die here though.
Yeah, that's it. There's no more pulsing. Like they either kill the boss here or they lose. So personal defensives here. They finish this boss. Though the real question, like you said, is they only have 6 minutes left. I say only. 6 minutes is good. You figure give it 2 minutes at the second phase, 2 minutes at the top phase, 2 minutes for mini boss.
Just depends. DPS needs to be bumping.
Is Lamp Feral has way more than a health pot? Okay, look, I'm not hating on Feral that hard.
He
I'm
just
not,
doesn't like Feral.
I'm not trying to be mean on Feral, guys. I just think if you're going to tell me that a Feral is better than a Blood DK, I'm going to tell you you belong in the loony bin. Like, I would much rather have a DK on this than I would a Feral.
Is lamp post tank tech not a thing in Dawnbreaker anymore? You can. So I've used the fountain as well. If I clear out the courtyard, you can use the fountain. I play with Prot Warrior, so it's nice because I can just go wherever and just charge back in.
I think any person can any class can be good and any class can be played well. I think some classes are just easier to play.
Mm-hmm.
And it is what it is. I personally would not want someone playing a Feral or a Hunter in my key. If this was a pug, I wouldn't take you. Let me put it that way. If this was a pug and I see a Feral, yeah.
Denied.
If I see a Feral or if I see a Hunter, I'm like, ooh, yeah, no, you're not getting into the key.
We got some Coast Guard cheers in the chat as well. There we go.
I'm also the guy who would bring like 4 Ret Pallies.
Yeah, you do.
So
I think we did a raid one time and you brought, what was it, 10 Pallies?
12 Pallies
12
in the raid, yeah.
And I was male as well.
If I'm
plate,
you were plate, yeah. I'm the best hunter. Okay, Doug Vial. I gotcha. Yeah, you know what it is? It's just I like the survivability of some classes more in pugs. Now these guys have been practicing together, right?
Yeah. I'm stressing right now. 4 minutes left.
It's gonna come down to
close.
at what percent he has when they phase him. If they can phase him and he's at that 61%, I think they do this. If they phase him and he's at 63%,
and they do have less still.
they're waiting for second phase to lust.
It's gonna be close. They need a pump. Get those bombs in. Is that an ad still up in the back right there?
Yes.
The ad is still up. Just cast it in the back. There we go. Ad's down. They need to pump. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left for this +2.
Okay, good. Oh my gosh, 2 deaths, 3 deaths, and that is just a heartbreak right there, because that is the key.
That's rough.
Even with the, I mean, they have battle res available, right? But
yeah, at this point you just wipe.
Oh, they rezzed and he immediately died.
Do they continue? Do they one chest it?
I mean, yes, they still have enough time to complete this in one, right? Like they will time this key. We just saw that another team only timed a key.
So we'll see what they do here, and hopefully, you know, we'll have more defenses here for those big AoE procs that come off from the boss. Get those bombs out as quick as possible to phase this guy and get that 30-second RP, the Kit Kat break, like we like to call it, and then get out of this dungeon. And that'll put them at a 12 Dawnbreaker, right?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, you know, that the deaths come through. Sometimes it happens. You got to remember, you need to throw all 3 bombs. If your healer's not able to heal you through the pulsing barrage there,
go the
you
other
need
way.
to throw the bombs quickly. That was close.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I always freak out whenever I see a DPS get that. They start going the opposite way on accident.
So as you're holding the bombs, you take damage. He's also doing the pulse out damage. Holding the bomb does more damage to you. So you got to throw it if your healer can't heal through it. I just think if I'm them right now, I'm throwing the bombs immediately. Just grab them, throw them, phase him, lust, finish this dungeon out. Let's at least +1 this.
Which they got 7 minutes left. It should be an easy +1 for them.
Nope, there's a death.
Oh, you
just had to say
death.
it.
That's who went down there? That was the Feral Druid. Trying to keep up this hunter. Come on, you got this.
Yeah, but see, the bombs are out now. They need to get all 3 bombs thrown to stop this.
Shaman needs to grab one. Hunter needs to grab one.
Hunter turtled.
There we go. Throw that bomb.
Nope. I don't think did he get it off?
I don't think so. Boss would have phased.
Yeah, I think the bomb exploded in his hands. There's another bomb. There's the next.
Throw it.
Set 3 of bombs. You guys just need to throw 1 bomb. 1 bomb should get you there.
There we go. Blows up. Boss phases.
Okay.
Kit Kat break. They're going to be down 1 DPS, but with 6 minutes remaining, I think they have plenty of time.
I don't know if they can do this, though. I mean, it is easier to heal 4 people.
But it's hard because that DPS that is down is their top DPS.
He's the top DPS, but he's also died like 8 times this dungeon. Not actually 8 times, guys. That was an exaggeration. But you get what I'm saying. Like, he's died now a couple different times on these bosses. So it's one of those things where, he does a lot of damage, but if he's not surviving, maybe change him to a DK. I don't know. They're still gonna time this. They'll still score 11 points.
It's close. It's gonna be close.
5 minutes to get in. What's the percent of boss? We don't have a boss click right now.
Let me see.
Click
we
it.
don't have a percentage on
There we go.
There we go.
64.
That's gonna be rough.
That is.
There's
so
the lust that just went out.
They did get lust off. It is an 11. They're down to 63 already. They just need to really gonna have to pump. How long till the battle res is open? They don't have a timer on their battle res. Yeah. So no idea on the battle res. So the battle res should be up before the dungeon ends, though. Like before they run out of time to time it.
Because the body does transfer down here, so they could just battle res, boom. It's going to be close. 63% still, 4 minutes, 40 seconds going. They need to pump. And it's still going to do this AoE damage, so the Shaman's going to have to keep everybody up. And he's at 13% mana.
He is low on mana. He's surviving, though. Like, what I'll say right now is this is honestly not the hardest boss, this part of it. There's some healer checks here, but everyone has personal defensives. Pally still has sack up and bubble, so he can sack bubble someone. Like, this
It's doable.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to fail it. It's just a matter of can they do enough damage. He's at 62, so it's just taking a while. They got 4 minutes left.
I want to see it. Come on. You guys got this, United. Pump.
The only real issue with this is in the time that it's taken them to do this dungeon, Air Force has completed 2.5 dungeons.
Yeah. They're probably on their 11 right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
61%, that looks like. Okay. They're getting there. They're getting there.
Get it out. Man, come on, guys. Come on. We believe in you.
Yes, I'm rooting
Keep
for
him
this.
up.
Come
Keep
on.
him up. Paladin still has sack and bubble, so he's golden. I don't know why lay on hands isn't on their cooldown tracker. It's very disappointing, but he also has lay on hands.
Pump, pump, pump.
They have to have the battle res now, right? It's been 2 additional minutes. Maybe not.
Well, that hunter went low. I think he just got laid on hands.
He definitely got laid on hands
that
there.
just-
Or health pot.
He went full quick.
All right, sack bubble, Pally. Sack bubble, sack bubble.
Oh, there goes the pally. Oh, no. Okay,
No,
he's
he's
good.
fine.
Oh, I couldn't see the whole health. I thought it was all the way down.
No, healer's got him. What's the percent at? 61 still. 60.
60%.
There it is.
There you go.
All right. Congrats, United.
Woo.
They timed the dungeon.
2 minutes to spare. They weren't even sweating.
They weren't even sweating. Oh, I was sweating for them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Air Force on the 8 looks like they're going to +3 the 8. So we don't need to watch that one. They're on the final boss there. Looks like the 13 miss.
And
They
then,
got-
Marine Corps just completed a mist here.
A
Oh, it was
Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker.
The Dawn 5? Yeah, Dawn 5. Because we know that because Air Force is a dungeon ahead.
Yep.
So the Air Force did the Dawn 8 in the same time that the Marine Corps did a Dawn 5, which is good. They should take about the same time anyway, 5 and 8. There's really no difference there.
And you got Coast Guard hammering out this 13 miss. What are they on time there?
They have 5 more minutes to +2 this. So they're not going to +3 it, which means they are going to be in that same tier as like Ukraine from yesterday,
Mm-hmm. The 15s.
the 15s.
Mhm.
However, that being said, they do need to +2 this. So we do need, they still need to get, I think, a little bit of percent. They're still going to need to kill the boss. They're at less than 5 minutes now. They need to pump up the jams.
Oh, I love to hear it.
They need to get the speed going a little bit faster than this. If they're going to maintain this speed, like if they're going to +2 this, they need to pick it up a little bit. The
So
last
doable.
thing they want,
Grab those flyers as well if they can.
yeah. Trying to see what the percent's at, 94.4. Yeah,
They're going into boss here. Ooh, dropping low. Whew.
and United switching off, so now they're going to Arakawa. We got Marine Corps on their second Dawn run, looks like the Dawn 8. And Air Force is going into that 11. So we're going to finish this off with Coast Guard right here. 4 minutes left. They still need a little bit of percent. Luckily, it's just, I think, probably that one pack outside.
Yep.
This is really what it comes down to, though. You know, if they're going to be able to do this, we're going to need to see a little bit more damage from Ninetales. I think that the difference here is the healer damage just needs to get up a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, Shaman provides an amazing amount of heals. Just the DPS is going to be on the lower side.
It is, and that's I think. I don't think they'll have an issue. Like, obviously, they wouldn't have an issue timing this dungeon on a 13. But I think to +3 or +2 a 13, you need everyone to be pumping damage. Need a little bit more out of the healer. That 200k overall, 270k overall. It's just you need that up about like 600k.
You're looking at those meters. They don't look bad.
What?
Tanks at 1.8, 1.08. The Fury Warriors 1.89, 1.93.
It's not bad for +2ing, but maybe.
Yeah. But they are pumping.
They are pumping. I'll give them that. And look who the top pumper is there. That DK.
Yeah.
Always bringing DK.
Mr. Fireworks himself.
That's right. Oh, that is. That's Kaboom.
Mind Link going out.
You just say it like that, just Mind Link going
Yeah,
out.
Mind Link was going out, but they negated it. It was pretty awesome.
I do like so UI, we haven't judged this UI yet. Quick judgment time. The interrupts are pretty high. I think I don't like them that high. I would have put them right underneath the party frames, but that's personal preference. The only thing on this UI that I think is absolutely atrocious. Absolutely. Oh, no. Oh, it's just the DPS. It's not that they don't put the tank on the top either. Okay.
Gets the B-res off.
Good to go. Where's your pet? Augment rune. Where's your pet? Oh, he got the pet out.
Pet's up.
Augment rune. It's just, I don't know if he knows or not. Oh, they got another death there. Ninetales dies. Comes back. Warrior's dead.
One there too.
Oh no, everything's falling apart on this 13. Both DPS dead. All that's left, one DPS, the tank and the healer. Do they have a shot at still completing this dungeon?
How much percentage is on the boss? It's rough. They're trying to reset.
They're going to go for a reset here. Okay, so at this point, they've decided that they are not going to +2 this 13. They're just going to go for the completion, which is still good. But, yikes.
Yeah, that'll put them on a 14 missed, which is not bad. It's not bad. At the end of the day, they can come back to it, time that 14, and that puts them at a 15.
It's not bad. You do want to be on a 14, but realistically, I think, like I said, to be in first place, you needed to have been off the 14 right after the 11.
That bracket, like you were talking about.
Yeah, this is, you completed the 11, and it only took you to a 13. You completed the 13, you're just going to catch up to the people. I think this is going to put them on that second or third tier bracket there. I don't think they're going to be playing for first place seed anymore, but I definitely think they're still in the running for, third, fourth, maybe second.
Unless they go to Dawnbreaker. I'm always going to bring up Dawnbreaker. And they +3 the 11. Then they +3 the 14. Then they time the 17. Could be doable. I don't see it happening, but...
I don't think it's doable.
Yeah.
I mean...
I don't see it happening.
Yeah, they put in a really good effort here, and I think they're doing great. A 13 is not an easy dungeon by any means. They just need to clean up some of the deaths. Yeah, realistically, clean up some of the deaths. They need to. That was much better. You see how they're moving as a group. Mm-hmm. It makes it a lot easier next time the poison comes out. Just got to watch their feet a little bit. They're not doing poorly at all. They just need to probably pick it up just a little bit. They still have % left as well. So what this comes down to now is, in order for them to time this dungeon, they can have no more mistakes.
Absolutely none. They won't have lust either. So
yeah, they've gone from we could possibly +2 this to, okay, lock in if we're gonna at all stay relevant. It's just a bug. Step on it. We haven't seen any warrior stomps on it yet.
Imagine.
I mean, they're doing a great job. Last time it looked a little bit more chaotic. This time you can definitely see they're moving as a group, stacking together for the poisons. They're calling it out. Well, everyone except for the person we're watching. Everybody else stacked really nicely.
Really well. Yeah, it was a really good job. Next poison comes out, you're going to see one straying off to the left pretty far.
Yeah. Okay, gathering up all the ads. Got to be careful that you don't go too far back here, though, because last thing you want is to accidentally reset. Pally needs to move the boss. Yeah, I think just a little bit further away from the poison. It's making it a little difficult for... I like how their team is stacked up and moving to... Oh, no.
Oh, down goes the DPS. Who was that?
That was their Kaboom. That was Kaboom. Got hit by avoidable damage. For those of you that don't know, there's an amazing plugin called Elitism Helper, which we'll post in chat every time someone from your team screws up. And I highly recommend it for everybody.
Very tilting.
No 15-second death penalty makes it easy. It definitely makes it more forgiving. I wouldn't say easy. And I think we see that here, right?
Because they still have the fortified, tyrannical, and the affix.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're right. It makes it easier to time those 9 deaths instead of being... what is that? 2 minutes and 15 seconds. It's only 45 seconds. So yeah, it is. Oh no! Again.
Down goes Scotty.
Guys, avoidable damage. Come on, finish this out. Lock it in. Finish this boss out. Do we have another POV on their team?
Where's your pet?
Where is your pet? Where's your augment rune? Oh, there we go. He's the least looking. Thank you. Okay, we got it.
All right, sweet. Oh, the Fury Warrior point of view. Love to see it.
Oh, there is a Fury Warrior. 2 dead, though.
It's going to be close. It's 12% left on the boss. They killed boss, but are they able to kill the next pack because they still need that 2%? Can they grab those flyers right now, maybe?
No. Stop that. They're barely holding on right now. They have a tank, a healer, and they've got 1 DPS. They need to
do something. They can't not.
They'll have 2 minutes to res.
Mm-hmm.
They have 2 minutes to res. They 100% got this. All they need to do is
close.
They just need to keep pushing it. They're at, I can't see percentage.
7.5.
Where are you looking?
Right up here on the boss. 7.5.
Oh, there we go. 7.5 for 7.1%, 7%. All they got to do.
Push. Uh-oh.
Tank getting low. But he's a pally.
They got the fix.
He's a pally. He's got a lot. He's got the layout hand still. Oh man, he's almost out of defensives actually. Okay, Paladin's gonna keep pushing. Mind Link. They need to get away. Good jump.
Nice. 1%. They got this.
Ninetales so low.
Oh, push. Come on.
4 mil.
Dead.
4 mil.
Boom.
Dead. Okay,
No, pull.
not over yet. Not over yet.
Pull.
They gotta get the res off. They gotta get some res off. Let your tank and your DPS start as soon as you start channeling the second res.
1 minute 30. Come on. Go.
First res is good. Go. Everyone's up. Everyone's up.
Go.
Oh no. On minute 20. They need literally one of these they need to focus down one guy. They're cleaving. There's no way.
Full aggro.
Oh, they got it.
Boom.
There it is.
Woo!
All right, guys, that was a lot closer than it should have been. I definitely need to download that. Oh, man. Okay, so the Coast Guard gets it in what was a very, very contentious 13. Oh, man. Do we have a scoreboard? Can we get updated scores, see where everybody's at now? Okay, we'll give production a second to get that Coast Guard score input, and then we will look over. We can sort of see where everyone else is now. So we got that 5 going on Arakara for United. We got the Marine Corps doing their 8 Dawnbreaker, looking on time to +3 this, which again we set as the minimum requirement to really not come in last place.
It's just crazy how far ahead Air Force is than everyone else. They're on that 11 Dawnbreaker at the same spot that Marine Corps is on their 8 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, and it's 1 dungeon ahead, right? They've made up enough time to be a single dungeon ahead, but not only are they a dungeon ahead, they +3'd that previous 11.
Yep.
So they're going to have a 14 just waiting to get done at the end of the day. They still have basically 3.5 hours left. I don't see a reason why they're not 16s across the board. And don't get me wrong, I think the other teams can also hit 16s in their other dungeons. I think Marine Corps is probably not going to get it on their, what do we see them do? Miss. Mm-hmm. And I think Coast Guard probably won't get it on Miss, but I think Marine Corps is on time right now to +3 this Dawnbreaker. They still have 8 minutes left, cleaning up this last mini boss. 1 more pack, and then they go on to the boss.
What's their time at?
8 minutes, 7:30. So they still have plenty of time. 7.5 minutes.
Oh, they're at 10 minutes for the 11.
Yeah. Oh, for the 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 11, they are absolutely flying right now. That 11 Dawnbreaker is, unless something goes cataclysmically wrong. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That is a big pull. They pulled the mini boss plus the first pack, and they also pulled the casters on the left side there.
Unless something goes cataclysmically wrong, they're on time to +3 that 11 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I think they lusted this right here too as well.
Did they? Oh yeah. That's a big pull for a lust. Pull it onto the mini boss. That's a dangerous pull.
That mini boss hurts.
Yeah. That lust helps your healer keep everybody alive with the dot and the orb and that is a nightmare pull right there. So
pumping too. Love to see it.
And it's almost side by side with this Marine Corps game. Yeah, Marine Corps Gaming Dawnbreaker. Wait, they were doing a Dawnbreaker, right?
Yeah,
that's the boss. They're just
still are. Yeah, they're.
It's such a weird spot.
They went behind the boss. I think they're pulling the pack behind the boss. I can't really tell where they are. I think
this is the mini boss
underneath the bridge.
That's the boss, right?
That's the boss. Yeah.
He just looks tiny.
Yeah, he does. It's just so zoomed out.
The way that, the angle of the camera and the way
Yeah,
they
it
were,
was weird,
I was
yeah.
like, I know they were on a Dawnbreaker. They should be side by side right now on timing. It'd be really cool to see those two like side by side.
Yeah, that would be a good view.
The Marine Corps and the Air Force, since one's an 8 and one's an 11, but they're at the exact same. No, Marine Corps.
Marine Corps is moving on this.
Wow, they absolutely dominated that boss. Oh, here we go. Scoreboard update, everybody. This is what we were waiting on here. Air Force Gaming 11 and an 8, both 3'd. Coast Guard with that 5 and the 13 completed. So they do have a 13 completed. Did Coast Guard complete the 5 yet?
So they just did that 13 missed.
Yeah, I don't think they've done a 5 Dawn yet.
Yeah, they're going on to, I think, Arakara.
Yeah. Marine Corps, though, with the 11, that is accurate. We're going to come back to this screen, guys. We're going to do some quick updates to this, and we'll come right back to it in a little bit. We're going to hang out and watch a couple of these. Like I said, we've got Air Force in that top left right now, really pushing this timer for this 11, trying to get this 11 plus 3'd. And we got Marine Corps Gaming realizing that to stay competitive, they need to plus 3 this 11. They still have 5 minutes left, 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, they plus 3 this. Marine Corps is coming in clutch here on this 8. Great job.
Coming in clutch?
Coming in clutch. Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was
doing great. They're plus 3 in this right here. They go to the 11. They plus 3 the 11.
I mean, yeah. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't like your phrasing.
Understood.
Okay.
And then how is this 11 Dawn? They're at 13 minutes and 47 seconds going into this mini boss. They are coasting through this as well. They are coming in clutch.
Oh my gosh. And then we got 2 5s going on. Obviously the 5s, guys, those are both going to be plus 3'd. It's just a matter of how quickly can they do it. We're expecting, if anyone does not plus 3 a 5, they will be last place of this entire weekend.
We have not seen anybody not plus 3 a 5.
If you don't plus 3 to 5, you will be last place. Realistically, if you don't plus 3 and 8, you're going to be last place. Every single person is plus 3 to every single 8.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no room for failure on the 8s either. That being said,
things happen.
Things do happen.
Yeah,
they only have 3.5 minutes left. So, I mean, if Marine Corps full wipes right here.
Yeah, then they don't get that plus 3. I think they still get it, though, pretty easily. The second phase is not too.
I mean, I'm saying they have time to phase it unless they wipe. If they wipe, they're in last place of the whole competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally the worst anyone's done. But I don't think they're doing a great job. They've been doing amazing damage. They really pushed that last boss so fast, that second boss. So I think this boss is going to go down equally fast. Great showing from the Marine Corps.
How's United doing down there on their Arakara 5? It looks like they are en route to plus 3 that 5. They have 13 minutes on the time. They're on the last boss. They have the percentage, I believe, and it's just going to be an easy plus 3-5 on the Arakara. Coast Guard should be an easy plus 3-5 on the Dawnbreaker as well.
Marine Corps just plus 3. They're 8. Congratulations
let's
to them.
Go.
Dungeon complete. Let's get the graphic. It's my favorite graphic.
It's so awesome.
She's working, guys. Production is working amazingly hard behind the scenes, and I just keep throwing things at them. So got to give them a little leeway here. We'll get that dungeon complete graphic soon. They did complete it.
It looks like Air Force just phased the boss on the 11 Dawn with 15 minutes and 26 seconds left to get that plus 3 on the 11.
Not left.
I mean, not left, but
yeah. Dungeon complete. There it is. Look at that. Yeah.
We'll talk about.
Let's go. GG production. Air Force over there, they are really pushing this. If they're able to plus 311, that will be the second 11 plus 3 out of the entire tournament and the second one that they have done. So that says something about Air Force. They are definitely, if they're able to plus 311, this 11, they
top
are.
Dogs.
Yeah,
they're en route to be first place so far.
Yeah, by far ahead of everyone else. Everyone else is fighting for second place at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Until Navy goes tomorrow.
Until Navy goes. We'll see. Don't cast a curse us before we even played.
It's not a real thing, caster cursing. Okay, let's see. Time is running out for Air Force, though. They do need to get this thing
Can
push.
we get a point of view on the Air Force here?
No, she's working behind the scenes. You gotta give it a
okay.
minute. Yeah. You gotta give it a minute. A lot of damage. Oh, what happened with United? Oh, they finished the dungeon.
Yeah, it was
They beat it. They plus 2 to 5. I was like, why are they back? That was so quick. They just got in the dungeon. I was like, oh
they
yeah, it's a
slammed
5.
that Arcara.
They just did it so fast. They got out of it real quick.
Looks like
dungeon complete. There it is.
Oh,
that's what I was missing from my life.
Looks like it's going to be a +3 on this this Dawnbreaker. They got
not yet
17 minutes left.
No, not left.
I mean, not 17 minutes left, but 17 minutes done. Yeah.
They have a minute left. It's going to be real close. Nope, that doesn't work. Oh, come on.
Pushing.
Guys, you got to finish this. +3 this. Oh, I hear it. I got sound now.
Boom, they did it. That's
there it is.
3. It's a +3 on the 11 Dawnbreaker. They did a +3 on the 11 Arcara as well.
Yeah, that puts them, I mean, handily, at least from what we've seen, they are in first place.
By far.
Yeah, they've +3'd both 11s. Now, points-wise, they're not, right? Points-wise, that puts them now at 22 points. And I think Coast Guard has 13 plus, well, this will be 5. So actually, yeah, that'll put them at 18. Marine Corps has 11 plus 8. So that puts them at 19. So, yeah, Air Force is actually ahead right now by 3 points. This is...
Dungeon complete.
There it is. Woo! Hey! Yeah! Dungeon complete, y'all. Air Force is flying. Now, they are taking a little potty break right now. You can see no one's moving.
They said, hey, we're so far ahead right now. Let's just take a break.
Now, but you got to remember, they're not just playing against these 3 teams.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing against the teams from yesterday and the teams against the teams tomorrow to try to get seeding. So it is important, adamant, imperative even, that these teams maximize their time inside the dungeon. You can't spend 5 minutes outside going to the bathroom. You need to get in there.
Just keep going.
You need to have you need to get them right in the dungeon, ready to go. Like, man, we need to see some push in here. But they're so far ahead. I mean, they still have 3.5 minutes left. They have one more dungeon to push to 11.
Do you think they just swapped to the mist here?
Yeah. I think I wouldn't have known except they did that last time, right? They swapped from the 11 to the other dungeon. I think they run 3 of the mists, get the 5, 8, 11 done, +3 all of those, and then you just watch the other team struggle on 12s while you go ahead and push your 14s.
Yep.
But we also have this 5 Dawnbreaker going to be closed up here very shortly. Again, it's a 5. They're going to finish it with probably 6 minutes to spare. You got the 11 Dawnbreaker from Marine Corps Gaming just starting. They're on those little boats prior to the first boss. And then we've got the, we've got the 8 Arcara.
Yep, that's by United down there. Absolutely humping right there. Oh my goodness, the BM Hunter. And we got a point of view here on the Dawnbreaker 11 for the Marine Corps. Love to see it. We'll be heading back to the main ship here.
Yeah, they're doing absolutely great. We're seeing Marine Corps Gaming here at the beginning of this. We're going to have to see how they're able to handle this. The 11, like we said before, this is when it starts to pump. So the difference between the 11, and maybe we really haven't talked about this as much as we should have, and the reason it is so much harder than an 8 to +3 is it gets the opposite effect. So, for instance, on this one, if it was fortified on the 5 and 8, this one is both fortified and tyrannical on top of being voidbound. So that extra fix on top of it just being a higher difficulty makes it much more difficult to +3 these dungeons. Wouldn't you agree, K9?
I 100% agree. And I want to see these guys +3 this 11 because they had the mist that we're having a couple troubles in, but we'll see how they do here. Orbs being dropped on the melee. Hate to see it, but phase is coming out, so they're going to be able to get out of there. Oh, no. Oh, that was an amazing strat. He was stuck in that corner. He mounted up, and that was amazing. I have yet to see anyone do that. Great job by the Demon Hunter here, hopping on his mount and just absolutely avoiding that damage from those portals. Coming back onto the ship here. We see the Enhancement Shaman pumping 2.38 mil. Love to see it. Obsidian Beans coming out. Those things hurt. And yep, like I said, those things hurt. We got a death there from, it looks like the tank and the healer are both down. 15% left. Can they survive this? Oh, he's trying to jumper cable him. Trying to get that B-res off. Another beam goes out. Oh, that hurts. 8% left. Come on, you got this. Come on. Push, 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 push. 4%. They could do this. Orbs go out. They're able to escape. A fix is down. Orbs coming here. Not orbs. Beam. Oh! No! It was so close. Oh, they almost clutched that. Yep, they're just going to reset, go back into it. It's exactly what I would have done. It's the first boss. You have plenty of time. Just reset and then boom. And then we see Air Force going into their mist. So they are going to do that strat. They're going to get all their 11s, try to +3 all their 11s, and then go from there. United's down there doing the Arakara 8. Smooth sailing. Absolutely killing that. And Coast Guard is on their 8 Dawnbreaker. Let me pull up chat here, see how chat's going. Out of all these dungeons, chat, which one do you guys think, in your opinion, is the hardest? See United on the first boss on Arakara. And we have the Feral Druid on top of DPS again. That Feral Druid is absolutely pumping. Love to see it. Love to see it. 8 Dawnbreaker going smooth as well. It's just so much fun to watch these dungeons being completed at this level of difficulty with the 11s getting +3. I can't imagine anybody +3ing the 14 though. I think on Raider.io there's only been one team ever to +3 in Arakara. And if anyone were to +3 a 14 in this tournament, I would be amazed. Yeah, it looks like Air Force does have the maze absolutely down. They do know that it never changes, so they're able to pre-ping the correct route so that way they're able to go to it ASAP. And it looks like Marine Corps is... I think they're changing their dungeon. I think they're not going back to the Dawn. It looks like they're making a new key. So we'll see what they're going to be choosing here. It's going to be Arakara.
Ooh, Arakara. How'd they do in that 11?
So they wiped on the boss with, I think, 1% left. Yeah, so it was just the Rogue and the Demon Hunter. Oh, no, they're rolling it back to the Dawn. But it was 1% left. It was just the Rogue and the Demon Hunter. And wiped with barely. They had it, too. They had it.
For the +3?
For the 11. No, for the first boss on the 11 for Dawnbreaker.
Oh, the first boss.
Yes. It was close. It was close.
Well, that is unfortunate for them. As a caster, you feel bad for teams when things go wrong. As a fellow competitor, it's not exactly the worst feeling. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah.
But we want
everyone to succeed.
Exactly. That's the other piece of it. We want the toughest, stiffest competition we can get. We want these teams to be pushing 16s because it makes us feel like we really need to push harder. So I'm excited to see. I think right now, watching these three teams, which team do you think out of these three teams is really going to the one to beat?
Out of these 4 or 3?
These 4.
These 4, it's Air Force by far. Air Force is doing things we have yet to see. Friday, we saw Ukraine absolutely dominate the competition, but they did not +3 and 11. Air Force has seamlessly, I think I said that right? Seamlessly.
Yep.
Able to +3 all of the 11 so far. So if they're able to do that on the mist here, they're doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes with the mist. They're on the 5, so 5 is pretty easy. We got the 8 Arakar and the 8 Dawnbreaker going. Again, this is a prerequisite to being not last place. You have to +3 these 8s. So I would say 8 is probably the one where if you're know that you're not necessarily vying for first place, this is where you're feeling the pressure. Because in your head, you're like, if I don't +3 this 8, we're fighting for last place now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the bare requirement, the base minimum now is to get this 8 +3. I think the 11 is really where, if we're going to stand out, if we're going to fight for first place, we have to +3 11s.
If we've been +2ing it, because you saw Ukraine yesterday. Ukraine was able to +2 all the 11s and get 15s all around the board, correct? Or they
15,
just
15,
got 15,
13.
15, 13.
Yeah.
Which is still really good. And if they're able to +2 all the 11s and push and maybe get all 15s around the board, they'll be sitting pretty. They will be sitting second place in the seed.
Yeah, which is not bad at all. Like, I mean, like we said, you can +2 all the 11s, run your 13s, run your 14s, and, get some 15s in there.
The only thing is time.
Yeah.
Yeah, time is not helpful there because I think last AFDL, it was throughout multiple days, correct?
Yeah, well, last time they did 3 dungeons the first day, and then the next day you could do those 3 or the new one, and same with then the following day you could do those 4 or the new one. But I actually really like the way that we're doing it this year. I think for those of you just tuning in, this is the Armed Forces Dungeon League. It is a little bit different than the past years. So this year, the way it's working is that each team are given 3 keystones, and they have to push them to the highest level they can. So we're going to see a lot of tiebreakers, right? But instead of having just 4 teams over a whole weekend, you get to see upwards of 12 teams participate, all doing these same 3 dungeons with the same affixes, doing their best. But yeah, I would say watching right now, I think it's pretty easy to see.
Air Force
is by far, they're smashing these keys. They've done what no other group has been able to do, which is +3 and 11. We haven't seen that yet from a single other group.
Yeah.
No other group is +3 and 11. So I think until we see that, I don't think Air Force is going to be.
It's the team to beat.
Yeah, I don't think they're worried.
No.
I mean, they're running through the 5 and 8, which for all these teams is, they're like warm-ups. The 5 and 8, they're dangerous, right? And let me tell you why. Let me explain.
Go ahead.
Let me explain. The 5s and 8s are so easy that you get complacent. Okay? So you run the 5 and you're dominating. You can do massive pulls, you do super big damage. You get a couple deaths, but what's 5 seconds when you shaved off 50 seconds by blowing some cooldowns, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, absolutely massive. Then you get to the 8, right? And you just +3 the 5. It's a little bit more difficult, but it's still doable.
Still not having to really use any defenses.
You don't got to really use defensives.
You're just coasting.
Kicks or whatever. Like, if you kick, you kicked, but
What's
really.
a web bolt? Web bolt, go ahead.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
You just burn. But then you get this in your head that, okay, we could do that on the 8. Let's do it on the 11. And you go into the 11, and now you've added another affix. Now it's not just fortified or it's not just tyrannical. It's both tyrannical and fortified. And it's on an 11. And you're thinking, let's go for the same pools. But suddenly these mobs have more health. They're hitting back harder. You just got complacent. You haven't worried about your kicks, or you haven't worried about your interrupts. You haven't worried about
which packs you need to lust
on,
on.
Any of that on the 5s and 8s. So while it's great to have a warm-up, right, something to build up that confidence, it can also betray you a little when you go to this 11 and you say, let's do the same pool, but the same pool without kicking is going to wipe you, right? So it's one of those things where the 11 takes a different mentality. It's almost like you need two different teams, right? A team to run your like 5s and 8s and to really knock those out, and then a team to run your 11s, where their mindset is more like, let's +3 the 11, +2 some 14s and 16s. It's really as if you need like two different mindsets, two different teams.
Almost, yeah. If you had two different teams to do that, would be crazy.
But getting into this now, we'll see, as we said before, Air Force going to dominate this 5. Never really a worry there. The 8 is going pretty well for United. I'm trying to get a quick time check on that. They've got a really difficult timer. It's in the top left, actually.
14-17 going into the last room.
So they have 4 minutes left to pull all the trash and the mobs. We might actually just want to jump into United because I think theirs is going to be very close to not +3 in this 8.
And it looks like they're going straight down. And did they pull those flyers as well with this?
Oh, we were completely wrong. They have plenty of time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Never mind. Yeah. Now they have 14 minutes.
They're at 14 minutes now. They have
4.5
minutes. They got 4 minutes left to +3 this. They're doing absolutely amazing. They do need to push a little bit. So this last boss is going to take about 2.5 minutes, just based on, how much damage they've been putting out in the past. Like we said, the minimum here to stay competitive in this event is going to be to +3 this 8. Every other team is +3 to every single 8. So you really do have to +3 the 8 here.
3 minutes, yeah, it's going to be close.
It is going to be closer than they probably want. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, and they haven't yet. They've got about 40 seconds to get to the boss and start pulling him.
I like the double pull here. They realized, hey, we need to make up time. Let's double pull this. The only bad thing is the Nerubian does the damage reduction. So it's a lot of damage reduction going off, so they're not able to cleave this group as fast as possible. So they want to kill that the Nerubian as fast as they can.
Yeah, we're watching. This is kind of a little bit of a dangerous situation, right? With that stun coming out, all the stuff coming on the grounds. You definitely want to knock these out as quickly as possible.
Ooh, he's out of it. There we go.
That was good. They're going to get the orbs. This is actually perfect timing for the orbs if they can kill these. Hold that orb for the last second, start of the boss. I definitely think they still have time to do it. They just got to pick this up a little bit.
Yep, and they have Lust, so this is going to be close. Here we go. Lock in.
2 minutes. 2 minutes with Lust. What's their percent look like? Do we have a percentage counter?
Yes. I don't see one on his UI.
Oh, they got it. There we go. Much easier to see percentage. They're at 100%. They are running low on time, though. About 2 minutes left. Final boss. They just lusted. First time there. They're going to go ahead and get those poison things out. Make sure they're dodging all the swirlies on the floor here, as they're going to do their best to put as much damage on the boss and still get rooted before the AoE here. Everyone gets a puddle. They either kick or interrupt somehow the guys on them, little oozes. Get back to the boss, put as much damage down as they can.
I don't like how the Feral Druid is going so far out to put that poison, missing out on so much DPS.
Yeah, and it's hurting them. They're running very low on time. They really have to pick it up here if they're going to be able to. Plus through this. Man, it is really hard to tell. I believe they have a single minute.
17:33. It looks like.
But they have 2 deaths, so it's 17. I think it's the one on. Oh, that's the +2. So yeah, they're at 1740 right now. They got to pick it up. What's percent? Oh, it's gonna be so close. They really got to pick it up.
Come on, you guys got this. Push, push, push. Pump up the jams. Come on.
I'm like quiet, like look at it. They got 40 seconds left. They've got 35 seconds. They've got this. They got it. 10%.
They have to.
9. Just avoid everything. Don't die. Any death here and they lose. So
Just
1%. There it is.
Boom.
+3. Way too close for comfort. 27 seconds left on the timer for +3.
Whew. They were sweating.
That was making me sweat. But they did it. right? We said that was the base minimum. We see it looks like Coast Guard's about to +3 their 8. Not worried there. And I think Marine Corps started over again.
Yeah, it looks like Marine Corps reset again on their 11 Dawnbreaker. They must have had a wipe after they killed that boss on the ship. And dungeon complete. There we are.
There we go.
Woo!
Man.
Love to see it.
United XP, congratulations, getting that 8 in the or 11, right? What was that?
That was a
8
yeah,
in the book.
+3.
+3 in the 8. Congratulations, that puts them in line there. That's what they needed to do. Like we said, you got to get all the 8s +3, and I think, is that their last 8, or do they have one more?
We'll have to check the scoreboard here in a
Later,
little bit after we're done watching these guys do the Mist and the Dawnbreaker.
Reminder, guys, if you guys are getting any of those ads, you can always sub to the channel, drop a follow and then drop a sub and you won't get the ads anymore.
You also get access to the VODs as well.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. So it doesn't hurt, show some support for the AFDL. And as always, guys, we just want to throw out a quick reminder in there that you can use the ! charity. So the AFDL has implemented a special charity incentive for the remainder of 2024. And your donations will support the Pediatric Cancer Program at Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Type ! donate in the chat for the link. Your generosity is much appreciated. And for those of you that are watching this and you're like, man, these casters are so great. I love everything they say. They've got the best takes. They know exactly how everything should be. But you know what? I think I really wish I could cast alongside him, or I really wish I could help production. The Armed Forces Dungeon League is operated by an incredible team of volunteers. So if you're interested in getting involved, type !volunteer in the chat and follow the link. We are always looking for new team members to help us grow.
It's an amazing group to work with. We've been working with them today with this casting. They've put on an amazing job, just not even production, but just the whole event in general has been an amazing experience. And I can't wait to do further tournaments with them and hopefully one day land tournaments.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll see. We just got to get, Mary Elia to respond to me when I talk to you. Mary Elia.
Yeah,
well, I said it right.
You said Mary Elia.
I apologize, Mary Elia.
Yeah, there you go.
But here we go. Moving.
You did miss. Hold on. I do have to say this. This is the coolest thing I've seen. So Marine Corps, their Demon Hunter was trapped by the 2 portals that got dropped.
Mm-hmm.
He immediately mounted, flew up, went back around on the other side of the ship and landed. It was awesome. He did it within seconds.
Very nice.
And Marine Corps is able to phase the boss on the Dawnbreaker. And it looks like they're doing a lot better this time. Everyone's still up. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we continue in here, we're going to go ahead and take a quick peek. We've got the 11 coming out from Coast Guard. Remember, for these 11s, this is the make or break point. This is where you really show us what you got. So we actually have Coast Guard and Marine Corps on these 11s right now, trying to +3 them. We've got Air Force. They work so closely hand in hand. It's easy to get them confused. But they've got Air Force doing this 8. No doubt they're going to +3 that. Like I said, 8s are the minimum to stay in this competitively. And then you got United taking a little bathroom break.
Yeah, definitely.
Which you need. Some of these are stressful. Yeah, like some of these, you get in one of those runs and you finish it with 25 seconds left, and you're like,
they heard you. They're going in. They heard you. Yep.
The second I said they're taking a bathroom break.
Hold it. We got to go.
Like, oh, okay, I got it. The last 6 said we're taking a bathroom break. Watch this. We're going.
And you see Marine Corps here absolutely cleaning up this run. On their 11 Dawnbreaker, they had to reset twice now. And this is their 3rd time going back at it. And they did not have a death at all on this yet. We saw a complete wipe on their first run on this 11. So I'd love to see how they're going to do this pool on Church. If they're going to just pull the stairs, if they're going to do a whole little courtyard pool. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, the only issue I have with Marine Corps resetting, a couple times on this 11, which is good, right? They know they need to +3 the 11. Ooh,
That's a lot
that
of
got
damage.
really close. Is the fact that Air Force is pulling further ahead, right? They're running away with time right now. We're at 3 hours. They still have 3 hours remaining in the event. They're already about to finish their 8. They've got, one more real trash pool and then boss here. They'll pull everything together, do the boss. They're going to be starting their 11, and Marine Corps Gaming's not even going to finish the 11 for the previous dungeon yet.
If I'm Marine Corps Gaming, I'm trying to 3 chest this. And if I'm not, I'm playing for second place. I'm playing for second place seeding. I'm saying, okay, guys, it's fine. We're not going to be able to 3 chest these 11s. Let's beat Team Ukraine.
True. And I think that brings us to something super important that we haven't talked about much today, guys, and that is one of my favorite buzzwords, mental fortitude. That's right. Mental fortitude. So some of these teams are going to, realistically, every one of these teams is watching the stream, right? You're not getting any information. It's not unfair. You're watching it to keep yourself motivated, to see where the other teams are, to see how much you need to push. And I think you're right. I think if you're either Marine Corps, Coast Guard, or United at this point, you're thinking, okay, Air Force is kind of running away with it.
And that's fine.
This tournament is for seeding anyway. Let's see if we can get second place. Let's get all 15 timed. Let's not worry about trying to +3 the 11. Let's +2 it for sure instead of trying to +3 and
that'll save
fail.
them on pools instead of doing these crazy pools. They're able to calm down and say, hey, we're just 2 chesting. We're not going to do these insane pools to where we need to get this in order to get first seed, because it's almost not doable at this point.
Yeah.
Unless Air Force crumbles.
Yeah, it would require Air Force to fail this 8. If they fail the 8,
well, the 11, the 14s.
If they failed this 8, I
the
think
14s, then
true.
Yeah,
true. If they fail 14, if you get all the way through the 14 and you can't time it, that is a huge time sink.
I don't see that happening.
I don't see that happening either. I think Air Force is about the same level as our team. I think they're going to +2 the 14s.
Our team, maybe.
Yeah.
We're +2 in 14s?
Yeah, we're +3 in 14s.
We're +3 in 14s?
We're going to +3 every 14.
During practice, the highest dungeon we've ran is like a 13.
True, but I believe in us. I think we're going to +3 17s.
Hopefully one day.
Wild.
Wild. WILD.
We'll have to see. I think Air Force is going to do it, though. I think they're going to get to 17 today. 3 hours left?
A 17 would be insane to see. I want to see a 16. I'd love to see a 16, and I think it's doable.
Okay, let's get a chat prediction in right now. Production, if you can go ahead and do that. This was my idea, so we appreciate it, though.
What's the prediction? What are we going to do?
I'm going to let chat run away with it, or production run away with it. I just came up with the idea of a prediction there.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that was 100% me. But yeah, let's see. I think we see a 17 today. I think we see it from Air Force. I think no one else even finishes a 15.
I think we're going to see a 15 from
which
Coast
team?
Guard.
On which?
I think we'll see a 15 from Coast Guard.
They would have to +3 this dungeon.
But they have time. They have 3 hours and 5 minutes left.
They haven't done an Arakara yet.
Oh, that is right. They haven't touched Arakara yet.
They haven't touched Arakara.
Yeah.
They still have the 5, 8, and 11 to run on Arakara. Oh, here we go. Channel point prediction is up, guys. Go ahead and get your predictions in. What is the highest key we see today? Guys, there is 0 chance it's a 15.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If that is a hot take. If you think 15 is the highest, Air Force will prove you wrong.
Yeah.
If I'm me, I'm putting my money on 16s across the board for Air Force.
Yeah.
But 17, hot take as well. Unless if Air Force decides, okay, we timed this 16, let's do a 17. So. Going into this, we see Coast Guard is on this 11 Dawn. I love that pull. They pull that staircase into the boss. Tank just kind of tucks into the corner. Love to see it.
Yeah, no. They're actually, this is exactly what you wanted to see, right? These teams all realize that the 11 is the break point. This is exactly what they need to get knocked out. we're gonna have to see what they get. Ooh, that was a big hit down there. But here we go. Coast Guard Gaming. I actually have their coin on my desk in the office right
nice.
now. Yep. We'll have to see what happens here.
I've never seen the boss being pulled in that spot in that little corner. I like it. We'll see what happens here. Looks like that they're able to just melt. That Fury Warrior is pumping. Love to see it. Big Warrior fan.
No, Kaboom is pumping. Look at that DK.
I was talking about damage overall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Zug.
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 And I mean, shout out to, Ninetales doing 200k damage.
But she's keeping everyone alive.
Look, I'm hard on healers. Healers got to do more to make me happy. I'm a healer. Healers got to do more.
The thing about a Dawnbreaker is it is a lot. And a Shaman it's not like needed, but it makes everyone's life a lot easier. And we do see a death go off by the Coast Guard.
And almost another. There's another.
That is another death.
It's a dangerous pool.
Spirit Link Totem goes down. Trying to survive. It looks like they're going to be able to clean up this pool here.
No. They don't have enough damage.
It's just a quick flight down. Boom. There he is. All DPS are back. Cap Totem goes down as well. Love to see it.
Got to dodge. Fancy feet right here. Got to stay alive.
Fancy feet. Fancy feet.
Here's the pulsing damage from those shadows. You got to kill those off first. You really got to focus one down, get it done, and kill the other one because those do so much damage.
Look at this Locke's damage, too. Absolutely destroying. And great job. There we go. Able to clean up with the 2 deaths going on to Grandma's house here. And going to be getting onto these mini bosses. Yeah. So there's 3 mini bosses. Dawnbreaker by far the best dungeon out of the 3. Hot take?
No, easily not hot take.
Oh, so you think Dawnbreaker is your favorite out of all of these?
Out of these 3 dungeons, the 3 dungeons we picked?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't like Dawn.
Arakara has the alert shrills. Just not a fan. I'm not a fan of that whole hallway from second boss. I don't like the first boss.
Mm-hmm.
From first boss to second boss, not a fan. Second boss, I think, is also dumb. All the trash from second boss. Actually, the whole dungeon is I'm just not a fan of any of that dungeon.
Okay.
Miss is dumb. I mean, it's not as bad on the tournament realm when the maze never changes, but
guessing game.
The guessing game, that whole boss, the first boss, like the idea of like save all your cooldowns, try to burst it in one window. It's just, I mean, come on.
All of that is better than having to fly from ship to ship while the ship is moving.
I like that part. I just think you need to get good.
Need to get good. Okay, you heard it here. Just get good, and Dawnbreaker will be an easy dungeon. Looks like they're going on to here. They're going to be taking their time. They do have Lust. I think they know they're not going to 3-chest this, so they don't want another wipe. Oh, never mind. They melted a little bit, and they're pulling the mini-boss. Are they going to Lust on this, or are they going to save it? A lot of damage coming out from Kaboom. Kaboom hitting that 3 mil mark. Absolutely popping off. Keep him up. Keep him alive. Oh. Here it comes. Here it comes. Boom. Oh. Kaboom almost gets kaboomed there.
He did almost get kaboomed.
Able to keep alive, though. Great job by Ninetales.
I do want to see, something I've noticed with every paladin so far. I don't see enough sack. We need to see more sacks, more lay on hands. I need to see some of that utility getting used.
They came so close to death there. That was insane.
Yeah.
Great job by Ninetales.
Very good. That was auto sack, by the way. He doesn't have sack manually done. I see you foosted in. Great job to keep everybody alive, but now they got to really push here. 5.5 minutes left, still 2 bosses, and that last boss has a minute RP.
Yeah, they don't 3-chest this, but the goal is to 2-chest it. Like we were talking about how
they're playing for second.
Hey, Air Force is taking away on this day. Okay, Air Force is absolutely killing the game. They've already +3, 2 11s. They're gonna +3 their next 11 more than likely on this. let's +2 this 11 and beat Team Ukraine and get that second place seeding as of right now.
Yeah, I think that's the point, right? Out of the teams that we've seen so far, Air Force is too far ahead. Your best bet is to be a comfortable +2 as many times as you can, as quickly as you can, but don't take overly, crazy risks. Don't try to massively pull this whole courtyard with the boss. Just take it a little bit slower. You can +2 it if you don't do something dumb.
But you don't want to, because if you're trying to go against Ukraine and you're kind of at the same level as them, you don't want to go too slow because then the tiebreaker comes down to timing.
Yeah.
And if you ran the dungeon just a second slower, that goes to Ukraine.
True. And they need to get, they have to get at least 2 15s and a 13 to tie Ukraine. Ukraine. We'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know if any of these teams other than Air Force today are going to be able to do it. It's going to be tight. But that's what we like, a tight race.
Yeah, we love to see it. Good competition and good practice. These people have had tournament server access for a little over 2 weeks now, 3 weeks coming up on.
Yeah.
And they've all been practicing. Us Navy guys, we've been on there. And it's definitely seeing every team practicing here and there. It's motivating. Like, oh, these guys are practicing. We need to practice more.
Yeah, it's really interesting to watch because Tournament Realm is so unique in that there's no looking for group.
Sorry, chat. We're over here trying to figure out some stuff, but we're all good now. Okay, perfect. A little technical issue on our end, not production's end. We are good to go. And it looks like they're going to be absolutely melting this boss. 7% left. And I hate this orb. The amount of damage. Can they kill it before it goes off? And they will. They're going to be flying up to the ship here with a safe 95% percentile on mobs killed. The minimum going up to the ship is 93. So they did pull a little extra. It might have been that pull on the third mini boss, that pack on the left. They might have snagged them on accident. But they're going into this next mini boss up here, which is going to do a lot of damage. And we've seen teams struggle on this as well. But they do have that 9 tails healing to try to keep them up.
Yeah, they do. And I think that what we're seeing here is they really need to push. I get it. You know you're not going to +3 it, but you want to give yourself a little comfort time, right, where you're not up until the last second trying to barely +2 this.
Yep.
You got to do something here. You got to push just a little bit.
Which I think they will safely +2 this, but a lot of things happen. This boss does hurt.
True. And anything can go wrong, right? You can mess up which way to go with the line. We would not let you live it down, but you could mess it up.
Yeah. If that happened mid-tournament run, you will never hear the end of it. Ever.
Yeah, it would just not be it would not go well with you.
Every time I would see you, you'd have to put your hands up. Left, right. This is my left hand. This is my right hand.
Those are basic things you just have to figure out, I guess, is the best way, right? Look, right there.
No,
you got it out. You got it out.
We got a scare earlier. The paladin kind of shimmied. Almost went right when he was supposed to go left. But
this UI infuriates me too. Shout out to whoever this is.
Why? Why does this UI?
They have an extra set of player. What's with the left side player frames?
That is, I believe, just player's default.
Get rid of it. You don't need 2 sets of player frames.
Yeah, because I think that's Healbot there for his ones with
Cell. It looks like Cell, right?
It might be. It's either Cell. I think it's Healbot, but it might be Cell. And then that's the default player UI on the left.
Not a fan.
Or wait, hold on. Is that Elf UI? I don't know. I'm not too sure.
What's up, Ivory? Yes, it is the Lassie. Looks like no one agrees with me that the 17 is what we're going to see today. Most of you guys are saying that it's the 16.
Yep, and chat, I'm with you too. I 100% agree, and
you're wrong, but it's okay.
Lieutenant Jones will be losing his channel points.
No shot. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a 17 from Air Force. I just don't see a world in which with how much time's left? 3 hours left. They don't finish.
I don't think there's 3 hours left. I think it's like 2 hours and 30 minutes.
6 dungeons. They only have to finish 6 dungeons.
But then you have to also realize these 14s that they have to run, they need to perfect it. They need to plus.
They have to plus 2 it.
Okay.
Right.
And then if they have any mistakes, that 17 is not coming to existence. And and then the 16s. How long is it going to take them to do the 16s? Because they have to do 16s all around the board to maximize
30
the
minutes.
points.
It's going to take them 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Is it 30 minutes or 31 minutes production? Because it says 31 minutes on the add-on there. I know that the dungeons got...
Yeah, there was increased times on the dungeons on retail. So in a sense where, like, I know some were like 18 minutes to time. They turned into like 18:36 now. And like this UI says 31 minutes to complete it, but it could be 30. So I think we saw United complete the Arakara in 18:05.
Yeah, but it still
and it said it was a +3 for their UI. But
well, I know that on retail. Okay. So yeah, from what we could tell, production's verifying one way or the other. I know on retail they extended the timers of all the dungeons, right, by like a minute or some change for all the different timers.
I can't confirm that.
Yeah.
100%.
So we're gonna
tournament server.
Yeah, tournament server's weird. We're gonna get some production back in support. They're looking into it right now, guys, because we see that as well. It says 31 minutes allowed.
But that's a +3. I mean, that's a +211.
That is +211. That's great.
Safe +211. They almost +3 that. And we got Air Force on their 11 missed, coasting through the maze, trying to +3 this 11. If they can get dungeon complete, woo!
Yeah!
There we go! And back to what I was saying, sorry.
Right back.
But Air Force trying to get this last 11 done. If they're able to +3, that's +3 11s across the board. And that puts them ahead of everyone from yesterday and today. And
whoa! Oh, that was cool for a second. Okay, guys, now we're on this 11 miss. See, now
close.
Their add-on is correct. Their add-on, well, not correct, but different. Their add-on only gives them the 30 minutes and the 18 for the, you can see it's there, 18 to +3 it. So I'm assuming, guys, that the add-ons that are adjusted are add-ons that don't take into consideration we haven't put on Challengers, Peril, or... Yeah. So, guys, I think what we found out, pretty sure, we're going to go 99% here. Challengers Peril adds time. Some of the add-ons take that into account. So if you would normally have Challengers Peril, the add-on doesn't realize you don't and gives you that extra minute.
The only bad thing is a team might think that they +2'd or +3'd it when they didn't because of their UI, and then they slam the +3 key and that won't count. Ooh, that would be a rough day.
Yeah, but none of these do. That's true.
That would be a rough day, like that Arakara, for instance.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens. There's no way to know, guys.
But back to this miss.
This miss, though, they are on time right now to +3 it.
Yep, they're absolutely coasting through it. A lot of damage coming out from this Boomkin. Love to see it. Enhancement Shaman, single target, going burr. And that was for Nunez right there. And Frosty K kind of low for that single target.
Yeah. Man, they really need to pump it up.
Some would say pump up the jams.
Pump up the jam.
Pump it up.
Yeah, this is exactly what I want to see. This Mistcaller is the most annoying boss because he does all this dumb little games, right? You get the dumb frozen little dude who runs at you. You get the balls you got to dodge. You get the guessing game where he becomes immortal.
And then right before you think you killed him, guessing game again.
Well, unless you use the items that burst him, you can burst him that bit before he goes off.
Really? I've never seen that. Wow.
So during that cast time where he's casting guessing game, If you can finish him off before that, which usually you can, it's like 35 mil.
Everyone pops Queen's Band-Aid at that same time.
That's legit it. You can completely skip the last guessing game, which depending on how long it takes you to, on an 11, maybe it doesn't matter. But on like a 16, you skip a full guessing game.
I don't know if they're going to +3 this. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it will be close, actually.
This is going to be a very fun one to watch here. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Wall goes down. That is such a cool mount. I'd love to see that mount. Chat, if anyone knows what that mount is called, please let me know. And they are going to be double pulling here. Oh, triple pulling. Oh, triple pulling on this 11. Are they going to lust? Let's see. 20 seconds on lust. And I think production's hot micing a little bit. But we're going to continue on to the mist here. 13 minutes here.
Come on, stay alive.
Do not die there, Paladin, please. There's a big pull. Was that a triple pull?
Yeah, they're. This is dangerous. This is like.
That is a big. But they have to make up that time. That's a death. Oh. That's
a
death. But
guys,
that's
two
another
deaths.
death. This could be a wipe here. The dream of having all 11s +3 might have just came to a finish here.
They're not going to +3 this dungeon.
No. And that's another death there.
I don't even know if they finish it.
Okay. Hot take. Another hot take from Lieutenant Jones. Do they +2 it? Yes.
Do they +2 it?
24 minutes?
Not if they continue to wipe.
Oh, they're chain pulling. No. Oh, okay. Whoo, it reset.
That was really close to just
if they chain
wiping.
pull, that would have been bad. But I can't believe they just tried to triple pull this whole entire pack. Are they going to do it again?
They bit too much off the carrot, I'll say.
I've never heard that in my life. Oh, chat. Okay. Yeah. Chat coming up with bangers.
They just went from let's pull everything to one at a time.
Hold on. Slow down.
Like we're not +3 it anymore. We just messed up the +3. Let's just take
which is smart though. Like they're not like, oh, we could still do this. They have that realization. Okay, hey guys, we just messed up. Let's slow back our roll. We're already so far in the lead. We could +2 this and still get that number 1 seed because no one else is +3 the 11s.
True. They had a what? What was that word? Starts with an R?
A realization? Is that not correct?
No. It's good enough.
Yeah. Good enough? What would you use?
Realization.
Realization. All right, so back to this mist. Here we go. They're going to be double pulling here.
Triple pulling there was a huge ask. Yeah, they needed it for the +3. The difference there, they saw their timer. We do the same thing. You see the timer there, and if we full wipe here, we still have enough time to +2 it. If we don't try it, we don't +3. So they went for it. A couple things got off that shouldn't have got off. They got hit by some stuff. People started going down. They're still going to be able to recover in +2.
Yeah.
So
if I'm Air Force there, I don't do that pull, but I pull the mobs into the boss with lust. Or if I'm doing that pull, I'm lusting that pull because they do have lust.
They should have lusted it if they're going to do a pull that big.
Yeah. Either that or they pull mobs into boss and lust, like we've seen in MDI.
MIDI is how we say it.
MIDI.
MIDI.
Like we've seen in the good old MIDI.
That's right.
Now they're really going a lot slower now. They've definitely we're definitely just gonna +2 this.
Well, look at their DK. Their DK is doing almost as little as their tank. He's not even hitting his buttons. Hit your buttons, dude.
Where's your pet?
Where is your pet?
Where's your pet?
Like, do something. Hit a button, man.
Oh, no, he's doing great. Everyone's doing great today.
No, he's doing great today, and he was doing great overall, but that pool, he did kind of horrible.
He used all his cooldowns.
That's
on the other pool, the last pool. Look at his overall damage, 2.12 mil.
Look, if you're only
Pumping.
good with your cooldowns up, you're not good at all.
I look at damage overall, and Venom DK is above 2 million damage overall. That guy is pumping. Some would say pumping.
He's lower than the tank right now.
Overall.
Yeah, but this pool, he's doing barely double the healer and lower than the tank.
And it looks like they do have the correct percentage. They're going to be just going straight on the boss here. And it is going to be a +2.
Maybe.
Pretty much confirmed.
Maybe. If they wipe this, it's a +1.
I don't see any way they wipe this yet.
They just wiped on the ads.
Triple pull. Yeah. But they could. Yeah. I mean, anything could happen, right? It is tournament day. People get nervous. So we will see what happens. Ads are coming out here. You're going to see everybody stacking. You got Slappy Hands absolutely just pumping. Venom DK on top of the DPS boards by far.
Look, you had to call it out because I've been giving him.
Yeah, I had to. Give him
Venom, you're doing great. I'm not trying to hate on you, man. You're doing absolutely amazing. We can see you pumping. I knew you were saving your cooldowns.
I knew you were saving.
I knew you were saving your cooldowns, right? Like, there's no bad feelings there. You just need to pump it up.
I just need to bump it. And this boss is going to be going down quick.
I hate
Already
this
at
boss.
50. You like this boss?
I hate him.
Oh, you hate it?
Yeah, I just don't think this is a good, well done boss.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, man.
There's a lot of just things that don't need to be there that you can't see. When all the swirlies,
That's
the
so
poisons,
much.
the boss is so big as well to where if you're standing too close to the boss, you can't see the poison underneath the boss. There's a lot to it. Oh, that was close. He was right on the line there.
You heard me talking about him. He's trying to pump up his numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
They are doing great, though. I mean, the boss is already down to 30%.
Yeah, easy +2, almost a +3. Should have been a +3, but
Yeah. There's no shot that they fail it now. No one else dies.
no,
for sure.
absolutely not.
Yeah. But 80%, or excuse me, 80% gone, 20% left on the boss. There is the bracket just posted in chat. You guys can look up the bracket. I don't know what exactly that tells
It's going to
you.
be winner. If you go to the bracket, if you click that link, you're going to be going to winner invitational, and that will have the bracket there with the updated score.
Is it updated?
I believe so.
It might be updated. It
They're
looks updated to me.
updating the score as we go. But that is a
Right.
completed dungeon, and we're going to see our favorite thing of the day. And if we can keep it on the big screen, that'd
Yeah,
be great.
give us a big screen. Oh, she already.
Oh.
Wow.
That's okay. It's okay. Production's
No, that
busy.
was
They're doing
really
their jobs.
mean.
And,
You asked for one thing.
And we see.
There it is.
Oh!
Dungeon complete.
There we go.
Man.
And Marine Corps Gaming on that 5 Arakara now. And we see Coast Guard on that 13 Dawn. They decided to say, hey, let's get this 13 Dawn.
I mean, it's okay. I don't hate it, but they need to +2 it.
Which they're on pace to do.
They didn't +2 the last 13 you did.
1 second.
Okay.
And here we go. Coast Guard coming up there to the stairs, going to be pulling this boss here, and we're going to be coming to us. Hey,
It's us, guys. Yeah, we just did the hand thing.
Hey!
Oh, hey. Yeah, this has been. What have you thought so far?
It's been a great event. I think Air Force has been showing absolute dominance today. That 11, they did have a little bit too much of a, hey, we're so good, let's do this triple pull. Let's be the best of the best. And it was a little bit too much. Like, they needed to slow it down, but they realized that, and they did slow it down, confirm that +2. And I see them easily being seeded as number 1 as of now until tomorrow when we see the other teams playing. The rest of the teams, they're out to beat Ukraine now. So Ukraine had a great performance yesterday, 15-15-13, and you're going to see Coast Guard, you're going to see Marine Corps Gaming, and United try to beat that score. So here's the scoreboard, and we see Air Force Gaming +2ing that miss like we were talking about. But the more important thing is that I think it's Coast Guard's doing the Dawnbreaker 13 now. If they're able to +2 that, that is huge. That puts them at a 15.
It is. I mean, we're looking at this scoreboard right here, and I'm thinking, wow, great job for Air Force. You still have a long way to go. 11 plus 3ing it means they've got the big pools down. They know what to do in 11. A 14 is a different beast.
Mm-hmm.
You still need to, like we said, if we want to get to that 16, 17 range, you have to plus 2 the 14. That's still a big ask. That can still go wrong. There's a lot that can happen in the day. The day isn't close to being over, so any of these teams could just go off and, plus 3 every dungeon from here on out. We could see Air Force Gaming completely fall apart, and who knows, Ukraine might be the top guy at the end of today. If I was a betting man, I'd say Air Force probably at the end of today is going to hit. I put my channel points on him hitting a 17.
Yeah.
But
that's why you're not a betting man, sir.
That's why I'm not a betting man.
Yeah,
I would say it. But here you go. We could see the time so far across the board.
Okay, there we go. We see the Ukraine times. That's perfect.
Yep. You got the 15s and you got that 13. So realistically, all you really – there's Air Force. I was like, where is Air Force? They're in the Group A category.
Mm-hmm.
They were in Group B. But you see Air Force up there. If I'm Air Force, I just want to get at least 15s done across the board. They're going to – now that they finished the 11s, they got 2 14s and a 13 they can do.
And New Zealand did great, too, yesterday. If you see there, New Zealand, 13s all across the board. We might see like a couple teams not being able to do that today.
Yeah, 13s are not easy. Right? This is not like no team is a shoo-in. Like we said, we both think Air Force has what it takes after we've seen them perform so far today. But going from those lower keys to the higher keys, there is a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
Things get a lot more difficult. The timer feels a lot tighter when the enemies have that much more health and they're hitting that much harder. So I think we still have a lot to do, a lot to see.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day of gaming. I think we still have about 2 hours left. A little bit, 2 hours and some change.
2 hours and some change, but when we come back, it won't be us on the in the hot seats anymore. You guys will have 2 brand new casters. It's going to be a surprise, and by that I mean I don't know who they are either. So it's a surprise for everybody. I mean, I could look it up, guys. Like I'm on the.
No, let it be a surprise. Let it be a surprise, sir. Let them be like, oh, those are my favorite casters ever.
One of them I know
Sean
is okay.
and Mariella.
Yeah. It might be Sean and Mariella. There's no way to know. Mariella?
I said Mariella.
You did.
Ooh,
okay, guys. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow when we compete and we absolutely blow all these teams out of the water. But until then, as always, have a fine maybe day.
Have a great one, guys. Cast a curse.
On October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss, the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We are back with part 2 of day 2 of the Armed Forces Dungeon League. My name is Mary Elliott. I am joined once again by Sean, a lovely new face here on the AFDL caster desk. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. That break music is a vibe. I dig it.
Yeah, we picked some eclectic songs for the break. You know what? Just to keep the energy going while teams get to enjoy the quad view. Of course, the action has not stopped in the background while we've been swapping on the caster desk, and there are still runs ongoing. So we're going to jump straight in. Sean, have you been lurking this morning? Do you know where we're at to give a recap to the audience?
I have been doing a little bit of a lurk. Yeah, I'd love to give a recap to the audience. We have 4 teams on the docket today. We have Air Force Gaming, who's in your top left corner as you're looking at the screen. We have the Coast Guard Gaming, which is in your top right corner. In the bottom left, we have the Marine Corps Gaming. And then in the bottom right, we have United XP, probably the best name of the bunch. And they've all been doing a great job today. Air Force Gaming so far has been really putting on a show. They have 3-chested and 11 Arakara, 3-chested and 11 Dawnbreaker, and 2-chested and 11 Mists of Tyrannocyte. They're currently in a 13 Mists right now, which we saw yesterday giving some struggles to teams. And then on top of that, we have Marine Corps Gaming, who have they've timed their 11 Mists, and I think it's right in front of me. Marine Corps Gaming has timed their 11, 2-chested their Dawnbreaker, and their 1-chested their Mists, and they have a 3-chest right now on Arakara for a +5, and then we have Coast Guard Gaming with a 13 timed in both Mists of Tyrannocyte and Dawnbreaker. That's actually kind of huge with no runs yet in Arakara. They're doing sort of the reverse of what Ukraine did yesterday and holding on to that one key lower to sort of pump that up at the end. And I love to see it. I'm very intrigued to see how today plays out.
Yeah, this is going to get potentially spicy. Before the break, we ran a poll just to see what everyone's thoughts were. What's the highest key that we're going to see today? And reactions were somewhat mixed. We had a 61% spread for a 15 being the highest key. That would put us on par with Ukraine's top scores yesterday. We had 35% for a 16, so we have some believers. Of course, we didn't technically see the 16 yesterday. Ukraine just was not able to complete it before they had that forced roster swap. And, of course, we have our singular individual who believes in the 17. Gotta love Thalassic hanging out, throwing some shade on the caster desk earlier. I don't know if I believe his prediction, but at the same time, it is a poll to see a key, not to complete a key. So what's your thoughts on this?
I, like Thalassic, made some wild predictions about the key levels we would see yesterday. So I sympathize with his hope that we'll see a 17. I don't think we're going to. I expect we might see a 16, but I think 15 is going to be the highest we get timed. And it's not because of lack of skill or lack of ability. It's because this is a seeding tournament, and these teams have to maximize the most amount of points in a 5-hour window. They don't have the luxury of spending extra time in a key trying to get 1 point going from a 15 to a 16 or a 16 to a 17 when they could get 2 or 3 points going from an 11 to a 13 and then a 13 to a 15.
That being said, I kind of agree with you, but we have Coast Guard in the 15 Dawnbreaker right now. That's probably the team we're going to punch in on first because they are the first to bring it to us today. Air Force Gaming choosing to do the 13. We discussed this a little bit yesterday in the first half of the show, how you also have the option to stall your key timer. So if you're concerned about overstepping and you're like, okay, maybe we can't do a 17, but we can probably do a 16, do you then aim for like a 14 that you 2-chest, or do you go for the 13 and 1-chest and 1-chest and 1-chest, or do you just jump to the 15 and 1-chest? There's a couple different paths to get to the same outcome. And so far, just because of the insane time crunch, teams have been like 3-chest or bust. You know, if we're 2-chesting, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I love that you guys talked about that yesterday, because that is a strategy that I think hurt Air Force Gaming. I think by 3-chesting those 11s and going to 14s, they may have caused themselves some problems. If they can't 2-chest to the 14, it will take them more time to complete a key for 1 point into a 15 than it would if they only 2-chested the 11 and then 2-chested a 13, because it obviously takes less time to 2-chest than it does to 1-chest. So I think that's a misstep they made. Coast Guard Gaming didn't make that mistake. They 2-chested the 11 that they had here in Dawnbreaker. They only 1-chested their mists, which I think actually hurts them there. But I think that 2-chested in the 11 is the sweet spot. I just don't know that in a 5-hour window we have enough time to really 3-chest an 11 and then hope to time a 14 and then time a 15. I worry that the teams are going to run up to that window that Ukraine did yesterday, where it was like, we just don't have enough time. We're going to be stuck here at an 11 or at a 13 in their case on mists.
Yeah, Marines, of course, just finished their 8 in the City of Echoes, so they are slowly bringing their score up. The Marines have been a wild card team throughout their history at the AFDL. You know, from first ever event champions to some awful performances to some solid performances, kind of middle of the pack. Every time they show up, it's a different team, and it looks like this weekend they are just struggling a little bit to match some of our other frequent flyers, right? Coast Guard has always been a strong contender. They have a couple of Clash titles under their belt. They were the runner-up in last year's Winter Invitational as well, with that heart-wrenching Game 6 in a best-of-5 loss to the U.S. Army. If you have not watched that insane saga, you are going to want to check that VOD out on YouTube. Like I said, it takes something special to get to a Game 6 in a best-of-5, but you know, they always are willing to show up and play. Air Force, of course, have always been a top contender. They've definitely shown up to play today. And United, still a relatively newer squad. They originally represented Regiment way back in the day and have since shuffled, found a new home, and are continuing to compete. but they're struggling a little bit this weekend.
Yeah, I noticed that they're just not quite, and obviously the weekend is a 10 team weekend. We're seeding for the whole season, but it seems like they had the unfortunate luck of being paired into a group with Coast Guard and Air Force, because those teams are just looking so strong that it sort of really shows that maybe that skill gap there. I'm new to AFDL. I'm new coming in here. Can you just explain to me how the seeding works? So we have 10 teams, are going to be placed 1 to 10. What does that do for them when we go into the season?
So this seeding is actually a new experiment for the AFDL. In the past, our World of Warcraft events have all been isolated, right? The clashes were limited to a 4-team invitational. We had one in the spring, one summer, one fall, and you basically won your individual clash against 3 other opponents. Now we're trying to evolve into next year. You know, we've made a lot of progress as a league growing in 2024 with the introduction of the Warriors of the Rift tournament for League of Legends, as well as the recent Rocket League pilot event that we ran, which actually saw the Canadian Air Force take a win. So some Canadian pride here on the caster desk for us today. But looking at 2025, teams have been clamoring. Our World of Warcraft participants have been always saying, we want to play more. You know, we only really get 1 event a year because there's 4 teams per clash. How can we do this in a way that gets us more game time? And this is the format that we're playing with. Teams seeding here today will affect what groups they join for 2025. We are still nailing down the details of the push versus MDI style level of competition. We are, of course, limited in how many events we can run due to support from Blizzard and Tournament Realm Access, which is what makes these events fully possible, and we are super thankful for it. So there's still a little bit to be decided, but it's really to determine who each opponent faces so that we're getting the most skill balance in every showcase.
I love it. To quote Garrosh, times change, and this seems like a great change for the AFDL. Definitely on board. I can't wait to see all of the events as they shake out in 2025. That's going to be a really good time. That's exciting.
Look, we love the AFDL, and we love everybody who loves the AFDL. I want to make a quote, but I can't remember exactly how it goes, and I'm sad. You know, I love you for loving me for loving you. One of those moments. Yeah. So thank you so much to everyone who is joining us in chat and hanging out. We actually hit our 900 follower goal on Twitch just before we went live this morning. So you guys are all amazing. We are currently at 917, which means we keep seeing new faces show up to enjoy all the incredible Mythic Plus action. It's just fantastic. For those of you who have been regular viewers, welcome back. For those of you who are new, I hope you're ready to have some fun. As you can see on the timer in the middle of your screen, there are 2 hours and 14 minutes left in regulation time today.
Yeah, you mentioned exciting gameplay, and we have that happening right now. This is 15 Dawnbreaker. I don't want to do that thing where casters say something nice about a team and then everything goes off the rails, but they are doing really well. It's very clean right now. Coast Guard is putting on a show for us here in this 15 Dawnbreaker. They've taken down the first boss, which is not an easy boss by any stretch of the imagination. There's dots going out. You got those circles you have to dodge. The beams and the tank buster, if your tank's not prepared the defensive for each of those, that could just knock a tank down. But they got through that clean with no deaths, and they're clearing their way up to the first lieutenant here. I'm excited to see. Do you think that, are we going to get a one-shot time of this 15 from Coast Guard?
I fully believe in the power of the Coast Guard. They have some insane players on their roster. Of course, fan favorite Kaboom was in the North American servers dropping fireworks on us all day yesterday, but today he is forced to actually play the game. Ooh, as I say that, Ninetales goes down, basically gets one shot. Not what you want for your healer to be dying, but at least it is a trash pack. Now that she's alive, I think her incredible skill will let her recover everyone else's HP. Yeah, and there it is. Look, I was just about to run down the list and say Ninetales is one of the best healers we have in the AFDL. She just, gave us a little teaser of what that's going to look like. Foos, of course, has been tanking for this team pretty much the entire time they've been participating, and he is always ready to just slam his face into the wall when his team needs him to. Zelko and Scotty are our 2 POVs this weekend, and they are just dropping DPS. Look at those meters. 1.8 million, 1.8 million each. Like, this is a solid team. I thoroughly believe they can complete the 15.
Oh, that's good. I'm very excited to see that pull is actually like sneakily dangerous. Anytime you have those Shadow Walkers in, if the tank isn't the first person to immediately get threat on them, their opening move is a dash that charges up and then hits somebody. And if it's not the tank, you're toast. And that's what happened there. It looked like Ninetales unfortunately snagged threat on that first charge, and it fixates, so it's not something that the tank could identify and taunt off right away. The only hope he would have had would have been a bop on Ninetales to save him, but luckily he had the Ankh, so we recovered him. We're on to this first lieutenant here, which does the big fear circle, and it looks like we have there's a lot of melee on this group, but it looks like they're just sort of camping in there. I wonder if they're going to pull out for the fear, or if they're going to use Will of the Forsaken to break it on the Death Knight, and if the warrior is going to break it with Berserker Rage. But no, they ran out, so they didn't stay in for it. Both of those melee classes are able to cancel the fear. The Death Knight only once every 3 minutes, I believe it is. But the warrior can do it every minute. So it'll be interesting to see if they stay in for the next one. Where do you go from here? What's your pull of choice? Because the both lieutenants next are dangerous for different reasons, and you're going to want to send your lust on one of them. Where would your preference be?
That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, now the problem is, now that you've asked me that question, I'm going to butcher both of their names. I think you go bridge first.
Okay.
I think you do the one under the bridge first. I want to see if they do, or if I'm immediately going to be proven wrong.
No, it was a coin toss.
Okay, they went church.
Yeah.
I didn't have that many choices. And you know what? As I say that, my brain also realized that makes no sense, because my logic was you use your lust on the one under the bridge. And so obviously they would do that one second, but that is not the words that came out of my mouth.
Well, they couldn't. So lust is available for them, and there are, in like very high keys, there are teams that do that pathing first, send the lust there, and then come back here afterwards just to get it on cooldown. So you're not wrong. Oh, no, we saw another death. Scotty Lock goes down, and Zelcro. This is not good. This is not good. They're both coming up. This pack is extremely hard. There's a lot of AoE damage coming out of that lieutenant, and we're just going to watch some flight. That's
ironically, yeah, it's both of our POVs that died, so that switch did not really help, but here we are back in the action.
Do we like that? Do we like that sometimes? Yeah, but we're back on here.
You think I would have checked before I swapped, but no.
I love that you didn't. I love the instinctive swap. It's like we gotta go now. That's good production.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love it. Yeah. So we recovered though, and we're gonna get this guy down. And they still haven't sent the lust. They're probably going to send it, I imagine, on the next lieutenant to get it on cooldown, so that they'll have it back up in time for the last boss, Rashinon. This dungeon is, it's my favorite dungeon this season, although I run all my weeklies in mists, but this dungeon is probably my favorite of the new pool for sure. And it's nice to see that it's in our pool this weekend.
I think there's just so much creativity in the design of this dungeon that I quite enjoy, even though, like, I had that sort of discussion yesterday about the vibe difference in the War Within dungeons compared to the older dungeons, and I think that still remains true, but I like the creative choices involving the extra mechanics, trying something a little bit different. I think it's a lot of good fun, and I like that this dungeon gives you choice, right? Any dungeon where pathing is a viable option, even at the highest level of play, is, in my opinion, great. Especially as a player who does not often get to push high keys. I play very casually. Joining a group and being like, hey, why don't we go this way? And not immediately being like, excuse me, what? That's so dumb. Like, have you never seen a key before? It's just, it makes me feel better as a casual player, and it provides a lot of opportunity for pro players to really min-max and make decisions that are better for their team instead of falling back on something that's kind of been decided for them. So I love dungeons like that, and for that reason, Dawnbreaker is probably also, if not my top, it's in my top 2.
I love it. Yeah, that's a great description. And somehow you managed to channel the entire Blizzard forms all at once there. That was really well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I do want to point. Oh, man, we have another death. That's crazy.
Hey, guess what? We have another POV.
We're back. I love it. But they still have not sent Lust. The only thing I could think is that they're holding it for the boss, but I worry that if they do that they won't have it back in time for Rashinon. You're basically... They could be like at risk of just throwing away an entire use of Bloodlust or heroism for our Alliance friends. Time warp for our mages, I guess. This is I'm not sure that this is the play here. I wonder if it was... There's no way they forgot, right? They didn't forget Bloodlust. A team like this doesn't forget it.
No, I mean, Ninetales being the shaman, she's not going to make that rookie mistake. There is... Okay, does the timer actually work out? I want to think about this math before I, go start talking, making no sense. Could they lust Anubikaj and then lust phase 3 of Rashinon, just that final burn?
If they could do that, yeah, it's... I don't know that that's super high value. I don't think Anubikaj is that dangerous, but maybe
I'm not saying
it
it makes sense. I'm just saying it might be possible.
They would need to have it sent within the next minute 30, basically. We have another death on Zelkow here. That's not good. And then it was another pull where I believe there's a Shadow Walker in that pack, and I'm wondering if that's what it was, if that Shadow Walker targeted Zelkow and then basically charged and one-shot them. It is really, really tough pulling them. But, if they're going to do that, if that's the plan, they have to send it before the, based on the timer on their screen, before the 21-minute mark, but I believe it's 20 minutes. I think their timer actually might be incorrect, but we're not sure.
Yeah, we were
so they have
discussing
to
that
get
just before the break. The current thought process is that certain players' timers may be accounting for Challenger's Peril, which is not in play during the tournament, but we are... pretty solidly set on it actually being a 30-minute timer.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me, yeah. So if that's the case, then they really need to get that out soon. They have about a minute before it has to be sent here, which will put them right up against the wire. And you really want to get the full value, so you want to get they have to be sending that lust
that's a good point.
at 19:15 to be able to cast it with 45 seconds left in the key. That's planning to go right up to the absolute bitter end on Rashinon, which if you would have to wipe, I think it's to get to that point. I don't think it takes that long to clear the next trash mob and then Rashinon into P2. I don't know. It feels like not great planning on their lust usage here, because it really could have helped on one of those lieutenant packs and maybe save those 2 deaths, which then saves them not just the 10 seconds in death timer, but also the time it takes for those people to fly back, that damage lost on the mobs. Yeah, it's great. We're going to see. If they get to Rashinon and finish this key without a second use of Lust.
There it is.
Yeah, that'll be...
So the Bloodlust just went down. Arconian chat has a good point. With a Prot Palin, Anubikaj is the scariest boss in the dungeon. So it genuinely could just be concern for this boss. But I agree with you that they really probably needed to have used it by now, unless they think Rashinon is just kind of a non-issue. Or they're not expecting to 2-chest at all, and they think, okay, if we 1-chest right at the clock, it'll be fine. We want to do the 16.
Yeah, I think they're out of 2-chest range now already. The Rashinon fight alone would take them 4 minutes. And they still have another
using that logic
pack.
of, it's not going to be a 17. They technically could get Bloodlust up within that last minute. Technically. I mean, they would be cutting it down to the wire, though.
Yeah. Interesting to see. I shouldn't be questioning them. It's working for them. They're out here crushing these 15s. I'm in a chair watching. What does it say? Those who don't cast? Is that how that goes? For those who can't cast?
Absolutely. Those who can't cast.
Yeah, those who can't cast.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Yeah.
want to get some love in chat for all the people who just can't. Some days, and especially in Keys.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we could call
man.
those weekdays.
Oh, man. Wow. But that doesn't count today. It's a Saturday.
That's
So
right.
that
That's
doesn't
right.
work.
They are making, they're making short work of a Nubakaj here. So even if this was their most dangerous pull, I main Prot Warrior on retail. So for me, this boss is I've got shield wall up basically for every of her slams, and I can pull off and then charge back in so my melee DPS doesn't have to come up at all. Oh no, Fusinin is down. I was just about to give them all this. Oh, they got him back up quick. He's going to get the taunt off here, but we have those animate shadows now, and they're at the back of the room. The casts from those shadows is actually very dangerous as well. You want to make sure you hit them with AoE stuns or some sort of interrupt. Scotty Lock goes down. I can't help but feel partially responsible for the wheels coming off of this. I'm so sorry, Coast Guard.
Really rough. The big frontal orb does get shot down. Of course, everybody successfully dodges it, except for Scotty's corpse, which, couldn't move at the time, so that makes sense. Oh, okay, we got the reset. And because we got the reset, we're going to do the swap. And everyone is racing towards the final boss. They got that pack down. Ninetales is dead. Okay, there we go. Back to life. I appreciate the size of the team's health bars on this POV, I have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it easy to see.
I think I successfully muted that sneeze for the audience, but maybe not for Sean. So I apologize if I failed that for anybody.
I didn't hear it, so I'm going to say, audience, sorry.
Yeah, 50-50 shot, and I think I got it wrong. So, well done. But here we go. The Coast Guard are pushing towards Rashanon, their last hurdle in this plus 15 Dawnbreaker. If they complete this key in time, they will be the first 15 of the day, and they will be setting a nice little challenge for the Air Force, who have instead decided to say, okay, we got our 11s done, we got our 13s done, then we're going to go back and sweep it up. It's a bold strategy, but if they can pull it off, good for them. Coast Guard is kind of daring them at this point, saying, all right, if that's what you think you can do, go ahead and do it. We've got a 15 on the board.
Yeah, Coast Guard, they're really taking a page out of the Ukraine WoW playbook from yesterday, which was, let's push one dungeon as high as we can. They chose 15, and then at 15, they hit reset, and they went into the next dungeon to 15. And that worked for them, and that sort of paced out the timing. The advantage Coast Guard will have is the Ukraine WoW team had a 30-minute window where they had a planned power outage, and they were swapping the roster, and it wasn't their main team in. So they sort of had that step back. I want to say that Coast Guard puts this 15 on the board. I wouldn't be shocked to see them end the day with 15s across the board if they're able to finish this one off here, which I want to believe that they are, because we're getting ready to pull Rashanon, the final boss in this Dawnbreaker. This is no pushover boss, though. So we have to make sure that we're hitting our bombs, dodging our frontals. The erosive spray can be very dangerous, so you're going to want to make sure you're grouped up for that. If Zelkow is running Mountain Thane, which he might be as Fury, then he would have the intervene shield that he can throw onto Ninetales. For every erosive spray, it would be up, and it would give Ninetales a bubble, a magic damage bubble. If he's running Mountain Thane, I'm not sure if he is or not. There's a Thunderclap. He's definitely running Mountain Thane. So he'll be able to drop that intervene bubble on Ninetales for every erosive spray. That's actually a huge defensive gain here. This is going to be a good fight.
Yeah, we want to be keeping our eye on the timer as well. Ukraine's 15 was completed in 29:51, and we know that time becomes a factor in a tiebreaker. So I'll be keeping my eye on that as we get closer to the countdown. You can see another round of bombs is coming up, but they also have to dodge the big slime wave. Well done. I appreciate that double utility right there. Placing the slime and then immediately grabbing the bomb to go back to his group. That was a good use of player mobility.
Yeah, and we've already phased her, but she's phasing at 64%. That is a very high percentage to go into the last phase with. They have 4 minutes left on exhaustion on their Bloodlust cooldown, and there are... if it's 30 minutes, and we're pretty sure it is, I hope that they're not counting on that extra minute on their timer to get this last bloodlust in, because as of right now, they will not have time left to bloodlust before this boss dies.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a question that I save to ask the team later on. You know what I mean? After they are done play today, I'm going to say, do you guys, did you realize, is this something you factored? I mean, those 8 deaths, of course, at 5 seconds apiece are the 35 seconds they probably need, or the 40 seconds even, but it's still just a close call. And of course, on this boss, we need to be looking at the single-digit percentage here as it goes down from 63.7 to 60. That is when the boss dies. So it is melting relatively quickly at, 0.1% every, 2 seconds, 3 seconds here?
Yeah. Ooh, Zelkow. Zelkow just did so he got marked with, or they got marked with the webs that you run out and you drop. And when you do, you take a big chunk of damage there. And the natural instinct is to get back on the boss as fast as you can. But when you snap your web, it also does a chunk of damage. Zelkow went right to the end and sort of held that spot until they got topped up a little bit and then snapped their web, which was a very safe play. And it goes against everything you want to do as a DPS. This warrior is exceptional. I'm partial to warriors, but this one is exceptional.
I enjoy a good warrior POV.
Yeah, we're definitely getting one here. Here comes the erosive spray. Let's see if he sends the intervene on anybody. No. Interesting. It'll be up for every one of those erosive sprays, and it negates so much damage from that ability. I'm actually really surprised they're not sending it there. That feels like a misstep. If they're running Mountain Thane, if they're not running Mountain Thane, they shouldn't be thunderclapping. So that's why I'm pretty sure that they are running the Mountain Thane ability here, which is the new build for Fury in Mythic Plus. So it makes sense.
I would like
but
to
yeah,
point
definitely
out that we are now sitting at 28:51 on the timer. Ukraine's completion was 29:51. That means they have now less than 60 seconds to get 1.5% of this boss health done if they want to have the edge on this dungeon in a tiebreaker scenario. Of course, at this point, we are hoping that they will see the 16. Boss's health is only at 61.3. It's really not moving. I don't know if they're going to out-time Ukraine.
Yeah, that's coming right down to the wire. It's going to be very close. I'm leaning on the side of they won't, because they have a whole percentage to go, and Rashodon just has so much health. Being a raid boss, you would expect that. But even getting the 15 on the board, if they can time this 15
15
and
seconds.
then time another and then get a mists 15 timed, then maybe they don't need to, they wouldn't need to be a time tiebreaker in that case, because they would have just done it out of straight points. There's 2 seconds to go and 0.1%. No,
Don't forget, we also have 3 more teams tomorrow. The potential for a 15-15 in a single dungeon and similar key scores across the board is very high given our 10-team group. Looks like that 30.04. So they are going to complete the dungeon, but not in a faster time than Ukraine.
If the dungeon's 30 minutes, does that not mean they're overtime?
We will verify with logs. That is why we take all of the good timing from logs.
Wow, that's going to be heartbreaking if that's the case.
If it is, that might make me cry.
Oh, I don't know if I can handle it. My heart can't handle it. Don't tell me till after. Oh no.
We are going to double check whether that key is on time. So for everyone in chat, yeah, so it's a catch because on retail there were timer adjustments made because of Challenger's Peril. We don't have Challenger's Peril active here on the TR, and that's where this ambiguity comes from. Admins, all of our logic and information says that it's a 30-minute timer as is, but a couple of players' UIs, including the Coast Guard, have 31 on their keystones. So we are still trying to verify exactly what that is. They were added to the dungeon, not the Peril affix, but have we verified, because I don't think admins have had a chance to verify, because obviously I've been here all day and we've been working on this show. I don't know that we verified if that time is added to the dungeon if the affix is not actually on. Super, if you are on TR and can verify this, let me know. If any of our North American teams are currently online, we would appreciate the assist, because right now all of our research is limited to what we can look up while we run the show. So it is still interesting.
So I just checked
Etma says if you're running the 5. Okay, yeah.
I just checked Radar.io, and for a +2, it does say 31 minutes. So we are good.
Okay. We are good.
That locked in.
Specifically on Dawnbreaker. All right, we have a final decision. I'm okay with that. That makes me so much less stressed right now.
Yeah, I'm way happier now than I would have been. Oh boy,
literally,
that would have been heartbreaking.
I mean, wouldn't be the worst one. We've had like 0-second clutches before where keys are completed with literally 0.0 seconds on the clock. We've had keys go over by 0.3 seconds and been failures. Like, the AFDL is no stranger to awful key busting timers. But here we are back on the quad. Coast Guard taking a moment to reset. They're happy with the 15. They'll be going into City of Echoes, for which they do not currently have a timed key. That will massively bump their score as soon as it's completed. Air Force, of course, hanging out here, getting their 15 mists done, and we will be checking out that Tredova in just a moment.
Yeah,
but
that'll be our
Marine
first
Corps working on the 11. It will be our first mist 15.
And then United is also on a... Yeah,
they are on
11 mists for them as well.
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We
stuff.
have the Air Force perspective.
I got
Ukraine's
so excited for the
13
15
was the
mists.
highest key in mists. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. This is... I hope we get this. This looks good. Tredova's at 40%. So we should have one more shield, which is coming up right now. This is the last dangerous part. It looks like the Air Force is stacking together, sort of. I really just...
We had some beautiful stacking this morning, Sean. Where were you when there was gorgeous stacking this morning on the low keys?
I saw one team who was beautifully stacked, except for the POV of the person we were watching. The rest of the team was like...
we could ask.
Yeah, they were gorgeous. And then But this is looking good. They don't need percent, and there's lots of time left if they just stay alive. All you have to do is dodge these acids, and here comes some more of them. And here we go. We're at 18%. Oh no, we'll have a death. Skunk Priest is down the healer. It doesn't look like they have the ability to get them up. Where's the battle res tracker? This person doesn't have it.
Venom is a DK, so there is a slim chance that we just can't see it.
Oh, yes. I'm going to say they would have sent it, but surely they would have sent it by now if they had one. He's got enough runic power.
I mean, Tredova is sub 10%, 7% left on HP with a Paladin tank. Perhaps they think they can just keep themselves alive. Dart, of course, on the Boomy Druid is going to be able to self-heal to a little bit, and the Shaman as well. And Venom's a blood DK, or not a blood DK, but a Death Knight. So there we go. Tredova, the first 15 mists of the weekend is complete. I think it's safe to say that we're going to see a 16.
I don't know. Probably. I'm going to say probably. We'll definitely see
completed
one.
versus C.
Yeah, we'll definitely see a 16. Now, do they go there now, or do they go to try and get 15s across the board first and then move from there? I guess that's the question. That extra that's what I love about this tournament style, is you have that extra layer of strategy where it's like, we have 3 dungeons. We have to get the most score we can in all 3. Where do we go from here? And it looks like they're choosing to go to Dawnbreaker. I love it. Yeah, I'm excited to see how it ends up.
Yeah, this is a good call by the Air Force to swap gears. They know that the Coast Guard have also got their 15 done in mists. But they know that to set themselves as first seed so far of all our competing teams, that third 15 is all that they need, right? Air Force decided to go for 11, 11, 11. Then they've bumped to 15. Now they're bumping to 15. They'll probably do the same in Arikara. And then they have an opportunity to kind of take a pause and look at where Coast Guard is. You know, they, of course, still have not run any of their Echo Keys. This is the first in a +5. They are the next contender for that top seed slot. And Air Force can then make a decision. All right, which dungeon do we think we have the greatest potential to +16 and guarantee that top seed? You know, the odds of another team tomorrow being able to do a 16, 15, 15, it's going to be tight. Navy were confident this morning when they were on the desk. We'll see if that pans out. But Air Force is giving themselves a little bit of safety and forcing Coast Guard to push themselves to their limit.
Yeah, and they're coming in here. This Dawnbreaker will be a 14, I believe, because they 3-chested their 11. The thing that I think will be really tight to watch is if they can 2-chest a 14, then they have to time a 16 to tie or to overtake to overtake Coast Guard's 15 on here, and that 16 will be significantly harder than a 15 would. But they seem awfully confident, so I don't think for them it's going to be a concern at all. It'll be great to see them go in here and do this 14. This will be our first 14 that we've seen. Lots of 13s this week, a few 15s, but this will be our first 14 that we get a chance to watch. Do you think?
Yeah, this is
are we
going
looking
to
at
be
a 2-chest?
interesting. Are we looking at a 2-chest? I mean, it would be a ballsy choice regardless. Whether they're capable of it or not, I think doing that is risky. Because if you get the 16 key in your bag, the AFDL rules mean that you cannot deplete. It means that you are stuck with that 16. And if you are unable to complete it, then you are just locked out of a point that the other teams have already gotten for themselves. So I could see them maybe doing it on their second dungeon. So let's say we get to the end of Dawnbreaker. I think they probably +1 it, then do the 15 just to secure the point, you know? And then maybe on City of Echoes, they go, okay, let's try for the 16 because we have that flexibility. We already know we're going to be a 14, 15, 15 is already better than a 15, 15, 13. We have that flexibility. And then if they get the 16, more power to them, right?
Yeah. That tracks, and City of Echoes is the easiest key to time currently on live. It's the only key with a +19 timed in retail, and it has 7 of them that have been completed. No other key has a +19 completed. And with the nerfs to Paladin this week, I suspect we will be capped there for a little bit until we get our Cersei circlets. Anyway, so yeah, saving Arikara for that big push, I think, makes a lot of sense. But I'm wondering now because we have an hour 44 left on the clock. This dungeon's going to run them probably 28 minutes. Let's say 26 minutes if they go really fast in here. Are we going to be in a situation where they just simply run out of time to get their 15s done?
Well, that's the question, right? Because let's go back to the math again. A 15, 14, 14 ties you with Ukraine's 15, 15, 13. Then it's down to dungeon time, right? Air Force has been completing keys very quickly. So they could just decide, okay, let's just rush this as fast as possible to chest the 14 if we can, knowing that they have that safety net and trusting that Coast Guard will not have the physical time in the day left to get another 15 and another 13. Either way, it's risky. I'm really excited to see. I know that the Air Force have been in the AFDL server practicing their hearts out in the last couple of days. The team captain Driss, who we've had here on the AFDL desk before, has been, working really hard to, I don't want to say micromanage, but to know every single thing that his team is capable of down to the limits. And we saw them try and fail that Mists pull earlier, just triple pack gloriousness, knowing they had the extra time to give it a shot. It didn't pan out. I don't think that's probably an indicator of skill and more just oh, we're doing this? Okay, then, kind of moment. We'll have to see how this goes. But already starting it off, grabbing everything on the boat, getting ready for the speaker, which is the first boss.
We're seeing Bloodlust sent here, which is the typical spot to send Lust, you've got all your cooldowns on that first pull. So most people aren't sending it there. You send it here on the boat. A lot of good damage coming out here. Their Boomkin. We saw this yesterday with, I think it was Ukraine's Boomkin as well. Boomkins are like the sneaky, big damage, like Giga Chads in this tournament. Every Boomkin we've had has been just absolutely blasting. Why are we not seeing more of these?
You know, the Marines like to have fun. That's one thing I can absolutely say about their strategy style and how they play these events. Sometimes that fun leads to everybody getting murdered. Other times it goes gloriously, wonderfully well, and we get to shoutcast some incredibly hype moments. In this particular instance, everybody got murdered.
Oh, no. Are they reset? Yeah, they're resetting. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, they will probably be going back into that 11. They, of course, have an 11 mists in their pocket that they could choose to go do instead. We'll sit here for a little bit and just see what ends up happening.
Yeah, and United looks like they're on Mist Caller right now as well. And we have a death over there also. This is, Mists has been, like, shockingly, Mists has been, I think, the hardest dungeon for teams so far this weekend, or at least the dungeon that has presented the biggest challenge. And maybe it's an unexpected challenge, but it's, for whatever reason, we're seeing people get in there and they're just hitting these little hiccups.
Yeah, I really like that weak aura that they have for determining the
maze.
What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah,
Yeah,
determining the maze and the mist caller here. Obviously, it's the leaf in this instance. I love teams who run without it and use their problem solving, but in a speed event, of course, every second saved to not being like, okay, guys, so let's take a look. Which one is this one? And which one has the leaf? And which one has the flower? And which one has... No, let's just click on the buttons and kill the thing. I can appreciate that in a tournament setting.
Yep, I like that. Can we get a Marielia voice pack for Bigwigs?
That would be good fun. That would be good fun.
Yep, I think that would work. Yep. Coast Guard looks like they're taking a little bit of a... Oh, no, they just finished their...
Oh, no, that was the Fast 5, of course.
Yeah, Fast 5. Now we're going into 8 for them. I'm not surprised. Now, I'm Canadian, so maybe it's different in the States, but I'm not surprised that the two top teams that we're seeing are Coast Guard and Air Force. Up here, if we had to pick who would be better at video games, it would definitely be those branches, with the Navy as a close third. So it's good to see that trend carries on.
Yeah, there has definitely been a running theme of Air Force superiority across, many of the tournaments that we've run. They always tend to perform well. Coast Guard right up there. Look, as soon as I can find someone to talk to get the other Canadian branches competing in our events, man, I will do it. You don't know how hard I tried to get the Royal Canadian Air Force to compete in Rocket League, okay?
I'll see what I can do. I'll mention some of my friends in the fleet and see if I can get you a Navy representation in there.
Let's do it. Coast Guard is, of course, going to rock right back into that +8 Arakara. Not expecting them to have any issues with this key either.
No, this is definitely going to go kaboom.
You are so funny.
Sorry, barn door rubbed off on me yesterday.
Yeah, he has that special ability. Barn Door has been a staple of the casting team throughout the AFDL's history, and we love him. We love him. Most of the time, we love him.
He's a very punny individual.
All right. Air Force is making progress on this +14 speaker. Doesn't look like they're having too many issues. No deaths so far. Of course, I've just jinxed it. We'll see how long that lasts. I'm expecting lasers to be incoming any moment. And there it is. Thank you for proving me right, gods of RNG.
There's two strats here because they're running... it looks like they have... Oh, no, they're good. They have a ranged, so the ranged DPS and the healer will pull off of the pack. You can see them now off to the side. to drop those purple circles, which means they can basically keep the boss stationary this whole time, which is a huge advantage because she does not move very well at all. If you're in a group that doesn't have the circles dropped off like that, and you have to try to move this boss around the ship, sometimes she doesn't move, sometimes she like snaps to the tank right away. It is... We just snapped right there. Like 3 steps. It's so... like there's no pattern to it. There's no predictability to how she moves. So it's nice that they're able to keep her basically stationary while the DPS go and drop those circles off. And that's it. They made quick work of the first boss here in this 14 Dawnbreaker. And we are zipping off down to the church, and we're getting ready for what I assume will be a pretty big pull here from Air Force. But it could be dangerous. You can see they're going to pull the pat to the right. One of the Shadow Walkers is in that pack, and they want to be careful that doesn't target anybody other than the tank, because it could take them out right away. And they're obviously pros at this, and they knew for sure that was the mob that the tank used to pull on.
Here we go. Nice, just simple tank and spank. Meanwhile, everyone's got some nice big pulls going. Always enjoy an opportunity for some big numbers to flash across the screen. United XP making progress on their plus 11 mists. They are keeping themselves relatively highly topped off. The Druid gets a little bit low, but is rescued by their healer, the lovely Shaman. Meanwhile, the Marines, of course, with the inverted UI, making my life absolutely miserable as we try and tell who is alive and who is dead, but progression is still happening. They are 2 minutes and 40 seconds into this Arakara, working on their next group of ads. Coast Guard working on their way to Avanox, roughly actually in step with the Marines. We may watch that on a side-by-side, even though they are different key levels. And Air Force, as you said, just, stand in front of the church, committing acts of villainy. Sounds perfectly reasonable. I mean, I know that's not a church, but it definitely looks like the cathedral model from Stormwind. Am I the only one who thinks that?
Oh, no, it does look that way, for sure. Yeah.
I feel validated.
There has to be. Yeah, no, you're 100% right. I'm locking that in. That's the cathedral from Stormwind. I believe it.
Chat, please tell me I'm not wrong, right? Occasionally, I think it has a little bit of a Scarlet Crusade vibe, and then I look at it again and I go, no.
Yeah. Now, Priory of the Sacred Flame definitely feels Scarlet Crusade-y.
Yes.
We're going to see that next season. But this church specifically, I definitely feel more Stormwind vibes, especially with all the green, the grass, and everything. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I'm locking in. I'm with you.
The Marines have gone ahead and pulled Avanox here. Let's take a quick look-see at what they've got going on. If I can find the button that does that.
They brought in a bunch of crawlers and flyers with this. This could potentially stack a lot of bleeds on the tank, but it's a paladin, so obviously they can clear it easily with Divine Shield, Bop, and a quick Cancel Aura. Or if they're a dwarf, I can't tell. They could also stone form those off. I have to believe they're a dwarf. Why would you be anything other than?
I don't think I saw the Marines on TR. There are a lot of dwarves, I will say. Prior to the event, I like to log on and try and get nice little candid shots of different players to kind of make B-roll for the eventual future in which we can make, great social media content. But I did not see the Marines on, so I don't actually know who's a dwarf and who's not.
He's Dark Iron. I see the Fire Blood icon. It looks like they're running Hikili in the bottom right corner next to their damage meter, and it keeps telling him to cast Fire Blood for the damage increase. So he is a Dark Iron dwarf.
What an educated guess, scanning the UI like an absolute pro. Well done.
Thanks. I really, as soon as I said I wasn't sure what they were playing, I had to know the answer.
That's exactly it. And you know what? We appreciate players who give us the information we ask for in their UIs before we ask for it. So absolute props to the Marines right here. Avanox, they are making short work of that health bar, already down past 25%. Everybody just kind of standing and wailing.
Yeah, this fight is a lot of fun. It's harder here because they have no range. So when you have two ranged or one exceptionally good ranged, you can basically park your melee on Avanox and have the range to deal with those spiders on their own. because their DPS is all melee, they're having to pull off boss damage entirely to damage those crawlers. Obviously not on the last pack, they're just burning boss there. But the packs prior to that, and that sort of artificially extends the kill time on that boss in a way that you're not going to want it to as you get into higher key levels. They may want to consider, if they have the option, having somebody swap to a ranged DPS that can do a lot of damage. But it works for them here in the 11.
If it works, we can't knock it.
Nope. Shouldn't. We can. We shouldn't.
You know what? I accept that correction.
A lot of stuff I shouldn't do.
And yet we do it anyway. As the team makes their way off to their next boss, let's take a look at where everybody else is. Air Force hanging out under the bridge with our lovely lieutenant friend shooting the giant orb. Of course, a lot of these mini bosses, and I think especially in these War Within dungeons, they exemplify this to a T. These mini bosses are here to teach you a mechanic that you will then experience in the boss fight. You know, just, okay guys, remember this? You're gonna want to remember this giant orb that I shoot at you because it'll be important later. Mini bosses, you know? War Within is full of those. I actually like that this location ties into that really well. Because this guy is located under the bridge, you physically don't have the space to dodge in any which direction, and it means your team needs to be coordinated. I think this is really nicely done. You know, okay guys, guess what? I'm sending the orb north. You better be standing on the south side or get ready to dodge. I think little bits like that are pretty good. And of course, Air Force decided to go for Bridge Boy first, and now they're hanging out up at the church. If Coast Guard could have done that earlier, I would have really appreciated it. But I was right. It just took another team to do it. And I'm sticking with that. I was just predicting too far into the future, Sean.
Yeah, you knew. You saw. You're prophetic. You saw that coming. You were like, no, they're going to go Bridge first, and they're going to lust it. I can see this happening. We just weren't on the right team. I get it. You got that. That I want to touch on the telegraphing of mechanics that you mentioned, because they do that exceptionally well in War Within. That's something that dates back in video games all the way back to, and probably before this, but because I'm a Nintendo kid, back to the first Super Mario Brothers. When you're running along there, they teach you how to jump in Mario over the holes by giving you the 3 stack of bricks with the ground after it first, and then a 3 stack of bricks with a gap and another stack of bricks with the ground so you don't die. And then it's the one with the hole. So they all the way back to the NES days, they were teaching us, telegraphing for us how to play these games ahead of time, how to beat ththese challenges. And you see it here again on the stairs in the Coast Guard. The web circles are dropping from these overseers that we know the boss is going to drop. It's those little details that I really think showcases how well these dungeons, the new War Within dungeons specifically, are designed, because ahead of time, like none of it's a surprise, and it really helps with that learning curve, especially as you're learning new bosses, new dungeons, and new mechanics.
Absolutely. I am one of those players who will refuse to read the dungeon journal. The first time I go in, I want to go in blind. After the first time, I will read the dungeon journal. But there's something to be said for enjoying the effort that's put in to the sort of basic little things that we overlook in game design that have been done really, really well. And as you said, War Within does it exceptionally well. Compare that to, let's say, Tyrann of Scythe, that's being run by United XP. Everything has sort of different abilities. I mean, it's a heck of cool dungeon, don't get me wrong. I think thematically it's wonderful. It's really unique. I still don't understand why we didn't just have a patch in each of the zones after Revendreth, but it's okay. Shadowlands is a time for feels. And this dungeon is a good time regardless, but it's a completely different style of enemy chaining.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not, I think it's what Shadowlands did to the lore, notwithstanding. I think this was, like, their dungeons are beautiful, you mentioned it, but they don't do a great job of, hey, this boss is going to shoot dodgeballs at you. There's nothing that shows that until you get to the boss. So this boss is is really a shock to the system the first time you get to it. I think that's a misstep.
We've actually got all 4 teams on bosses right now.
Oh, this is crazy. Oh, I like this. This is boss on boss on boss action. On boss.
Completely staggered. You've got the Air Force working on a new Bacage. You've got the Coast Guard finalizing their the Harvester. And then you've got the Marines working on a new Zek. And, of course, United working on the first boss of Mists. Oh, no, they're still clearing trash. Okay, we're almost there. We're so close.
I thought they're definitely in Miss Caller's room. They must have pulled this through the wall. I'm almost certain I saw them open the path to Miss Caller. Am I crazy?
I thought I had seen that, but maybe we are just fundamentally wrong about where they're located in this dungeon because of the top-down perspective.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're definitely wrong. Because this is not Miss Caller.
This is the maze.
All right. Yeah, we're in the maze. Okay.
Casters, we know what we're talking about. How's everybody doing in chat? Let's get some love for your favorite teams, if not for us and our inability to look at a dungeon and know where teams are at. It is Saturday afternoon. We are getting towards the end of day 2. The Coast Guard have just knocked out that last City of Echoes. They are steadily increasing their score. It's getting close, man. 1 hour and 26 minutes left in regulation time.
Yeah, we're soon going to be looking at teams having to decide, do we reset to save time or do we push through here to finish this? Those are like the nitty gritty when it's like fourth quarter, 4th and 1. They're trying to figure out, hey, what's the right play here? Do we kick the field goal or do we reset and go again? It's none of those analogies matter to Warcraft. And if you're not a football fan, you don't know them, so I apologize. But yeah, it's exciting stuff to see. I love as we get down to the they're all American. They're all Americans who are playing here, so I'm going to assume these teams all get those references, but maybe I'm wrong.
Who knows? We have a surprising amount of international viewers. For those of you who are joining us, our international viewership statistics are actually quite interesting. I don't remember them off by hand, but I remember looking at them once and going, "Oh, really now?" So there you go. That's my anecdote. Air Force, working on that 14. I definitely want to see them fight Rashanan when this happens because, I mean, looking at this timer, right, they have, 5 minutes and 52 seconds to still two-chest this? Not going to happen.
My wife says that I'm too pessimistic, so I'm going to say I feel like it's unlikely, but I would love to see it. If they can't two-chest this, I really think if they can't two-chest this, that two-chest or three-chest in the 11 is a misstep. I want them to two-chest it. I want to be wrong.
Well, they
so
have 2
bad.
minutes and 37 seconds left on Lust and 5 minutes. So they will have it for 2 minutes of the +2 timer. Hopefully that sentence wasn't as confusing out of my head as it was inside of it. It's going to be well, Rashanan has just landed on the boat, so they are 4 minutes and 58 seconds, 2 of them with Lust. Plus you've got the minute for RP.
They're two-chesting this.
You're a believer?
They got it. I'm a believer. I'm signing up.
All right, if you are watching in chat, can we get an unofficial poll on believers versus non-believers for this +14 Dawnbreaker that the Air Force is running right now? Are you a believer like Sean in the 2-chest? Let us know. We want to see how everybody feels about this because I'm not convinced. Venom picking up the first bomb, being a good teammate.
Dark took the web out to the right. They're playing the mechanics clean, and we expect that they're going to. They've been really lucky on the frontals. Are those frontals baitable? Is that? I thought they were random direction, but they've had them go in a straight line, stacked on top of each other. Did we just learn something here? I need to see the next set of frontals. The frontal web spray that comes out.
I mean, I think the idea is that if you're all stacked, they're going to target where everyone is, and then everyone just move.
They are going to land, and they're going to be able to pop blast almost right away. Where are we at for cooldowns?
As soon as the RP is over, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have Ascendance on the Enhancement Shaman, which is going to take them straight to the moon. What are we looking at for Venom? He has Pillar. He has Breath in 25 seconds. What's the timer on Ration on landing? I don't see 17 seconds for the cast, but he's going to be able to hit Breath almost immediately. They're going to melt this.
Lust almost immediately. These timers are insanely tuned. Look at that. 22 seconds left on Heroism. Duck in chat saying they can two chess, but not sure if they should. Look at that. Okay, 14 seconds on Lust. Rashanan has landed. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. He is already at 63%, so not as low as he could be, but totally reasonable for a 14. I don't have the sub percentage to be able to count it down. We are going to have to watch. Oh, no, there it is. 63.0, 62.9, 2 minutes and 37 seconds left on the clock, and Lust is up in 9 of them. Oh, no, Lust has just been cast.
That was incredibly lucky.
They cast it instantly.
Venom he's in his breath window, and he got webbed, which meant he was able to use his AMS to get more runic power from the damage in the web to extend that breath window. Breath is rolling, Ascendance is rolling. He still has Breath of Syndragosa, but only now just dropped off. That was an incredibly long Breath of Syndragosa from Venom DK. This is wild. 62%, 2 minutes. As long as nobody dies, there's no way they don't two-chest this, right? We're going to be looking at a 16 Dawnbreaker.
But do they want to?
Yeah, I don't know. If they're making this easy work of the 14, I don't think there's any world that they can't time a 16. I am a believer in the Air Force now. I was Team Ukraine yesterday. Sign me up. I'm Team Air Force today. I feel the need for speed. That's probably a cliche they don't want to hear, but they're hearing it now as they take Rashanan down in this 14 Dawnbreaker. You'll love to see it.
1% of the boss's health still needs to be done. Of course, on a boss that has 9 billion health remaining, that's not a small chunk in 1 minute and 25 seconds. They do have the percentage that they need. It would be real awkward if they didn't, though we have seen teams flub that before. So close. 0.6% remaining on Rashanan. 1 minute left, 0.5. If they can get a percent down, 4. Come on, 3. The Shaman's getting a little bit low on health, but with only 3% left, are they going to be able to churn it out? Nope, they have to deal with these abilities first. 2%.
They got very lucky that Droksham didn't get the webs there. Because they were so low, it may have killed them.
And there it is. The two chest puts a 16 in AFG's pocket.
That's exciting. That is... I'm not going to lie, I came in a bit of a doubter. I was a little bit down on the Air Force because it felt like they were too good to be true. I really want to see them run a 16, and they don't have a choice, really. They have to. But then they're going to be in a spot where if they run a 16, that's 30 minutes off the timer. That puts us at, an hour. It puts us at 50 minutes. They then have to run the 14 Arakara. And then that's another almost 30 minutes. And then they'll have to run their 16 Arakara right afterwards. So they still have a lot to do.
Oh. And I think they're just going for it. Look at that. They're sitting in Dawnbreaker thinking, you know what? Let's just push the 16 now. That way, I suppose it makes sense because then if they fail it, they know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Get in there and just say, let's go for it. Because you worked out the time, the math on it. If they go 14, 14, 15, do they have a 15? Yeah, if they go 14, 14, 15, they're tied with the 15, 15, 13 for Ukraine. Wow. So they would then be in the tiebreaker just based on time. Yeah, so they even if they get in here and they find out, hey, we can't do this or something goes sideways, they can still walk away from this and jump into Erica.
You know?
Yeah,
they have some safety. This is going to be a lovely closer for day 2. The team has decided to go straight in. Marines working on the Harvester in their final boss of the +11 City of Echoes. That'll be a good, important score buffer for them as well. They've been struggling on some of these 11s a little bit harder than we wanted to see. Having this in the bag will cement them on par with they'll need at least a 13 in order to pull even with the French army, but some of those 11s have only been +1s. They can still do it in the time that they have left, but it's going to be a tight battle for them to fight it out and remain in Group B once all seeding is said and done. United XP still progressing that miss +11. It's been taking them quite a few tries as well. We may see them hitting their wall. I wouldn't be surprised if we see either of these teams take a small break just to kind of reset themselves, decide what they want to do, and be deliberate in their actions. They know that certain ranks in the seeding are going to be out of reach, but others are definitely still attainable. And it determines who you play against in the future. And if the Marines have abandoned the key, or did they complete it and I just missed it? I need to know.
I am not sure. They were on the last
They completed
boss.
it.
Yeah,
Ooh,
okay.
Okay. I blinked and missed it. The Marines +2, their 11 city. That is necessary. They needed that.
I just want to touch on the score right now. With that 14 completed, Air Force Gaming, as of right now, is second place in the standings. So they leapfrog over the New Zealand Defense Force, who was in second. And they are currently seated in second right now, just behind Ukraine WoW by 3 points. It's a 43-40 gap. That's crazy. With an hour 16 to go, they are definitely setting their sights on that top seed. And sort of the accolades that go with that, the bragging rights that go with that.
Oh, for sure. If this was any other clash, you would be the champion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
While we may not be officially granting that title this weekend, it is still a point of pride to say that they were the top seed going into 2025. That is going to afford them some unique opportunities in the next year, some safety in their, in their lead, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's also, I really like this seeding format because it also means for teams like Marine Corps Gaming and United XP that this isn't the end. They're not done after this weekend. They get to reset and then compete against other teams at that same level that they are at. And so we'll get more competitive gameplay from them, and they'll have a chance from there to showcase what they can do against teams on their level.
Absolutely. We mentioned this a little bit yesterday, but the beauty of the AFDL is that none of these teams are pros. These are all players who just enjoy the games they play. Some of them are more hardcore than others, but we are here to celebrate and have some fun first and foremost, and being able to provide a platform for all of these different players from all of their individual communities to just come together and celebrate their commonalities of service and the games that they love is why the AFDL exists. So it's really important that everybody has a good time. Unlike the Air Force, who is currently not having a good time and decides they are going to die.
That's a choice, I guess some can make.
I think that's going to be a reset. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do they could go into their Arikara right now and run that quickly, and I think that's going to be the play. They run the Arikara to tie themselves for first place, and then they can say, okay, which of these keys gives us the best chance at taking first place? And that looks like that's what they're doing as they head into Arikara, the City of Echoes, to run a 14 here, and we'll see if they two chest this or if they opt to one chest and then run an easier 15 and leapfrog their way into first place that way.
Absolutely. The expectation is that the Arikara will be the easier 16 as well. So not expecting them to stall for the +1 in this case. Everyone who is watching, I believe some Twitch ads will be dropping shortly. If you are subscribed to the AFDL channel and will be sticking with us, make sure you drop a hello in chat, because we always have some secret sauce going on while everyone else is stuck watching the ads. So, don't go anywhere.
The ad chat is the best chat, I've been told. Am I allowed to say that before the ad break?
Yeah. Everybody who's present during the ads is my favorite. They just automatically get added to the tally.
Does that include Twitch Turbo viewers? Because they still count as an ad view, but they don't count as a sub.
This is an excellent point. You make a wonderful counter argument, but you know what? I'm going to say that they do.
Oh,
I'm going to say that they count because they're present. And we want everybody to enjoy every single second of gameplay that occurs over this weekend. So Twitch Turbo viewers, we love you almost as much.
Take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. We are...
Marines have decided to go for the 13.
Oh, no. Or, oh, yes? Oh, yeah.
I don't know. This is gonna be a choice. They have a mists in the bag, by my reckoning, that they could be going to do an 11 mists, and yet they are here on the 13 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, they have
Oh no,
11s
hang on.
across the
I'm
board
looking at
right
United.
now.
They do have
Yeah.
11s across. I was looking at United's score, who has the 11 mist in their bag. Unless that was
Yeah,
what they just finished and I blinked again.
They were staring at Tredova before this, so my guess is that they did not finish because Tredova was eating. There definitely wasn't enough time for them to have... Oh, unless... Maybe the person who was fighting Tredova was dead?
Uncertain. All right, we are going to get a verification on whether or not United actually completed that key or not. And soon we will know.
Did we have a death in this 11 Arikara? We're flying back. Zello. I don't know. They haven't completed this loading screen yet, so they're still...
All right,
Well,
admin's
that's
saying that
scored.
we don't have a completion log to verify, so it was probably a wipe. We'll take a look at what key they go back in on.
Yeah. I think it was a wipe. When I looked at the screen, they were staring at Tredova. Tredova was like sort of standing there doing its idle animation. So my guess is that they were unable to complete it. But we're going to find out shortly.
I want to see this plus 14 Arikara. Coast Guard are working on catching up to them. They are currently running the 11. Coast Guard did start sooner than the Air Force, so we don't have a side-by-side. But even though these teams do not have Zalatath's Guile on the keys, it is by no means a freebie for additional push limit, right? The rule set that we chose is specifically tailored to allow for broader spectrum of success and better clutch, right? We want teams to have more opportunities to complete a key and, be felled by that single death right at the end that knocks them over, rather than knowing that a key is going to be bricked strategically because you need the +3 and you died 12 times before the first boss, right? The rule set we chose was specifically tailored for viewer experience, and it does not by any means make these keys easier for the players.
No, and in some cases, like, this specific affix that is on here that you wouldn't normally see on a 14 makes it harder because those orbs suck. Especially on, like, Avanox, when Avanox is doing the webbing, you can't really get around behind her to soak, so then she gets a couple of stacks, and all of a sudden your tank gets one shot. On the last boss, when you're gripped in your puddles, if the orbs start coming in, then you can't get to the orbs to soak. Like, this is a really tough affix for this dungeon. I would argue it makes it harder than Guile.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the post-event player feedback, where we find out if teams like the rules, and then admins decide, okay, do we care whether teams like the rules? Do we want to keep them? Do we want to change them? What do we want to do? So the beauty of this being a seeding event means that we can trial things. Air Force having some rough spots right there. They are now up to 7 deaths. That's functionally a whole team wipe in the last 2 minutes, and they are going to reset once again.
Yeah, that's hard to do. And I also, another advantage, I want to just one last point on the affix set and like the custom rules. One other thing that I think adds to the competition value is that because it's custom rules, you can't practice this on live. So what teams are doing on live, like you're not being rewarded if your team can play more on retail than another team. You really only get the value in the allotted tournament time, the 2 weeks before, than the tournament actual weekend. I think that is a strength for the custom rules.
Well, we appreciate that. It's always a difficult decision when you're going something like this. Do you stick with the familiar? Do you try and change it up? And the War Within just provided some interesting opportunities with the way it was scaled, how the dungeons were styled differently, that, we're excited to take advantage of. The timing on orbs for Avanox was making it like Pac-Man on steroids yesterday. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same Duck who is from the New Zealand Defence Force team. So,
yeah.
Speaking from experience, right there.
I think Duck played Warrior, I believe, which gave them a special place in my heart, anyway, as a fellow Prot Warrior. So, good to see them yesterday. I'm glad they're here in chat today to watch these other teams to see how things shake out as we head back into this Arikara for the Air Force on a 14, and it looks like Coast Guard is going in for their 11, which they're expected. Do you think they two-chest the 11?
I think so. I don't see a reason why Coast Guard wouldn't two-chest an 11 Arikara.
I only wonder because they had the trouble with the mists where they only one-chested the mists. I wonder if that
is true. It was a close call, though, on that one chest, and I believe they died.
Gotcha. Okay. This is, I'd like to see them two chests. I really want to see like a head-to-head here, Air Force Coast Guard. It would be great if they would start a key at the same time. Maybe we'll get lucky and the Air Force will wipe again. I guess I wouldn't be lucky for them, but... Marine Corps
United.
They're
I'm back.
There you go. Welcome back.
Thank you. My mic just cut out for a moment while I was looking at admin things.
You left me. I was all alone.
I abandoned you on the desk. I'm so sorry. But you had these wonderful teams making progress to keep you company. I'm sure you didn't even notice I was gone.
I didn't. I was actually getting caught up in Marine Corps Gaming's 13 Dawnbreaker. It's such a gorgeous dungeon. And I like watching teams. I like seeing what pathing teams are doing. This weekend, it looks like all of the teams are doing roughly the same pulls, and the only change up is whether or not they go to the lieutenant at General Steel Strike's house first, or the one down by the inn in the courtyard. I wish we had seen some more variety. There's a really neat pull that you can do behind the church for big count. But we haven't seen that this weekend yet.
I want to say we might have seen that earlier today, did we not? I think it was even the Marines. They pulled a new bicage like behind this building up against the wall, and the Navy was like, wait, what are they even fighting a boss right now? Because the perspective of the boss beside the house made him look really small, and we couldn't tell whether he was an ad or whether he was the boss. We might have seen that from the Marines. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it again. It may also have been something they were only comfortable doing on the lower keys.
I missed that, so hopefully I get to see it. Please do it again, Marines, if you're listening. If you're listening mid-key to what we're saying.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody knows that the teams are here in chat. Frankly, we have 271 viewers, and I wouldn't be surprised if 270 of them were the teams themselves. Never mind, we physically don't have that many players. It wouldn't surprise me. That is how frequently the teams show up in chat mid-key to keep us appraised when we have a perfectly good Discord that they can communicate to us in. No. Chat is the place to be, and we gotta love it.
Love it. Chat's where it's at.
Chat is where it's at.
Yeah. We are fighting this lieutenant in the doorway. Okay, so they're using the overhang of the church to negate the knockbacks and not get knocked away. I've not seen any. This is a choice of camera angle. You did this to yourself, Marine Corps Gaming. So many other spots you could have.
This is a melee strat right here.
Yeah. Oh, because they can probably line of sight the Fear Slam instead of having to outrange it. They just dip around the corner instead. That's brilliant.
I bet you.
Yeah, that's
Look,
what
I'm
it is.
telling you, Marines are a wild card team.
Yeah. Oh, Chad says we can't line of sight. I don't know, Chad. If the Marines are doing it, I feel like I'm not one to tell the Marines they're wrong. But it looks like that's what they're doing. Yeah.
That also is definitely a watch and review later.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I want to +1 your distaste of the reverse colored nameplates for health. Because right now it looks like everyone's dead, and that's all I can see.
It just makes me sad because otherwise this UI is so wonderful. It gives us so much information as casters, except for whether anyone is alive, which is, a critical piece of information. As everybody who has ever watched a Race to World First knows, the only thing you have to do is kill the boss before the boss kills you. 5-head. It's real simple.
That's it. There's a Blizzard tooltip. Try reducing the enemy's health to 0 while keeping your own above 0. And that's...
Fun fact, I think they actually introduced that after it became a saying in Race World First. I don't remember seeing it before we started the Race World First broadcast.
Oh, really?
I could be wrong, but I legitimately don't remember it before that point.
Oh, that's fun. I hope it got implemented after. That would be great. Yeah. They're making good work here. We're moving in. They are actually clearing a lot of the packs out the back of the building, which is some of the pathing that I was talking about earlier. I gotta say, the Marine Corps Gaming, you nailed it when you called them a wild card. You really don't know what they're going to do next, and they are definitely not following a cookie cutter pathing that other teams seem to be, and I'm here for it. And I hope they stick with that. I'm worried that it's part of the reason they're slightly behind, that they're not maybe doing what is the most optimal. But you got to do what works best for you and your comp, and if this is what they're used to, then that's what makes the most sense.
I mean, you think about that, if you take it to the logical extreme, we see so much variation in class usage, right? Because these players are playing, in a lot of cases, comfort picks. They're playing, I want to say champions because I was casting League of Legends earlier this year, but they're playing characters that they feel comfortable on. Yes, a couple of these players like to play what's popular and will shift from season to season, but for the most part, you can reliably pick out a player and what they're going to play between events. So when you look at optimizing the strat for what's going to feel best for you, it only makes sense to me when your options are either do what's popular and feel bad while doing it, or do what feels good but isn't going to be as successful. I think just flat out, if you know you're sort of a mid-tier team and you're not there to always push for first place, you gotta pick the latter. It just makes sense, right? At the end of the day, you put this team up against any variety of teams out in the wild on live, and they are going to showcase some incredible skill. It's only when you put teams under a microscope like this, where you've got, some real show-stopping performances from certain groups like Air Force is putting on right now, that's the point of comparison that we have here. You compare these keys to what people are playing in real life, and playing the thing that you want to play is not what's killing you. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, you're 100% right. It's like when somebody says, oh, they went to the Olympics and they got 5th. And it's like, well, they're the 5th best in the world.
It's like you've kind of missed a key component there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I definitely I get
Super,
that.
that is not what I said, but okay.
I don't feel like that's what she said. We have both Coast Guard and Air Force in a 14 Arikara right now. There is a 7-minute difference or so, 6-minute difference between when they started. If we could dual screen that, I think that will be really fun to watch our two top performing teams today going head to head in this 14 Arikara, or we'll just watch the Air Force. That works too.
No. I just pushed the wrong button. We are good. We have our side by side.
Okay, all right. This is good. Let's look at the comps that they're running here to see similarities and differences. Both are running a Paladin tank. No shocker there. There's a lot of damage in Paladin and a ton of utility, and especially in Arikara with the freedoms that you can have and the poison cleansing for the last boss. That all makes a lot of sense. Multiple ways to clear these bleeds. And then we have, it looks like they're both running a DK. Both are running a Frost DK. Kaboom on one side, Venom DK on the other. So that's an evened out between the two teams. We have the Boomkin Dart on Air Force, while the Coast Guard is rolling with Scotty Locke. So there's our range DPS. And then we have, it looks like a Disc Priest and a Resto Shaman rounding with the healers. And then we have Zelkow for the last melee DPS on Coast Guard. And it will be... I already said, how do I do 3 Air Force DPS while skipping a full DPS from Coast Guard? Anyway, that's the breakdown. So they are both running slightly different comps with similarities in the DK and the Paladin. I think the edge in this, though, at least on Avanox, has to go to Air Force, because I think that Boomkin's going to have an easier time with those ads than Scotty Locke will, just because of the Boomkin's toolkit. And I wonder if we'll have to see them pull a melee DPS off to help with the ads on the Coast Guard side.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Of course, Druids are a hyper-mobile class, so, you know, anytime you need to be covering large distances, they are nice to have in the group. The time differential on these two dungeons means we don't have a direct comparison, but looks like they're approaching Avanox on the Coast Guard side. Yes.
Yeah, Avanox will be coming up here next, and this is a make or break. We did see Air Force wipe on Avanox on their first attempt at a 14, so we'll see if Coast Guard can get through it clean without a wipe as they round up the rest of the trash on this platform. You really don't want to accidentally pull it on the boss while you're fighting the boss. Coast Guard, for Air Force, took some trash onto Avanox. I'm wondering if Coast Guard will do the same. It doesn't look like they're going to. They seem to be sitting and maybe waiting for this affix to happen. Are they timing the affix to her screams? I think they are. I think they waited for the affix to pop so that it syncs up so that they don't get it again while she's doing the shriek.
I wonder. I mean, in theory, that is possible. And it could make a big difference as far as just helping Ninetales manage, you know, her cooldowns and keeping everybody topped off.
Yeah, that would be a very wrinkly brain play to time the affix spawn to the casts of the Shrill. And yeah, so the Shrill just happened. We get the next affix in 23 seconds, and the Shrill after that should be right now. And then after that, yeah, they did. It looks like they've timed it so that we're going to be getting those affixes out of the Gossamer.
Yep, there's the orbs.
Wow, that is incredible. Very well done by Coast Guard. That's incredibly well planned. I don't know if it was accidental or if it was intentional. I'm going to believe it was intentional because I want to believe that it was intentional. So we're going with intentional here. And they are making quick work of this boss. They're keeping the boss close to the spiders so that they're able to get cleave damage by the melee on them as well as the range for Scotty Lock. And it looks like they're just locking them down with Earthbind totems and probably a Shadow Fury, keep them in place. and making very good use of all of the DPS on those ads and not losing any uptime on the boss. This is very well planned out, and they are doing an exceptional job here.
This is going to be so interesting. Coast Guard have really said, look, we might have struggled with that 15 mists, but we are by no means out. If they both complete these keys, right? If Air Force completes their 14 and Coast Guard completes their 14, Air Force only has 1 point difference, and Coast Guard will have a 15 Dawnbreaker in their bag, whereas Air Force has the 16. So if Coast Guard can keep a pace with Air Force's progress in the City of Echoes, and then Air Force struggles on the 16 Dawnbreaker, like we saw them wipe it twice already, Coast Guard could tie it up.
That is why. See, and it comes back to whether or not 3-chesting or 2-chesting the 11 or that was the right play, or 2-chesting or 1-chesting the 14. Yeah, that 16 could be a nail in the coffin for them instead of a feather in the cap. I am excited to see how this plays out. This dungeon, the outcome of this dungeon is going to have huge implications on the whole weekend. And on top of that, we only have 52 minutes left. So going out of this, Coast Guard's going to be in a good spot, because if they finish this 14, they could basically spend the rest of their day in mists, locking down that 15, which would then put them in first place overall.
Next.
Wait, I'm doing the math. No, Coast Guard already has their 15 mists. It would be 15 Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker, yeah, Dawnbreaker. I meant, sorry, yeah. That's
It's all good. Math is hard, okay?
Key. It's tough, right? And the Canadian education system, as you know, has failed me.
Oh, there are so many things I could say in response to that, but I think I'm going to skip right over it. Air Force
Appreciate
making
that.
quick work of Anubzekt right here. Coast Guard, of course, has some packs on their way that have to be dealt with. Got a lot of green poison on the ground. Not as bad as Tradova. I think Anubzekt kind of gets second place for most poisonous boss this weekend. But also the giant safe zone that he gives you. I'm actually surprised it's not smaller.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not smaller, and I'm surprised that you can control where it goes. Those two things sort of blow me away a little bit. If it was smaller, like, I already find Anubzekt to be probably the most frustrating boss to do, because it seems like those tornadoes of bugs just like hunt me down. They're always just right on my butt. I can't stand them. If that circle was smaller, I would probably never run this dungeon again.
That's fair. I can appreciate that counterpoint. It doesn't eliminate my surprise. Like, I would have expected, there's usually at least one dungeon that is just player soul destroying. And that boss very, very clearly could have been one.
Yep. Yeah, they took a little pity on us. Thanks, Blizzard. We appreciate you.
Just a small amount of pity. And of course, we're just hopping back to the quad because Marines are doing pretty good on their +3 13 Dawnbreaker.
Nice. Yeah, we got 5 minutes to go, 5:40 to go. And we're at 61.3% here on Rashinon. Everybody's alive. Everything looks good. Our count is good. This looks like, by all accounts, that it should be a win and get a 13 on the board for them, which is nice. And then where do they go from there? I don't think there's a world where they go into a 14 Dawnbreaker, right? They are going to move on to another dungeon. I think they need a 13 in both Arakara and Mists.
I have their Mists as only being a 1 chest, so they could go do that 12.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be a safe play, but I've never known a Marine to play it safe, so they're probably going to go into Arakara.
This is a good counterpoint. And there it is. The Marines have completed the 13 Dawnbreaker. That is going to give them a sorely needed boost on the scoreboard. They have some options now as far as where they go. Do we see Oh, sorry, that's a 13 Dawnbreaker, not a 13 Arakara.
Yep, that was 13
There we
Dawnbreaker.
go.
That dungeon complete graphic, I am in love with it. Like, it is the best thing I've seen all year.
Thank you.
I
Thank you. One day it will be automated, but until that day comes, it is a
You
manual
manually
trigger.
send that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well,
And it
it's
only
beautiful.
works in the quad.
Only in the
It
quad?
does not
Really?
work on the full screen. Yeah, Tholastic and
Okay.
K9 were earlier like, oh, can we get a full screen dungeon complete? And I was like, no shot, boys. Back to the quad.
Well, let's stay here on the quad then while Air Force gets ready to pull this last boss in Arakara, City of Echoes, to see if they can two-chest their 14. They are in a spot. Man, maybe we got to close up on this because they have 3:47 to go, and they're getting ready to pull this last boss. This boss can be done in that amount of time. They could two-chest this, but then they're going to be in that same conundrum of all we have are 16s left to run. Where do we go from here? But this boss by no means is a pushover. We could see a couple of deaths here that could push them out of two-chest territory easily. There's the Paladin using their own cleanse to send those green orbs off immediately. Because they're running a Disc Priest instead of the Resto Shaman, they don't have the benefit of Poison Cleansing Totem. So they're going to have to solo send those. Oh, are they... He's got Divine Shield up, but is he... Oh, the other one's a Paladin. Is that two Paladins? How did that second person... How did the DK...
No, there's only one Paladin.
Yeah, it was the DK. He had Death's Advance running. I was like, he's not in a thing. I was panicking. But Venom DK just used his toolkit because he's good at the game. And they stayed out. Having a DK on this boss is almost like a cheat mode because it's one less puddle you need, which is also one less puddle you have to spawn, which then in turn is one less of the Black Bloods coming. And there's the clear from the tank to give us a little bit more space in here. Venom can pre-AMS that cast, and if they do, they won't get the spew at all. So you've got the ability to every other cast pre-AMS it to not have them. The Paladin can clear every time. They are really set up well to clear these poison sprays. AMS, it looks like he may have sent AMS
really
late.
Low. Okay. I was paranoid for a moment because both Skunk and Draco got quite low, but the recovery was near instant, so much better. 1:30 on the clock left to do 40% of the boss's health seems imminently doable. And given the fact that they've gotten to this point, there's only been one death up until the boss and then one more just a moment ago. A 16 City of Echoes could be within the cards.
Yep,
if
I
they
think
do
we could
plus
see
to it.
They're definitely in range for it, but it's a question of execution, right? We think that they could have also timed a 16 Dawnbreaker, but they're running low on daylight, so they have to make sure that they have enough time left in the day to get it in cleanly, and those 16s can sometimes go sideways really quickly.
Yeah, with only 5 hours of regulation play each day, the keys that you run are a big choice, right? There was some debate whether, do we want to run 6 hours? We'll consider it for future events. But like right now, all of these teams are getting to a point where stuff gets hard, but not impossible. And you either do it perfectly or you fail. So it's very punishing in that sense, as opposed to the runs themselves being punishing, which I quite enjoy. They are now over the 2-chest timer, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that just the UI? No, 17 seconds. 17, 15, and 3% health. It doesn't look like they're going to stall. They're going to go for the 2-chest.
They are. And they got it. They just 2-chested a 14 Arakara. They are really putting themselves in a bind. Like, this has got to be a tough decision, right? Where do we go next? But does that give them that ties them for first place, right? That 14, 14, 15. Ooh.
It does. That is a big win for the Air Force right there. That was an Arakara completed, not a Dawnbreaker, as the graphic suggests. But Man. Their choices from here are so limited. You have a 16 Echoes or a 16 Dawn. I think Echoes has to be the play.
Yeah, City of Echoes, it's the easiest dungeon on retail right now. They just played it super clean, and we already know that they've struggled with Dawnbreaker. I think you keep the bad vibes away. You go back into the one that you just did really well, and sort of plant your flag in the City of Echoes and say, this belongs to the Air Force. As we see Coast Guard now getting ready to get to the last boss as well, they're also, it looks like they are also in 2-chest range here on this 14. This is wild to me, all these teams just in these 14s.
We're going to just follow this to the end and see what the comparison is as well on time, right? They were, the Air Force was 6 seconds off of the 2-chest. So let's see what this is, because in the hypothetical scenarios that we were running earlier, let's say that Air Force succeeds in their 16 Echoes, and Coast Guard completes this 14 and a 15 somewhere else, or a 14 and a 16 and a 15. Like, there is enough time technically to run 2 more dungeons. So it could come down to time. It's a slim odds, but the time differential could be a factor here.
Yeah, I think if Coast Guard 2-chests this, I think the only option they have is rerun the 15 mists to get 2 points that way, or run the 16 Arakara and get 2 points that way. You need to pick up 2 points.
They have to do both in this. So if Coast Guard finishes their 14 Arakara and gets a 16, Air Force, the hypothetical scenario is that Air Force completes their 16, Coast Guard completes their 16, and now you've got a point differential in Dawnbreaker where Air Force is stuck at a 14 and can't complete the 16, but Coast Guard could complete the 15. It's messy.
Yeah, okay.
It'd be rough, but it's possible.
Yeah. I think Coast Guard already has the 15 Dawnbreaker done. It's mists they're missing the 15 on, right?
No, they have the 15 Dawn done. They don't have... Or they have the 15 mist. They don't have the 15 Dawn. Because they one-chested the 15 mist. So they have a 16 mist that they also could go for.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. There's no way you could... I don't think there's any way you do that. That seems crazy.
I don't think so either. Okay. That seems insane.
This is exciting. But all of that hinges on Air Force being able to do a 16, which we've not seen them be able to do yet.
Nope. And just an FYI, in the background, Air Force has decided not to do the 16 Echoes. They're going for Dawnbreaker. So as soon as we see the end of this Coast Guard run, we'll bring back up the quad and follow them through. But an interesting choice, thinking that the 16 Dawn is going to be easier than the Echoes. Maybe it comes down to the affixes.
Yeah, it could be. That could be the case, because the affixes in Dawnbreaker is a little bit more forgiving than the one in here in City of Echoes. Also, this pathing takes longer than the pathing that Air Force did. They're giving themselves less time on the boss for a 2-chest here. I don't think they're going to be going for one. I think they're going to 1-chest this and then go from there into Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, there is still percentage required as well, so...
Yeah. I think 2-chest is off the board.
Out of the 2-chest.
Yeah.
They better hope that Air Force cannot complete either of their 16s.
Yeah. Maybe they're banking on... Because this will put both teams at a 14 timed, and then maybe they're just banking on Air Force not being able to complete a 16, and then them going in and sneaking out a quick 15 Dawnbreaker. The strategy on top of strategy. It's like...
Ballsy play, but I like it.
Yeah. Oh no, Kaboom's down!
Kaboom gets instantly murdered right there. Full on 100-0. Everyone else takes a decent bit of damage, but is not quite enough to kill them. The res does go out. Kaboom is back. Cosmic Singularity coming out one more time.
Where is... What just happened?
Nope.
Oh, he demonic gated. I was like, for some reason I thought we were watching Ninetales. I was like, Ninetales is in a rough spot here, but it wasn't Ninetales. It was Scotty Lock, and he demonic portaled out of that suck. That scared me. I was worried there for a moment.
No need to be worried. The Coast Guard is on the case.
That's right. That's right. They've got us covered. This boss is still kind of a nightmare.
46 seconds? There's no way.
No, 2 chests, especially with the percent needed as well. There's just no way to do it.
Yeah.
Embrace who you
Yeah. So the
Puddle
last
soak.
team was in a good spot for this boss. So is this team because again the Paladin attack can cleanse himself. The the Death Knight can pre-AMS every other green spew, and then you've got Ninetales, who I assume is running Poison Cleansing Totem and can clear every other set with that. So the opposite sets of the AMS. So they're also in a really good spot to deal with this boss, because this boss can be a real pain, especially on retail if things are going well. Is that a death? Is that person? Or are they just out of range?
Nope.
Nope.
I think it's just out of
It's
range.
out of range.
When in doubt, look
Okay.
at the second set of health bars off in the far left above the chat cover.
Like that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You just gave me the lock-in. That's where I'll be looking from now on. Yep. Another set of spews going out here. The boss is at 35%. They're actually taking their time a bit, it seems. This fight, because they're a double melee comp, and there's so much time off the boss here, this boss can take a lot longer than you would want it to take. I always try to run Arakara with 2 ranged if I can, because I just find it makes it so much easier for Avanox and for this boss. But obviously, who do you drop between an Enhancement Shaman and a Frost Death Knight, right? When they're both so good.
Yeah, there's just a lot of damage being brought by these players.
Yeah. Every time
19%
Scotty
health.
Lock, every time they demonic portal, my heart stops.
I just want to see how long it's going to take them to run back and get this trash. You know, they need, 1.03% even.
Yeah.
It's not a lot.
It is not. So they can either grab the 2 overseers at the end of the hallway here and just focus one down, which would give it to you, or they can go up the hill and do an overseer with the drones up there. Delcow dropping quite low. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. There's not really a better way to do that. And they are going drones up the left, because they could probably focus down those drones faster than they can focus down a single overseer. I just feel like running up here, there's a little bit more chance for failure, but they're going to make quick work of this. 3 minutes left. It'll be easy to get there. They're just shy of, or just over 1% that they need, and they will lock in a 1 chest on the 14 Arakara. Coast Guard and Air Force have been step by step today. It's really exciting to see them go at each other.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that even though if you have the percent, you have to wait for combat to end, man. That is rough, but we get it. Coast Guard have gotten it done. That is a 14 City of Echoes for the Coast Guard.
The downside to that is, even though it's the same score, they were slower by quite a bit than Air Force. So they need to beat them on points. Because if we're looking at times.
Yeah, AFG have just reset the Dawnbreaker 16. They are struggling. Coast Guard have a 15 and they're going to go for the 15 Echoes instead of the 15 Dawn. I don't know if that's the play right here. You need the 15 Dawn to come out in first place. If Coast Guard does the 15 Echoes, and I mean technically they have time with 33 minutes on the clock, if they start this dungeon now, they will have time to start a second key when regulation timer is just about to tick to 0. But completing the 15 Echoes only gives them 1 point. They need 1 point to tie Air Force if Air Force stalls out. and they need 2 points to win.
Yeah, not going to Dawnbreaker here is a huge mistake. They're counting on the fact that they'll be able to time this and then get to Dawnbreaker before the 33 minutes runs out. This feels risky. I would have, by far, done this in the other direction. I would have gone Dawnbreaker first, lock that 15 in, and then come here to try my 16. You are putting a lot of faith in yourself. I guess if you're going to bet on somebody, bet on yourself, and that's what the Coast Guard are doing. I am not nearly as confident as they are in this being able to be done fast enough. Let's find out.
I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm thinking you use the next 30 minutes to bash your head against the wall of a 15 Dawnbreaker. If you fail it, you go back to the almost guaranteed time 15 Echoes.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a spicy option. But meanwhile, we're going to let those two teams cook. We know it's going to come down to the wire for the two of them. I want to take a quick peek at United, who we've not given some love to in a little while, but have been making slow and steady improvements. They've been trapped in this 11 Mists of Tierna Scythe for what seems like an age, and they have not given up. They keep just getting back up, going in, optimizing little things, getting further and further every time. Less deaths here, a little bit tighter tuning there. They are slowly making progress, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's good. It's great to see. They have, like we said earlier, they have the best name in the tournament, United, and I really like that perseverance. Right, the no quit. They're like, hey, we're figuring this out live. We're gonna get this down, and we're gonna have so much more information when we go into actual tournament time that it will just like this is all learning for them. This is all experience that will help them, especially as we head into the 2025 season.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Marine Corps, of course, also in Mists right now, trying to lock in that plus 12. Sitting on the leaderboard, we will have the opportunity for a tie with French Army of Air and Space, I think, because French Army of Air and Space have an 11-13-13, and they were our lowest seed from yesterday. So the Marine Corps with an 11-13-12 would be just 1 point under, but there is enough time for them to complete this Mists and start another key, whether that be the 13 Echo or the 13 Mists, assuming they one chest this 12. I think both are perfectly reasonable and would put them in a tie scenario with the French Army of Air and Space from yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, and that's, I mean, it's a seeding weekend, right? We're not just competing against the 4 teams here, so these teams are strategizing against all 10 teams in the seeding. They're not just looking at the 4 saying, hey, where do I place in these 4? Where can I place across the board? If the third column on the tracker is Mists, then Coast Guard Gaming is missing the 15. It's the 15 Mists that they're missing. If that third column is tracking Mists of Tierna Scythe, which I think it is because UK's is listed as an 8, that means they have a 15. Can we verify that? I think Coast Guard might have a 15 Dawnbreaker done already and are sitting on.
They definitely don't.
15.
So that's going to be probably an error on the leaderboard. We can check. They've definitely completed the 15 Mists. So if it's showing that Coast Guard has a 15 Dawnbreaker done, that's probably just a mischeck. We can check that.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't say the dungeons. It just says game 1, game 2, game 3. But
there are limited customization options on the free version of the tournament platform, unfortunately. And because the AFDL is entirely run by the donations and support of our viewers, we save the money for where it matters, like extra production quality here on TR and on the different events.
Whatever you have to do to make sure that we get those dungeon complete signs, that's where the budget money needs to go. Those are a must. Yep. Okay. We are rocking Mists here. We're seeing just a double pull. Marine Corps Gaming opting to not do the 3 pull that we saw Air Force try out earlier. Probably the smart, safe play. This pull also, though, can go sideways quickly if you don't kite it down along the path, because It's very easy for a lot of these circles to get out of hand and people to get knocked off into the void. But they don't seem to be having any trouble with that. Although, is that a death? I can't tell on that frame. I think that's a death. White bar means dead, right? Yeah, it has to. I think they do have one person down. Totem Walk, it looks like is down. Is that what that means?
I have verified. I was mistaken.
You're back.
And that throws off all of the math. You were right. It's a 15 Dawn and a 13 one-chested Mist. So, that screws with all of the math.
Oh, the only one-chested the 13.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. They have to get they have to be in, because it's only 1 point either way.
So much more sense now. Exactly. So here they get 1 point, and then they go do a 14 Mists. Makes more sense than going to do the 16 Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Then that would still give them 2 points, but they only have to eke 1 point. This is making a lot more sense now. You know what? Okay. All right. We will see how they are progressing in just a little bit. I want to keep watching this. The Marines are on their way to Tredova, and United is making their way to Mistcaller. I love the Mistcaller fight. I think it's cute. I think it's quirky. I loved the NPCs in Ardenweald. As a Resto Druid, it was the only covenant I could reasonably choose. So, I got to spend a lot of time in this zone, and I had a good enjoyment of it.
Resto Druid, you were lucky as a Druid because Nightface sort of made sense thematically as well. So you got to play the one that was also numerically and thematically the same, unlike a lot of other classes.
Yeah, I thoroughly believe in choosing for the thematic value. Like I was saying earlier, you know what I mean? If you're not pushing that top 1% play style, if you are a mid-tier goal type of player or a casual, or you just want to play, do good, have some fun, but you're not looking to be number one on a leaderboard somewhere, play what's fun. It's all viable.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. What does your heart say? That's what you should roll. Just like the Marine Corps has done all day long, rolled with their heart, done what it's told them to do. And they've been doing well with it. They're in this 12 Mists. We're getting ready to pull Tredova. We still need a little bit of percent here. It looks like they need about 10% after this trash pack is done. I wonder if they'll pull the trash onto Tredova to try and lock in a 2 chest, or if they're going to say, you know what, we're good. We'll just go ahead and secure the 1 bag and work from there.
Yeah, I want to watch the end of this Marine Key before we go back to the quad, because this 12 will be a big deal for the Marines. Because of the number of teams we have and where seeding sits, it could be the difference between them sitting in Group B and Group C.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we definitely want to make sure that they get in. You want to push for that group. You want to be as high as you can, right? You want to be going up against the best people that you can go up against, or the best teams you can go up against that are the best skill match for you. You want to hit that seeding as high as you can. This will 35. So this will give them.
This will help with that.
Yeah, 1 point.
They need another point still.
Yeah,
exactly. So they have enough time to get the second point that they need, probably in Mists, I would think.
Mists or Arakara, they have.
Sorry, in Echoes, they're in Mists right now.
Yeah.
They could go do the 13 Echoes.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. That'll give them 2 points, which would then put them ahead of the French Army of Air and Space. Nailed it.
Yep. It's going to be a big one. And where you sit in the groups is going to matter because, chances for promotion into future groups, how the events are structured, it's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to next year when we can really get into the announcements for all of that. But here they are with 4 minutes left on the 2 chest. There is also a world where they 1 chest this Mists and go straight back into it instead of bothering to go over to Echoes and try and, bump 2 key levels. Both a viable option. And Tredova's health is quite low. This could be a 2 chest as well. Still 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. And Tredova's sitting, just about 60% health? That's killable.
Yeah. She's down. She's at 27% health, so 60% missing. Well, more than that. Anyway, 24% health she's at now. They could get her down, and then you need 2 trash packs for that last 9%. But that is easy to do. There's a couple of quick staghorn packs you can pull right after this that you should be able to kill pretty quick. I want to say also, look at their room is really clean, right? There's not this with the boss this low health. We've seen acid all over the place up to this point, but they've done a pretty good job here of keeping it clean. Well done, Marine Corps
I guess
Gaming.
it's the beauty of Melee. They don't need to stack as tightly because they can all just kind of take care of themselves, and then the boss will move, and there's not like any range to have dropped a puddle somewhere off in the ether that the tank needs to worry about. There it is. Trinova is down. They need the percent, though.
Yeah, 244. They're going for the staghorn pack to the right. You have to be careful here because there's some... I always call them birds. I know they're not birds. They're like wasps or something, but if they fly, they're a bird. So there's some birds that pat around here that you can accidentally tag, but you don't need that. There won't be enough to give you the percent you need, I don't think. Or maybe they will. They're at 91. No, this will give them enough. Okay, I take it back. I'm wrong. We need these birds. This will give us it here. As long as we can get this locked in, we're sitting at a 2 chest plus 12 for Marine Corps Gaming in Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. And it looks like that's going to be done easily. We've got some poison casts happening right now, but the Paladin, as you can see, is tanking and cleansing all at the same time. Is there anything this tank can't do?
I believe one more wasp ready to die, and there is the key completion.
Nice job, Marine Corps Gaming. So yeah, that 2 chest mists gives them the option. Do we go back into a mists here, or do we go and try and take down a 13 Arakara? They just easily handled that mists. I feel like you go where you're confident, right? And with what works.
I think that totally makes sense. Air Force bricked another 16. They are still bashing their head against the wall. They've gone into both Dawnbreaker and Arakara at this point. Now they're making the choice to go back to City of Echoes. Coast Guard's gamble looks like it might be paying off. Also, total tangent, but we had a follow a little bit earlier from Leaf from the Vine, and I must say, truly, unless this is an absolute coincidence, must be a man of culture like my Uncle Iroh.
Did you just quote Avatar?
Maybe.
I dig it. All right. I like it here. I'm home.
Look, if that's not a reference, I will be sad, okay? And it's a worthy reference. Everybody should aspire to be like Uncle Iroh. These teams could have pushed higher keys if they had merely a fraction of the wisdom of that man.
I don't disagree. I gotta say, we're sidetracked completely now. But I'm gonna try to bring it back. Any teams that are playing tomorrow that are watching today, do you think they're sitting there going, hey, you know what? Under no circumstances do we 3 chest an 11. We don't want to 2 chest a 14. Like 15. Does it feel like we're hard capped at 15s in this tournament right now?
You know, it's a question. Is this sort of a learn from AFG's mistakes moment? I really don't know. I know there's players in chat, so they must be able to tell us. They must be able to provide that insight. I mean, at the same time, teams have been practicing. They have their own strategies. I'm sure we'll see some, as Driss would put it on the desk, some extra interesting tech tomorrow. And I don't know. It's also going to very much be a flavor of the moment kind of thing, I think. You know, if you get to that 11 and don't even have the option, why worry about it?
Yeah, that's true. And
I agree with
Fun
Super
in chat is definitely saying that they're possible. Yeah, it's risky to two chest the 14 and lock yourself out from those possible points. As we're seeing right now happening to Air Force Gaming, who started off the day so strong. They were our early favorites to take today, and now we're looking at a situation where Coast Guard Gaming did Coast Guard Gaming just
they
full wipe? Oh
They
my!
absolutely full wiped.
I'm shook to the core right now.
They have 18
This
minutes.
is
So
they do.
they have time to bash ahead against a wall, but not enough time to complete a key and start a new one.
Yeah. Oh, and they're going into the mists. They've said, you know what? We're good here. We have the same score in Arikara that Air Force has. We have the same score that Arikara has in Dawnbreaker. Oh, no, they have a better score. They have a better score in Dawnbreaker by 1. So they're coming in here and they're banking on themselves to be able to. Is their mists a 2-chested 13? Are they going to be able to go into a 15 mists?
Coast Guard's mists is I've got it updated as a 1 chest.
A 1 chest. Okay, so they'll still be tied because Air Force has 2 14s and a 15.
Yeah. It's 1 point to tie, 2 points to win.
Right. Okay. So I guess they're playing for the tie at this point. And that's that's what you got to do, right?
It's a reasonable choice.
Yeah.
With the time that's left on the clock, that makes sense.
Yeah. 17 minutes. And especially with mists, if something's gonna go sideways in here, it's gonna be on the first boss, or it's gonna be on a guardian pack in the maze, and you can reset and get started again in either of those situations usually. So they feasibly have a couple of attempts in here to pull it clean. If they get past Mistcaller, they're going to be in territory where they won't have that time. I'm really excited to see.
But at that point, it's not so much a concern.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Will we know by the end of the barrage? Let's assume no more Air Force Gaming gets no more points. And will we know their total time versus Ukraine's total time for the end of the show, or is that a tomorrow tidbit?
We will.
Yes. Okay. Perfect.
We will. It will merely take a few moments, but we have that information.
That's exciting because right now they're tied for first. I am dying to know. My heart is still Team Ukraine. They stole it yesterday. They've refused to give it back. So I'm excited to see where we end up.
Yeah, currently we got some members in chat saying that not to count the Army out. Of course, the U.S. Army does play tomorrow, and they like to show up and play hard, just like the Air Force did today, just like the Coast Guard is doing now. So, if they're saying that they want to show us a 17, look, I invite them to do so.
I saw the U.S. Army esports team compete in another tournament last season, and they blew my socks off. I am very excited to see them going tomorrow. That's going to be a big highlight for me on the Sunday watch in AFDL WinterClash seeding. You don't want to miss it, I promise you.
Absolutely. J-Rod hanging out in chat saying, I only get to do 10s on live. Well, don't forget, these teams have a little bit of wiggle room massaged into the rule books here. The way our affixes are set up, it is much easier to progress beyond the, shall we say, pseudo-hard cap on live of, the average player's 7 to 10 level. With no Challenger's Peril, things are a little bit more forgiving. With no Xalatath's Guile being implemented post-12s, but keeping the bargain, it affects how teams have to strategize in these dungeons and just changes the balance a little bit and moves some of the power spikes that you would experience on live at certain key levels to alternate places. So these keys are realistically about where we were seeing. We were hoping for a 17 this weekend. 16s were kind of the reasonable cap that I think most of us expected. 15, 16, 17 would be the breaking point for most teams given the time that they have. I would certainly say, had we another hour of competition each day, that gives you 3 more runs of a 16. It is much easier to 5-shot a 16 than it is to 1-shot a 16. So at that point, seeing a 16 and a 17 on the scoreboard is definitely possible. But working in the constraints that they have makes every single choice that these teams make much more impactful.
I feel like you really nailed it with the 5-hour timer, because if we had an extra hour, we'd be essentially spending that last hour watching teams wipe. Whereas with the 5-hour timer, it's only like the last 20 minutes where teams are hitting that, okay, we got to reset. Okay, we got to reset. I think it makes for a more exciting viewer experience, which ultimately I think is what needs to matter the most, right?
I think so. I mean, I'm a little biased, but I think so. Are we going to see a 17? Probably not tonight. Right now, the only cards on the table are some 16s being run right now by AFG, and that Coast Guard also has in their pocket. AFG would have to complete this 16 and start a 17 with the time remaining. It's just not feasible. We did run a poll earlier to see what everybody thought, and Thalassic was, of course, the only person who believed in the 17 in that poll. So he is going to be losing his channel points today, unfortunately. But, you know, they get to play tomorrow, so if we run the poll again, maybe he can just be the 17 that he wanted to see, you know?
It's, yeah, they could just do it. You could just say, pull the Thanos and say, I'll do it myself.
Absolutely. I believe in Goats of Glory. They have that power.
I hope so. I mean, that'd be nice to see. Seeing a 17 would be great. I think for a team to get a 17, I think you're sacrificing a lot of points elsewhere. But it might be fun to say, hey, look, we're the only team to get a 17, and that could be a good time, too. We've seen another
it also depends
reset
on how you
from...
get there.
Yeah,
if
that's true.
You chest
that's
at 15.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Or 3 chest of 14, but no. I don't think we'll see a 3 chest at 14. I think we're more likely to have teams go, all right, let's get the 11, the 13, the 15, the 17. Happy days.
Yeah, I think so too. AFG had to reset the Arakara again while we were talking, and right now we're looking at Mists. We're on the first boss, and Ingram Maylock is going down fairly well. We didn't 1 phase, but looks like we're going to 2 phase, and in a 14, that's okay. As long as they get through this hurdle, then the only thing they really have to watch out for is the double Guardian pack in the maze, and then it's smooth sailing from there right to Tredova. I'm feeling good about the Coast Guard's chances right now in this Mists to pick up that point and go for a tie. What's United doing? United is also in a Mists right now. And they're about to time in 11 Mists. They just need to wrap up percent, it looks like. And then United will finally get the monkey off their back that is the 11 Mists that they've been working on. This has to feel good for them, right?
We need to mention, while we've been chatting, Marines have snuck up on us. They're in the 14 Mist. They 2-chested that 12 and have said, look, we're going to match Coast Guard in this dungeon.
I like it. The sneaky Marines. They're not known for being sneaky, but they've managed to do that.
And considering they 1-chested the 11, that's a huge deal. It just shows that clearly something went catastrophically wrong. I'm trying to remember the run specifically earlier. I think there was like a really bad wipe, and they decided, you know what, keys bricked, but we're going to go for the point anyway.
Yeah, just
I really like this choice. Yep.
Yeah, this is great to see. It's sort of like them planting their flag and saying, hey, look, don't count us out. We still, we've got a lot to offer here, and we are going to be dangerous when we come to the real WinterClash season.
Yeah, this is an exciting and spicy moment. 9 minutes and 25 seconds remain in regulation time. These teams are stuck where they are, or they need to abruptly abandon plans. United currently fighting Tredova on their 11 Mists. This has been an incredibly difficult dungeon for them. A journey to the 11 fraught with wipes and resets and difficulty, but they have, in the absolute spirit of Mythic Plus push, persevered, and I believe that they can do this.
Yeah, I'm rooting for United. They are a feel-good story here on this dungeon. They have earned this through their blood, sweat, and tears. And I hope they're able to take it down here. It would be heartbreaking for them not to get this kill locked in before the end of the day.
Truly. You know what? Boss is at 50% health. No one else is really close to completion. Let's go. Let's just watch this United POV and bring it to a close, because I'm a believer. I wasn't a believer earlier, but now I am. Chat, can I get some love? Are we believers here?
We gotta hype them up, chat. United would do it for you. You have to believe that. Let's give them some support. They've got their percentage locked in. They have 2 minutes left on the timer. Yeah, that's not a ton of time. They do have a player down. Jazzy is down. That's their hunter. We have if the battle res tracker is right, that's in the top of the screen, they have a battle res available that I feel like maybe they're holding on to in case the tank or the healer goes down. But you almost... Oh, no!
Oh.
Survive.
Hang on.
If that battle res tracker was right, let's see if we have a tracker on here. Don't see one. They haven't.
3 minutes on cooldown.
Asphyxia up. Oh, where do you see that?
Because it's a druid, he's got rebirth in his bars.
Oh, look at you.
Asphyxia goes down. That's a healer as well. 29%. And Trigon, no! Come on, team. I think at this point, you got to just get back up and finish the dungeon. Like, for the mental, right? You look at this timer. Yeah. I'm gonna bring up our cheeky little pop-up. There are 6 minutes on the clock, okay? That is enough time to wipe up, go back in, kill Tradova, and start the key again. I think purely for the mental, that's what you do. I mean, I don't know. I like the completionism, but other teams would be like, nope, we're just gonna sign out and go one more run.
Yeah, that's tough. If
Paladin is keeping him alive.
Getting the kill would... How much time do they have left on their clock?
It is so tough to check. I mean, they're... Oh!
Okay.
That's it. 1 second left.
Too late.
It looks like they're sticking.
Let's
it looks
see
like
what
they're...
they do.
Oh, maybe not. Nope. They're hurting. They're portaling out.
They're hard.
They have 5 minutes to restart this.
That was absolutely heartbreaking.
I'm a little bit crushed. I'm a little bit crushed.
20% left on the boss, man. Meanwhile, Air Force has been forced to mop it up once again.
Yeah, resetting another Arakara. That's crazy. It's sort of wild that they're struggling so much with the 16. They made such easy work of the 14. Here we go.
Oh,
Air Force started out. Coast Guard is still working their way through the maze. You can see the point of view we're looking there. It looks like they used the Stinky Bright potion or the Inky Black potion to change so that the screen is brighter, which helps you to see some of the ground mechanics easier, which is nice, especially as a viewer. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Zelcow. You're a legend. And Marine Corps Gaming still doing well on their 14. They're on Mistcaller. Look at the timer on Marine Corps Gaming. They're on Mistcaller, and they still have they're not going to 3 chest, but they're like deep in 2 chest range here. Where was this team? I need to know what went wrong in that 11 for them, because for the 11 to have gone so off the rails and the 14 to be going so well seems kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of shook. I don't know what changes they made. But I'm
like
loving it.
It's like a whole different team, right? Like we I don't understand how this happens.
Look,
we're going to find out that there was some catastrophic failure.
This is the beauty of end of day shenanigans. Teams just pull out all the stops. You know what I mean? They've had a day, they're like, oh my God, it's another run. And then every so often it gets to a point where it's like, no. it's time. We are going to play for our lives right now. And that is what the Marines are doing. They have 2 deaths, just 2, on heading up to Mistcaller. That's pretty much just as clean as they had their 12 run.
Yeah.
At the risk of caster cursing it, the team's alive. Health is a little bit low. The Priest is doing what they can to keep everyone topped off. Totem Walker still, everyone just sitting at that 50% threshold is so dangerous with the Ascendant Affix as well. And now there's a break where the healer actually gets to heal everybody.
Yeah, they're able to breathe here as we work our way down towards the last guessing game. You can, if you get to the third guessing game and you burst Mistcaller down to, I think it's 4%, then the guessing game cancels, but you have to do it before the cast finishes. Really hard to do, and they would have to be sitting on cooldowns, or maybe have them all equipped with Queen's Mandates to push that. I know that was something they did on the MDI. We're not seeing that happen here, so they will have to play this last guessing game, which is dangerous because of this exact reason. The Vulpin spawns right next to the ad that it is, and it's going to get kited a little bit towards the group here. That also makes me quite nervous. That was nerve-wracking, but they navigated it quite well. We're going to get Mistcaller down, and we're going to be working our way to Tredova. And is that another Mistcaller pull? It is.
It is.
Coast Guard Gaming also on Mistcaller right now at the top of the screen. And they're in a 14 mist. This is both 14 mists. Oh, this is exciting.
Like I said, Marines were there just sneaking up, saying, we can compete and we are going to prove it to you right now on this 14. Of course, they are a little bit ahead. They started earlier, but I just want to see these timers side by side. Both teams with 2 deaths going into Mistcaller. That is absolutely on par performance right now between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and somebody just got frozen, it looks like, by the Vulpin. They dropped a quick SLT on them to keep them alive, but that's a misstep that won't be good, because now you don't have that SLT for the double pull down below when you have a lot of AoE damage happening, and they're going to miss that.
Just a little bit of lag here as they do the double pull.
Yeah, that there's a lot of mobs on the screen for that double pull, so it can definitely put your machine through its paces. As we're seeing these giants, no, it's Bunny went down. They're gonna release, but they skipped this pack earlier. Are they gonna be able to skip it again here? He can't.
I don't know.
Oh, it's sapped. It's sapped. Okay.
Oh, it's sapped. Okay, we're good. Minor panic.
So
Crisis averted.
Yeah, I was like, no, don't release. So we're finishing off this double pack here for Marine Corps Gaming. As soon as we started, that's the thing. We started watching them and talking about them, and they don't like being in the spotlight. They perform better in the shadows, apparently.
When nobody knows they're coming.
That's right. They want to sneak up on us.
Coast Guard
Gaming
slowly progressing.
Yeah, we are just finishing up Mistcaller there. So they're getting ready for their own double pull. I can't remember if Coast Guard pulls the 3-pack as part of their route, or if they would have to Warlock Gate to skip it based on their comp. So they probably pull it. 54%. The percentage won't hurt them either.
Yeah. It's not a bad call.
Yeah, they're setting up to pull it here. So we'll get the double. Oh, we're going for a walk right now. If they triple pull this, please don't. They're doing it. Are they doing it?
Oh my goodness. No. Surely not.
They're just doubling it. Okay.
2.5. I think this is a 2.5 pull.
Maybe, yeah. So they'll burn down that first spine maw and then go from there and go into the second pack. That was almost quite scary. I thought they were going to do the same thing that Air Force game we did earlier. But Coast Guard playing it just a little bit safer. This is a more efficient way to pull that 3-pack, to chain it into the pack to the side there. Look at those damage numbers. We're seeing absorbs there. I'm wondering if a kick got missed because some of the mobs have absorb shields on them, which would have slowed them down a little bit. And we're moving into our second pack here. We'll pick up our Reavers as they come flying around. This is another pack you don't want to double pull. Those two spine moths together is really dangerous. So we're going to sit here on this one pack and grab the birds as they fly around.
I'm just looking at this Marine POV, and they seem to be struggling.
Yeah, that's not good. We have another death, and this hole isn't particularly dangerous, so it had to have been just a misplay. But because they don't have that rogue also dead, they're waiting for the res so that they don't have to try to skip the pack that they skipped. And we're at 0. We're at zeros across the board, so this is it. There's no more resetting our keys. There's no more do-overs. And look at Avanox and all of the orbs she has as that shrill goes out. Air Force is just getting pounded right now by this giant empowered spider. The ads are out. They're sending Dart over to deal with those while the melee... Oh, the melee's gone as well. They've got Venom DK over there. Just sent... It looked like Pillar of Frost because they procced the small dragon that goes with that. As they're taking those ads down. This is... They're also running out of platform space very quickly. With their gossamer webs. They are... Why does it... Oh, it's a crab. That's why it's so big. I was like, why is it so big right now? They're playing with arachnophobia mode. Okay. All right. I couldn't figure out what they had
You've
done
realized. Yes, that will do it. I love the fact that now that we are at 0 minutes on the regulation timer, we still do not have a first, second, or third seed. We are going to have to watch these dungeons until either completion or bust in order to rank these teams. It is my favorite close to the day when we have these nail biters. Ninetales, it looks like, does go down, but immediately reses herself to help continue dealing with these packs. They really can't afford to wipe it up at this point. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left on the 14 miss 2 chest. I don't expect that to be a timer that they beat, but it is still within the realm of possibility that they one-chest it. As we have discussed, if Coast Guard beats this key and Air Force fails, they will outseed Air Force, and then we can take a look at how they scale up against yesterday's players when we get to the end of the stream. But it's a tough call. Air Force has nearly run out of space, as you were saying, and just look at them wedging themselves into the corner, but his health is going down. The Marines are finally pulling Trinova, also in their 14 miss, just ahead of Coast Guard.
Oh, no.
I really, really need this pull to go well, and United have gone straight back into that 11. I believe that they can complete this key today.
Air Force just wiped.
At this point, you gotta just get back up and go.
Yeah.
There is no restarting. You have no choice. If you one-chest the 16, it is still worth it.
That's a lot of time lost. The boss was at 15% health. They are going to have their backs against the wall here.
Oh, I want to bring up the side-by-side Tredova just for the moment. As we take a look, Marines and Coast Guard both making progress. You'll be able to actually see the difference in damage between these two teams, even though the boss health bar is not aligned, how fastly it gets shredded. How quickly it gets shredded, in fact. Of course, our Marine POV needs to handle some mechanics first before we take a look. 72%. Meanwhile, Coast Guard already sitting at 77 and falling 76, 75. So you can see that difference. Coast Guard does need a whole heck a lot of percent that Marines do not. They've gone into Tredova fully topped up on forces, but the Coast Guard still 90.34. That's even less than they had last time. Something about the routing preferences between these two teams is very different.
Yeah, I wonder if it comes down to Mist's, to May's difference. If we were able to confirm today, I don't remember.
We did, actually.
I wasn't.
We checked with Blizzard last night, and it is random on TR.
Okay, so then that might be the difference. Just the maze, they had less count in their maze for whatever reason than the Marine Corps did, because they pulled the 3-pack and the Marine Corps skipped the 3-pack at the top of the ramp as well. Did Marines pull the pack after Tradova first? I've seen them do that in the past. It could be that as well. Oh, they went and finished all of their count ahead of time. Okay, before they pulled Tradova. This is this head-to-head for this 14 Mists is really fun to watch as the two teams are just pumping away. You have to believe that Marine Corps will finish with a better time. Maybe? We're at 27 minutes.
We've got some heartbreaking news in the background here.
Oh, no.
It's not showing up because we are on this side-by-side, but the Air Force decided to leave their echoes.
God.
So they have not timed to 16. Coast Guard completing this key is now more important than ever.
That is unfortunate for Air Force. They started the day so strong. I wonder if they'll second-guess their decision to two-chest those 14s. That's heartbreaking. Yeah, that's heartbreaking. But what's not heartbreaking is the Marine Corps Gaming taking Tradova down and locking in the +1 14 of Mists of Tyrannus Scythe. Well done, Marines. You came out, you faced adversity, you overcame. You really showed us today that you are not to be trifled with. Very, very impressive performance by the Marine Corps Gaming.
And right off the back of that, the Coast Guard is also going to secure a kill on their 14 Mists, even though it costs them a life to do so. That extra 5 seconds matters. But still, they need percent, so it is not over yet. And of course, we also have, I don't know if we're going to be able to cycle through this, we've also got United in their Mists right now. These are the last 2 teams running today. United, I believe in you. I believe in you. The irony of this being the fairy dungeon, I really want to make an I do believe in fairies. I do reference. But, you know, that might be a little niche or a little old. I'm not sure which category that falls into. I stand by it.
No, it's a good one to stand, but my partner once described me as Tinkerbell because I require applause to survive.
You know what?
Oh,
just for you.
You're the best. Yep, United is on Mist Caller here, and they have no deaths. Where's the death counter on that box?
Well, when we get to look at the other POV in the ISO, we'll be able to see. I think they have 1 death right now.
Okay. Oh.
It is very small on my other screen.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. It's the 4th icon down, 1 death. Oh, it says.
And there it is. Coast Guard
seconds.
complete their Mist. So this is the last dungeon of the day. United XP is taking a stand for all of the hardship that they have endured in the last several hours of being absolutely decimated by puck-like fairies. Finally, they can have their revenge once again against Mistcaller and hopefully defeat Tradova, who was so close to being killed in their last run. Just a small misplay meant the end. Once they'd lost their hunter, they didn't have enough damage before someone else went down. I'm a believer, okay? Bringing in the game sound and everything. We are going to watch this to its completion.
Yep. I believe United has fought for this. They've earned this kill. They need this. Let's chat. Let's hear it for United. Let's get some UKTDs in the chat. I think that's the guild name they have here on the Tournament Realm.
One of us is not like the other.
I hear her voice lines in my sleep. I run so many Mists of Tyrannus Scythe in a week. I will fill 3 vaults of +10s Mists of Tyrannus Scythe every week. You
Is
know?
that true?
Yeah, no, that's true.
I don't know if that's okay.
Yeah, Blood Death Knight, Prot Warrior, and Guardian Druid, and I just plug into Mists. I live in this dungeon. Yep.
So you'd say you're potentially an expert.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would say I'm an expert, but I definitely have a lot of experience in here. I've seen some weird things. I once had 3 frogs in a maze, so lots of times people have gotten 2 mini bosses in the maze. I once had 3 frogs in a maze. That was wild. Yeah, it's a time. I like it. But
frogs?
you know, I'm watching it. Yeah, the George Goulet, the frog mini boss. Yeah, there was. I went into a room with them, and then we got another room that had them, and in that room, a third one spawned out of the wall. It was wild stuff.
Really?
Wild stuff. Yeah, we bug reported.
It was all a dream.
Oh no!
Lasted a little longer.
Jazzy
Get back
BM is
up.
down. Asphyxia was down. They've immediately onked. Miscall.
Gotta
We have to get
spam
through this
those
last
heals.
guessing game.
Okay, they
Okay,
succeed.
they're through the guessing game.
With just the 3 DPS, they can do this. Or the 2 DPS and the healer.
Yeah. We can stabilize here. This last percentage. Still lots of time. 12 minutes is a ton of time in this dungeon. And you can, even in retail, you can withstand like 2 or 3 full party wipes, and that's with Challenger's Peril. So the death there isn't, they're at 4 deaths right now. That's not going to hold them back. That was scary. But now we don't have Ankh, and this next pull is dangerous. This double pull coming up without Ankh available is going to be risky. We do have SLT, though, so that'll be nice, and we have Healing Tide Totem available. I mean, their UI is not, it's not my cup of tea, but I do love that they have everything so easily tracked center place for us. Thank you very much, Asphyxia. This is great for reading the room.
Your ascension is complete.
All right. Xalatath's voice lines are great, and I enjoy them. I love a good sound
Yep.
cue.
Yeah, I wonder if
All right.
will we have Xalatath bargains next season?
I don't know. I'm curious to see whether that's something they keep or whether that's kind of the equivalent of a seasonal affix. Sorry, I'm just making sure as we get the scores reported in from, the final dungeons, checking logs, getting timers. Reincarnation is available. No!
We didn't skip this 3-pack. We killed this 3-pack, so we can release and run back here. What did they get battle rest on?
No, she
Mistcaller? How did they get back up
on
on
Mistcaller? Maybe. I honestly, I blinked and I don't know at this point, but that resurrection was just used and then immediately Asphyxia got murdered again.
Jazzy BM died again. This is, we still have time. We've got 9 minutes. That pack is down. We've got the Reavers up now, which are a little bit dangerous. But the Prop Paladin can help clear those poison casts when they go out. And then we're going to pull it into the next Gorm pack. As long as we get kicks on the Spine Maw, we'll be okay. Oh, we're using an AoE stun here. There's a Cap Totem sent. There's the Healing Rain down. I'm so nervous now. Jazzy BM is still pretty low. Botacan as well is low. The Demon Hunter. The Staghorn is still alive, but we're moving along towards the next pack. Potentially pull it into that. That would be a good chain. And then you could tag in the last pack of Acid Maws afterwards. Of the Acid Gullets. We're doubled up. Asphyxia's doing a good job keeping everybody topped up here. We're just going to move out of the pop mechanic so we don't get knocked off. Another Xalatath goes out. And do we have cap totem for this? Yes, we do. It looks like 8 minutes. What are we at for count? Where's the percentage? Right, 82%. So we will have to pull some trash after Tradova. And Bloodlust looks like is available. We may roll right into Tradova here. What do we have for cooldowns? Trigun has their cooldowns available. And we have meta, so they could roll right into... Oh, no.
A little longer.
How do they have Ankh again? What is the
Is it
cooldown on
a
reincarnation?
reset after the boss, or maybe
shamans?
it's really short? Are we missing something?
Yeah, are my shamans gaslighting me every time they tell me they don't have Ankh? What is going on here? That was 3 in a row.
Or is it end of day and we're missing something really obvious and chat's going to correct us and we're going to smack ourselves?
Yeah, let us know, chat. Let us know. That is... Like I do live keys with an Elemental Shaman and a Resto Shaman. And I'm certain they don't have Ankh that frequently. I wonder what's causing that. All right, we're on Tradova. This is where we died last time. We have to get this Tradova kill down so we can move on and finish off the last 10% of the trash that we need. I believe.
All right,
Oh,
chat.
the tournament
This is the
realm
last
has had-
boss of the day.
According to Super, Tournament Realm has a broken Ankh spell and it has no CD. That reason to run shamans?
That's an interesting reason to run Shaman for sure.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess it was
Hey.
something super obvious we were missing.
We'll take it. At this point, we will take
Yeah.
it. If it lets United complete this key, I will be happy.
Is complete.
All right. 265 million health left. Of course, the boss percentage is covered by our fake rebirth icon. So we're going to have to keep a peek on where it is. Each of these United XP players' UIs has something different to offer. 90% trash as well, so they still need to do a pickup. They've got 5 minutes and 37 seconds left. That's totally reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, we just, as long as we secure the kill on Tradova, there's lots of time left for the trash. Tradova's at about 39% here. So we're seeing our last dangerous part. That's our last shield phase. We just, oh, that acid is, I guess if you have unlimited onks, just stand in it.
I'm more concerned with the rest of the party at this point. Look, Jazzy is still alive, so that is already an improvement over the last run. Trigun can stay alive too. He gets down to 22% health, like almost nothing. Or that's millions of health. Okay, sure. You know what? I'm just looking at the health bars go up and down and stressing out about it. Asphyxia has a lot of work cut out for them to keep the team alive. Look at that poison spray. Jazzy goes down.
Oh no, we've lost Jazzy. We think that this battle res tracker is not working in the corner here. So I'm going to say we don't have a battle res for Jazzy. That's on... Oh, no, we do have one. They just sent it. So who knows? That tracker hasn't changed. Oh, no! Quick, Ankh! Oh, wait, they can't Ankh!
They cannot. But we have the other POV to take a look at and see what's happening. Asphyxia is dead. Can the team get through the last tiny percent of health? Trigun is also down. They have a tank and 2 DPS, and Tradova is so close. Look at that health bar
2%.
just twitch 1%. And there it is. It's dead. All they have to do is res their fellow teammates and get the percentage. Rez, of course, goes out on the healer first, as is only natural. Asphyxia can then work on getting Trigun up. They have, 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on this timer to pick up 10% of trash. It's doable. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it is very doable. They can tag this next... Did they not? Oh, there's the Rez. Okay, they've already got the pull started. We've got this trash pulled. And I believe if we tag in the Reavers here, it should give us the last percentage that we need. We're at 92 right now, 92.4.
It's when combat ends. That's the killer. You got to be careful not to over pull and risk putting yourself over the timer. But with 27 minutes on this, they still have a good chunk of leeway.
Is that?
Not going to lie, those flies flying overhead just gave me a minor panic.
Yeah. Does their timer account for deaths already? It must, right?
They're still missing percent. 1 minute and 10 seconds or so left. 2 minutes and 10 seconds, I'm sorry.
Oh, there's a timer on the
Acid
top
Nova
of the
comes
screen.
out.
Okay, I'm locked in now.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Every UI is special, and this UI is the most special of them all.
That's right. That's right. So this
Their
pull
Demon
will
Hunter
put
is
them at
just
100%.
pumping. Yes, it will. And they have
There's a minute 48 to go.
45 seconds. Yep.
I told you.
I believe. I'm
this
so
should
ready
be
for this
easy.
to be a completed key. Jazzy gets really low. That is not ideal. Asphyxia
That's
has
it.
to pump out them heals, and they cannot risk
They're
pulling
done.
anything else. That is the key at 28-18. Oh, my goodness.
They did it. They
They
did it.
They got the completion of the 11. If you are United, you must feel so good right now after pushing and just hours in that dungeon to finally eke it out right at the end. Oh, I love moments like that.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Glad to see them get the kill. This was a wild day all around. Air Force came out strong early on. Everybody thought they were going to walk away with it easy. Coast Guard and Marine Corps Gaming both said, "Hey, hold my beer. Not yet. We're not done." I can't wait to see what tomorrow brings.
Yeah, we are collecting the rankings right now, going through logs, making sure we have all of the final timers. So I will have an updated scoreboard for you very shortly. My goodness, was this a nail biter? Okay, it's going to take me 30 more seconds, Sean. So if you can stall for 30 seconds, we'll have the rankings and we can then speculate to our heart's content.
Yeah, we can definitely stall for 30 seconds. So if you've been here Friday and Saturday, this is the WinterClash, the AFDL WinterClash. We are seeding for the season coming up. Tomorrow, we're going to have 3 more teams for us. We're going to have the U.S. Army Esports. They're coming in. We're having Goats and Glory, which is the U.S. Navy. And then we're also going to have the Warrior Gamer Foundation, Warrior GMR Foundation. That's a veteran organization. Those are the 3 teams tomorrow. We have a full lineup of casters for you. They're all great. So pop in, check those out, and definitely make sure that you're tuned in because we want to know where the seating ends so you know where teams are going to be next season. The excitement we've had today, I can't wait tomorrow. It's definitely going to get matched. We heard a lot of bold claims by the U.S. Navy team. Be interesting to see if they come through. Marielia, you look like you've got some numbers for us. Hit us with those stats.
I do. So obviously today's rankings are pretty clear. The Air Force came out strong, followed by the Coast Guard, the Marines, and United. But let's take a look at where we sit on the global leaderboard after 2 days. Ukrainian WoW holds on to that first slot in Group A with the double 15s. I'm so proud of that team. They were up against all the odds. Yesterday was Ukrainian Army Day. They were playing through it. They had a mandatory power outage for some of their players, and yet they pulled out a performance that has kept them going strong. There are, of course, still teams tomorrow. The U.S. Army, Warrior Gamer, and U.S. Navy have historically been insane. Also, I just want to say that Coast Guard do have a 14 in Tiernasyth, not a 13. That will be updated very shortly. But like, for them to have set the bar and held on is such a good showing from them. Air Force played hard, but I bet you they're kicking themselves on those 16s right now.
Yeah, it really feels like I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Obviously, we know the teams that are up tomorrow. We're watching today. I'm interested to see what their strategy will be when it comes to 3 chesting 11s or 2 chesting 14s and where they decide to go with it. That is going to be the hot story tomorrow, is what strategy are teams playing right there for that seeding. This is lining up to be a great season in the AFDL. I cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Coast Guard secure the 3rd slot in Group A, followed by the New Zealand Defence Force. Their strategy kind of hampered them a little bit yesterday. They got stuck on that 13 blanket. But still, 13s are proving to be a nice and comfortable thing. I don't think we'll see them drop below into Group C by the end of this. I think they're probably safe in Group B. All 3 of our teams tomorrow are expected to be really strong contenders. So very interested on how this is going to go. Of course, the French Army and Air and Space have been knocked down, united with their struggle busing through mists, currently sitting in that lowest seed, but they have accomplished the 11 blanket, which is, you know, I don't even care. That's just worth it, man.
Yeah, you love to see it. Big shout out to United. They did exceptional. It was a great way for us to end the day watching them. Yeah, gamers all around.
So tomorrow, Sean, if you had to make a prediction, will we finally see a 17? Do you think a 16 key gets completed? We know it's possible in the allotted time. Air Force have proved that today, but it takes a 1-shot or a 2-shot.
I don't think we see a 17, and the U.S. Army esports team is really, really impressive. I think we may see a timed 16, a completed 16, but I don't think strategy-wise, I don't think going for a 17 is the play, because you're going to want to maximize your points, and it's going to be easier to get points in a lower key elsewhere. But even with a time 16, I think you would go to a 17. So I'm going to say 16 is the cap we see tomorrow, and I'm going to say I think it's the U.S. Army esports team that does it.
You think it's going to be the U.S. Army esports team that brings it to us? All right, that's a reasonable prediction. I think that's about the same. I think expecting a 1-cycle 16 is probably too much. And if it takes you 2 runs, 3 runs, I mean, you'd have to play pretty damn perfectly in order to have time to start that 17 by the end of regulation play. So it's possible. Congratulations to our poll winners today who banked on 16 being the final key. Commiserations to Thalassic and his 17 bid. Tomorrow we'll see how it goes. I'm just so ready for this. For everybody who has been tuning in, we hope you have been having a fantastic time. A reminder that the AFDL is fully operated by your donations, so we appreciate all your support, whether it's hanging out in chat and watching ads or whether it's dropping a subscription. We love you all, and we are so excited to see you back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific for the final day of competition. Sean, do you have any final thoughts?
No, I do not. Hype. That's my final thought. Just hype. Blind
Just hype? Just
Yeah.
We are excited. I hope you are excited too. All right. Well, with that said, everybody, I hope you enjoy the rest of your evenings. Like I said, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific, we will be back with more action. Until then, have a good one.
Retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution! Oh yeah, we want retribution!